Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you America's top foundational health coach, Dr. Joe D.
Hello, I am Dr. Jody Bear, America's top foundational health coach, bringing foundations of health, foundations living, and foundations, especially today and through the next 3 weeks, foundations of hope. With a client base of over 1 million pounds of toxic fat loss, I have seen people reclaim their lives in all 6 pillars of human existence: spiritually, physically, mentally, emotionally, socially, and financially. But today's focus, ladies and gentlemen, our viewing audience, is that financial pillar. So these Hurricane Ian victims can rebuild socially, emotionally, mentally, physically, and spiritually. It is hope. It is hope that we're bringing. It is hope that we're bringing through generous donations that will be pouring in today and throughout the next 3 weeks. I've got a question for you. Ladies and gentlemen, has anything ever just hit you out of the blue? Hitting you out of the blue? Well, that was September 23rd. Hurricane Ian hit Cuba. My husband, Bob, a marine archaeologist of over 5 decades, is one of 2 experts in marine archaeology and shipwrecks and what happens in the ocean. He came to me that evening after Hurricane Ian hit Cuba, and he said, "Baby, this is going to be the hurricane that we're known as the Moab. Stands for Mother of All Bombs." Unfortunately, that's what it turned out to be. We braced ourselves. Our week-long preparation in our home, we've done it many, many times, packing up everything to see that everything was secure, things that mean so much, as things that were precious. I remember Hurricane Irma in 2017. We were without power for 17 days. The humidity, ladies and gentlemen, it was 120%. It's Florida, you know. We were without power. We had a leak in our roof for sure. We had a mess in our yard. However, we cleaned up. We went on and we remembered. See, myself now in 2022, I can say I've been in Florida for 21 years, 1 year longer than I always say is my second hometown of Atlanta, Georgia. You see, I've experienced 8 major hurricanes. I have been affected in some way or another, but I'm going to tell you that until Hurricane Ian, I remember Hurricane Charlie. By the way, Hurricane Charlie took the same path diagonally, like it went up I-4 from Punta Gorda all the way to Jacksonville. I remember Charlie. I was a corporate health coach at that point. I was doing a corporate 5-day training in Denver, Colorado with some amazing people. My sister lives in Denver, so I stopped out for a couple of days before I headed back to Florida. I picked up the Denver Post. This hit me out of the blue. It said, Hurricane Charlie affected the residents of Celebration. Where was I living? In Celebration. I flew home the next day, didn't wait. This is what I found. My townhome, they threw a blue roof over it. As many of you know who follow me on Traverse TV, and we've been around socially, and you're part of my YouTube or listening audience on other modalities, you know that I'm a classically trained pianist and vocalist. I have a grand piano, a 4.5-foot grand piano that had been in my family for 3 generations. I came home. That piano was flattened. It looked like a bunch of matchsticks. And on top of my piano was my washer. My dryer was on the top floor. It didn't make sense. Moabs don't make sense. Hurricanes don't make sense. And there's no respecter of persons. I cleaned up what I could because in Florida, the climate, if you've been there, it's humidity. You're working against time. You're working against time with the mold. I probably was able to recover a fourth of my possessions, none of my family pictures. Fortunately, I had made two wonderful scrapbooks that were enormous for my sons when they graduated from high school. So we did have something, but I had nothing. I didn't have a lot of memories. The thing is, I could start over. But let me tell you something. My experience with Hurricane Charlie was nothing like Ian. Nothing, nothing, nothing. You will see the pictures of Ian. By the way, we call in Florida, we just call them by our first names, like it's Charlie, Ian, Katrina, Andrew, Matthew, Michael. We call them by their first names. But this one, we will just know. It will be down in the record books. You will hear from Marco Rubio, Senator Marco Rubio, later on today, where he says, Old Florida is gone. It will rebuild. But absolutely, this is something I want you to know about Southwest Florida, where it was hit. In Punta Gorda, again, the same trajectory as Hurricane Charlie. In Collier and Lee County, ladies and gentlemen, it is the 12th largest GDP. The economy is the 12th largest in the country, like New York, Chicago, Naples, and Fort Myers was right up there. So this is what I decided. I was totally affected because I had and still have many corporate clients that have now become my friends with my 15-year corporate health coaching business down in Southwestern Florida. I just decided to do something. Ladies and gentlemen, this is what I'm admonishing you to do today as Dan Gilman puts up this link that will stay here for the remainder of our 12 days. This is our GoFundMe link. Absolutely. It will stay there permanently affixed because that's what we're all here about. Whether you're Les Brown, Jay Nolan, Forbes Riley, Rex Sykes, and the list goes on and on. Corey Hughes, Josh Payne, Christopher Rausch, many, many absolutely huge celebrities. When Forbes talks about it, and she and her daughter, they rode out the storm and they were fine. Her daughter McKenna is going to speak. Jamie Kerr from across the pond, Sarah Cross from across the other way to New Zealand. And the list goes on. Frankly, every single one of us, Dr. Peggy Woods, Paulina Guerra, Maynard Neal, all of these celebrity speakers will be talking about one thing, not their story, not a motivational speech, but they're imploring you to go and do the right thing. As Corey Hughes said the other night, this is a Damascus Road experience. When our Savior gave somebody water, that's what it was like down there. And it still is. Just because it's off of the news doesn't mean that it's not here. It's going to go on for years. It will be going on for years. And so this is what we can help right now. So I want to come back to when I was just listening to the stories and I was just so moved almost to the point of depression, ladies and gentlemen, when I was sitting in our TV room and I looked at my husband and I said, I've got to do something. That's what I'm asking you to do today. Do something. So 12 days ago, we started what I believe is going to be a movement by the private sector in the state of Florida that's now gone nationally and internationally. Just like you heard Alicia Williamson sing, and as I was doing the background vocals for her CD back in the 90s, the song is There Is Hope. There is hope. There's hope for you. It's hope for me. And just to do something. So just do something. Do what you can do. So for those of you that this is brand new, I'm just going to give you a few statistics. You see, Hurricane Ian took out 2 million people without power. I remember when we were out of power, and it was like 3 days later, I had some things I had to do, called up my insurance company, and they said, well, you'll be put on hold. You are number 38,015 in line. The next day, I was number 3,000. And it's absolutely, it went on and on. You say, well, people can call their insurance company, sure, but they were off the grid. Many still are. No electricity, no cell phone service. The young lady, when I finish up here, that's going to be coming up, it's amazing what she is going to say. She is in the middle of it, but it's a disaster of epic proportions. A $75 billion destruction, numerous years of destruction and devastation. I've already said this, but 90% of these two counties are gone. The barrier islands where Becky lives, it was leveled. It looks like kitty litter. San Marco Island, the thing that I want you to remember about the senior population, it's not oranges and citrus that is exported from Florida to other states in the union. Actually, because we are the senior citizen capital of the world, frankly, we have more senior citizens here that are depart as deceased people. You see, there are people in their 80s and 90s. Governor DeSantis said people will be resilient, and we know that. But here today and tonight, it's time that we're ahead of. We want to get time. Like I said, so much got moldy. We want to get ahead of time. And I know that this is the place to do it. So if you're listening to this broadcast, go to my Facebook page, share it on your timeline. Go to my LinkedIn. It's Jodee, Jodee Bear, Baer. Share it on Twitter, share it on LinkedIn. Let's make this go viral. Please share it. And I am absolutely compelled to take this awareness and this hope to those that have lost so much. You know, Buckminster Fuller said in his iconic quote, "This is today's context. How can we make this world work for 100% of humanity in the shortest amount of time?" And the humanity right now are the victims that are rebuilding from Hurricane Ian. I will give you my 7 P's that Les Brown gave me way 2 or 3 years ago when I started working with him for this 12-hour day. It's perseverance. Perseverance. You will until, be patient, because help is on the way. Passion. We will do this together no matter what. See, Les Brown says it is necessary. Know that it is you that can do what you can do and no one else. And persistence beats resistance every time. Have power, not only an electrical power, but have power from us, because people will need to hear your story in passion and purpose, and know that we have a plan. I want to declare this right up front, that all proceeds collected from this telethon are going straight from the GoFundMe. And we are going to be taking our crew, our video crew, down to people that Robert Mailer, who is a resident of Fort Myers for 18 years, Robert Mailer and I know we are giving personal funds and we'll be videoing it. So that is hope. We're going to be going down there to film this. This is love into monetary action. As Les Brown says, we truly are a collective community of heart-centered people turned leaders in this case. And we can start today. It is possible. So let the heart-centered work begin. It is my honor and privilege and pleasure to bring up one of those amazing pillars of this community in Sanibel Island. Becky Mulca is a longtime resident of Sanibel. She's a renowned realtor. She's also a wife and mother and a tremendous human being. And I want to say, welcome, Becky, to our telethon. I know you had to really work to get here. It is just lovely to see you, my dear. What would you like to share with our viewing audience?
So I guess I can share a little bit about the storm because I did stay on the island. I have lived on Sanibel longer than I've lived anywhere else in my life. I moved there when I was 21. we stayed on the island. Our house is ground level. Our friends had built a house in the last year and a half, and it was as strong impact rated, wind rated as it possibly could be. And it was elevated extra high with even a master that was another floor up if, there was a storm surge. And we thought that was smarter than our ground level house. Thank God we did. The storm, there were gusts of winds, little mini tornadoes. At first, we're like, oh, look at the coconut floating down, not a big deal. Then it was like, oh my gosh, there's the neighbor's bench. Then there's this floating, there's trees floating down. And as the water rised, my car has a safety feature on it where the windows go down and the hatchback opens up in case you're ever submerged in water. And I had purchased an advent calendar for my dogs and it floated right out the window. And then it's the craziest thing in the world to see water going through your car. And then it finally got over the windows and you couldn't see that any longer. It did come into the ground level up to the entranceway of the house we stayed in. However, all in all, I will say I did feel very safe as this was a new home. Then when we got to our house, well, right after the storm, the morning after, we had not heard from my husband's brother. So we went to and tried to get to Beachview, which is a neighborhood on the island where he stayed with his dogs and his wife, and there was mud and muck everywhere. And something that would have taken us like a maybe 12-minute bike ride took us about a 55-minute walk between bike ride and walk. And we went the main direction. And on the main direction, there was a great big dock in the middle of the road. So we had to go back around and go the other direction. There's trees everywhere. You had to haul your bikes over the trees. You're sliding in this muck. Everything stunk. There was dead fish everywhere. It was awful. It was really, really bad. But luckily, he was safe. He was alive. His wife, his dogs were fine. And then after that had happened, we went to our house, and in our house, we walked in the front door and I was like, what is hitting me? And I realized it was water that was almost up to my shins. And this is, the day after. And I couldn't even video that day because I was just in such shock. And then, and the smell from the muck, it was horrible. And for those who are familiar with mangroves, know that smell every so often, magnify it times 1,000. So from there, we just tried to save as much as we could from our house. We got, I took home about 6 garbage bags full of stuff, but some of it, isn't coming clean because it's just got that stench, and it's one of those things you never ever want to smell again. And so we got to the mainland. I was fortunate enough that my sister-in-law brought us over a boat to use to go back and forth. And on the boat, we thought we would be saving our property. We ended up helping others save their property too. People that we didn't even know, they would, somebody would need a ride and somebody knew we had a boat. The problem is a lot of people, either their boat was out of the water at the time of the storm, or it had so much damage. And so there were days that we didn't ever tell anybody no. We tried to get people loaded on as much as possible. There were days we didn't even get to work on our own house because we were doing runs back and forth from the island to Fort Myers, just trying to help as many people as we could, save as much stuff as they could. One of the biggest things that stand out to me is there was a guy who was like 76, and it was pouring down rain because we had a lot of rain afterwards, and we started putting garbage bags on and started putting our stuff in garbage bags because it was still raining. And I said, oh, I shook his box and I'm like, let's put that in a garbage bag. And I said, oh, there's water in there. I said, let's dump it. I said, I hope it's not, anything important, because so just to back up, you get dropped off at my house, then they have to walk, and they have to walk or ride a bike with their wagon or whatever they're bringing everything back in. And some people, live a half a mile. Some people live 3 miles. Some people live 7 miles. It just depends. And
Sure.
so here's this 76-year-old man with the wagon, and he's like, those are toys for my son. And I said, how old's your son? He's like, he's 26, but he's autistic. And he was so upset because he thought he lost all of his toys. I mean, to me, that's more heartbreaking than my story, because you know what? I'm young, and we worked really, really hard to be on Sanibel. We didn't have help, and we saved, and there was times when I couldn't even buy myself a cup of coffee, and I'm okay. I can start over again because
Yeah.
I've been there, done that. But for these people, a lot of the seniors, they've lost everything.
Everything.
And one of my very, very dear friends, he ended up dying in the storm. He went out, I think, to check on his generator and got hit by a piece of metal. And, you know, his wife is older. She's a young older. I will say she's in awesome shape, but that's her partner. That's her lifelong friend. And that is, to me, more of an impact than my story. I feel like I can rebuild. I'm doing better than some, but I'm doing a lot worse than I could be too, And
Well, and Becky, I mean, for the sake of time, I just want to say one thing, and then I want you to give a just what you want to our viewers. The comments are just flooding in and whatever, because I just want to tell you one thing, Becky. We are here for you. This is why we're doing this, for people like you, for that 76-year-old man and his autistic son. Just in closing, can you just give one word that would mean so much to our viewing audience, because this is going to be replayed throughout this week, all over on media.
Sanibel strong, 2 words.
Oh, and you are strong, Becky. Thank you. As I say in my yoga, namaste, peace and love and joy. And we know those P's with power. You will be Sanibel strong. You'll be back. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now for our commercial break.
Welcome to Confidence Tones, where we use a proprietary audio development formula called audio immersion to provide an experience that's designed to help quickly and effortlessly generate positive change in the subconscious mind when used correctly. This experience is achieved using 4 primary building blocks: brainwave modulation, invocation of positive emotions, immersive imagination stimuli, and developmental suggestion. We know of no other source in the world that provides the synergistic combination. With a good pair of headphones, you'll be able to immerse yourself into audio that's designed specifically to help you feel better, do better, and live better.
That video says it all, but even more than that, Becky Mulca said so much. Becky, I just want you to know, and those of you in Southwest Florida, we are here with you. And our keynote speaker, Kim Jacobs, has been so with me these last 5 months. She is, frankly, I'm going to call her Les Brown's right-hand lady. She's known Les and worked with him for over 20 years. Kim is an award-winning TV show host for many, many years now. I have the pleasure of working with her on the Kim Jacobs Show. You'll see us on Freestyle Fridays every single Friday, but most of all, she is a mom of 5 and she's a philanthropist in her own right with her non-for-profit from her son, Gabe's Heart Foundation.org. Welcome, Kim Jacobs, my heart.
Well, thank you so much, Dr. Jody Bear, for having me and for all that you have. That's the vision that God has given you to be able to help the people throughout the state of Florida. I am honored and privileged to be here. And I want you all, how many of you know, we all know that nothing speaks to crisis more than a natural disaster that's beyond our control. Many of you all that are in the Florida area that's been impacted by Hurricane Ian, you have experienced this firsthand. And really, in my opinion, a Marvel movie could be made after each of you that have experienced this level of trauma and trying to be able to rebuild and keep your families together, trying to find family members, trying to make sure that where is everyone, where all of our material belongings and things that we normally would cherish and people that we cherish are scattered all over the place. There is a quote that Greg said that I thought really kind of sums up the people that I've read about, Becky, that I just heard about, and people throughout the state of Florida. And it says specifically that no matter how much falls on us, we keep plowing ahead. That's the only way to keep the roads clear. Today, I want to talk to you about how we can balance life in the midst of chaos. I'm Kim Jacobs. I'm the Balance Doctor. And I have a show that comes on and I have guests like Dr. Jody Bear and all kinds of people that talk about how they balance different aspects of their lives, what they've had to overcome to become who they are today. But you all in the Florida area know firsthand that it's very generic when you're saying this and you are living it firsthand, and everything that you would normally have to balance is no longer there. So when we think about chaos, I want to give you some inspiration today that I hope will help you on this journey called life. C, I want you to know that your citizenship is not anywhere on any street that you may have resided on prior to your homes and your belongings being washed away. Your citizenship is not in a specific address. For me, I learned that firsthand myself. And I'm not just talking to you from something that I'm creating just as a comment to share with you, but also from firsthand experience. Because citizenship is so important to us. We are members in society, part of the United States of America. We are citizens of the United States of America. So our citizenship is important. But when things like this happen, these type of tragedies, unforeseen circumstances that come that we never ever could have predicted would happen in our lives, that changes our philosophy on citizenship. So I learned that personally because I have 5 children, and we don't allow our children to go and stay at people's homes and hang out and do that overnight. Usually you can go hang out, come back home that night so we kind of know where things are. But on April 9th, 2015, citizenship, the comment I'm still saying to you, became very real in my own life. that was the first night that my 12-year-old son had to stay at a different address. And that address was heaven. So I want you to know that citizenship for me became very different on that day. For me, it made me realize that this is not going to be my permanent home. And Florida is not your permanent home. It's where you live. It's where you do things that you have to do with your family, your life, your livelihood, but it's not your permanent destination. I want you to be encouraged to know that when you're dealing with citizenship, identify who your higher power is, what your higher source is, and connect to that so that you too can have citizenship well beyond anything here on this earth. When I think about H for chaos, I think about healing and the fact that you are going to be able to have to create whatever that time frame is for you to be able to heal. Nobody can dictate to you how quickly you can heal from all of your family and friends and medication and houses and schools and places of employment being stripped from under you. You will have to determine, along with your higher source, what that time frame is and how the healing process looks for you as you all rebuild. And the rebuilding will happen because I can tell you're resilient people. You're people that clearly you have a story to tell. You have a life that is something that is going to be nothing short of miraculous to be able to be the trailblazers that you are. So I want you to know that whatever you have to do to heal, to get the help that you need in this journey as you are going through the rebuilding process, take that time. Surround yourself with people that love you, that care about you, that will just be a listening ear. Whatever you need, make sure that you reach out and ask those that care about you. Like us, we're brothers and sisters in this together. We don't care what your nationality, what your spiritual belief is, what you do pertaining to your sexuality, your anything, you name it. We're not concerned about that. What we're concerned about is you as our brothers and our sisters. We don't care about any of the other components when it comes to, we're here to help you on this journey called life. And we want you to know that we care about you, that we are sisters and brothers on this journey. When I think about A in chaos, because now we've talked about citizenship, we've talked about healing, and you taking the time that you need to heal throughout this journey. Now, A, you're going to be starting another chapter in your life. This chapter is not the end of your story. And I know that over 100 people, their story came to an end on this earth, and all of our stories will come to an end on this earth. But for you, for whatever the reason, you survived this situation, and your story, your new chapter, can only be created and defined by you. What are you here for? What is the purpose for your existence? Why are you here on this earth? There is a reason for you being able to enter into the next chapter of your life. And we all throughout this world will be remiss if we miss out on what it is that God put you here to accomplish on this earth. So look at your new chapter as an opportunity to be able to create something new and to be able to create something that's going to help bless other people in life. Maybe it's something you've never done. Maybe it's something you've been gifted at all along, and the whole world is missing out because you never used that gift or that talent. But now is the time to step up and to use the gifts and the talents that you were gifted with. Because guess what? God trusts you. He trusts you to believe that He put that gift and that skill down on the inside of you, and He wants you to be able to use it to bless somebody else. Now, for everyone watching, not for the Florida residents, this is the O, and the O is for you in chaos. When it comes to O, think about how important it is for us to think about other people. What can we do to help others and to be able to find out what it is that we can do to bless other people? Listen, just for $10, a $10 bill, and I don't know if you can see that, a $10 bill. If 100,000 people gave $10 today, we would already meet our goal of $1 million to be able to help people that lost pretty much everything except for who they are. That's what they have left, who they are. And that is plenty for them to rebuild from, because God, again, trusts them. But that $10 can make a difference in someone else's life. In all of the proceeds, according to Dr. Jody Bear, all of the proceeds are going to help Hurricane Ian relief victims. Now, if you have $100 bill, sow that. So remember, we reap what we sow. I went throughout my house today, and I talked this morning and last night, and I talked to my family, my immediate family, and I said, I want everybody to give something towards this hurricane relief effort. Even my 14-year-old daughter, my 17-year-old son, my 21-year-old son, my 25-year-old son, my mom, they all contributed today. And Gabe's Heart Foundation, that I have in honor of my son that passed away, we keep his heart beating by doing random acts of kindness called Doing It Gabe's Way. We're all contributing to this today, because we want to see this $1 million effort be met to help all of these people. Put ourselves in the situation. Imagine if everything, I can only put myself, Kim, because I have 5 children, 3 of which also live with cystic fibrosis. So when I'm talking to you from experience. I cannot imagine my daughter going without having her medication, my sons going without having their breathing machine, without having their shaky vest to keep their lungs and their airway clearance smooth. That is something, if they did not have electricity, I don't even know what I would be sitting here. I'm sitting here dressed up and trying to represent, but I would be out of my mind. So I can relate that what these people are experiencing, they need electricity. They need funds to be able to have clean water. They need the support of others. Help somebody other than ourselves is the O. And S, I want you to know that this is just simply a season. For everyone that's watching and everyone that's been affected by this Hurricane Ian, this is a season in your life. And God knew the season that you would be experiencing. And in your case, it's truly an extreme season. It's very extreme because you don't have your home to go to. The job that you work so faithfully for, you don't have that there. But I can tell you that if you all bond together and allow brothers and sisters like ourselves to come together and help you, you will rebuild, and you will rebuild better than you were before. Your latter is going to be better than your prior years. I believe that all things work together for our good. For whatever the reason this happened, well beyond our control. But the thing that you have control over is the ability to be able to operate in this season of your life, to the very best of your ability, to use the gifts and the talents that God gave and trusted you with to salt this earth. So I am encouraging you today to balance your life in the midst of chaos. And you too, you're going to get through the other side. And for everyone else that's watching today, take a moment. There are links here. There are links for you to be able to immediately go and sow into this initiative of raising $1 million. All of the proceeds are going to Hurricane Ian survivors, thrivers, people that are still kayaking across water to be able to get to help someone else into their destinations. Think about someone other than ourselves. And I really hope that today I've blessed you to know that we all stand united together as we balance this thing called life. Even in the midst of storms, when it looks like we're out of balance, we're not. God knew the season we would be in. He knew exactly what was going to happen at this phase of our journey. So I hope that you will live the rest of your life, as Les Brown often says, live full and die empty. Do not leave this earth just because of our circumstances and our situations that we say, oh, that's it for me. I'm out of here. I'm calling it quits. I'm done. I'm just going to go ahead and just ride the rest of my life out. No, the whole world misses out if you choose to do that. And we need to hear your stories of survival, Becky, and all of you all that share your stories with us. We need those stories to be able to have more compassion on this earth. So I hope that I've helped someone today by just encouraging you to be able to balance life in the midst of chaos. Thank you, Dr. Jody Bear. You're muted too. You're muted a little bit. So,
My
but we're
goodness.
glad.
There you go. So before you leave, Kim, I want you to come up and give us that acrostic one more time for chaos. That was one I want to repeat. People are writing this down and putting it on their hearts and souls. Please do.
Yes. Number one for C is citizenship. Our citizenship is not here on this earth. This is not our personal permanent destination. H, healing. Make sure you take the time that you need to heal through this crisis. It's your crisis, and no one else can tell you how to grieve or heal through it. A is a new chapter, another chapter. You're going to be starting a new chapter in your life. You don't have a choice. Everything is rubbish. It's there. It's nothing there. So you have to rebuild. And the rebuilding is what God has put in you. So rebuild in a creative way. O was for everyone else. Help others outside of ourselves. And that's where the donation piece comes in. Donate, give what you can give until it hurts. give. And S is season, knowing that this is a season that these individuals are experiencing, and it's very extreme, one that we cannot even imagine unless we're going through it ourselves. But God knew that we would be in this season, and he'll get you through it. I'm Kim Jacobs, the Balance Doctor.
And guess what? Kim Jacobs, I love you with my whole heart. We know, get out those 10s, get out those Benjamins, do what you can do, because only you can do what you can do and no one else. Balance Doctor, I love you so. Thank you, Kim.
Bye-bye.
And the Benjamin, the Jefferson, the Abe Lincoln, the George Washington, whatever you can do. Let's do the deal. And when she said citizens in the midst of chaos, I can say that we have a great guest coming up in a boots on the ground man right after this commercial break.
If there's one thing you should do today, it's wake up and be happy. Before you get out of bed, before you open your eyes, before you reach for your phone, check an email, look at a text, or do anything else, you ask yourself inside your mind, what's going to make me happy today? And you wait for the answer. You lie there, not moving, not thinking about what you have to do or what you should do, but instead think first, what's going to make me happy today? And then wait for the answer, because let me tell you, your body will share exactly what it is that will make you happy that day. Little things can make you happy. Being with your family, spending time with a friend, cooking, baking, doing a craft or a hobby. There is definitely something your body wants to do that will make you happy. Exercising, playing, enjoying the company of others, reading, writing, journaling, working on your next book, meditating, exercising, stretching, having a bath, taking care of yourself, looking after your body. There are so many things that you can do right now today that will make you happy, and all you have to do is ask. Ask yourself, what will make me happy today? Sure, there's lots of things we should do, lots of things we could do, lots of things we feel we're supposed to do, but in truth, what we're supposed to do is do what makes us happy. It's so easy. Every day, wake up in the morning and ask yourself, what's going to make me happy today? And then do that. Go after that. Make that happen. Of course, you got to do all the other stuff, but do what makes you happy. Also, set time aside for it. Make a plan. Structure your day so you get all the things done that you have to do, and then do what makes you happy. Be with your kids. Be with your partner. Be with yourself. Do what makes you happy each and every day, and I guarantee you, guess what? You'll feel happy. Your life will be joyous. You'll trust yourself. You'll recognize the things that you need, and you'll know that your voice and your commitment to yourself matters. Do what makes you happy. That's what it's all about. Eventually, you'll get up every morning and make sure that you do what makes you happy first. And then you'll get on to the other stuff. And then you'll do what you have to do. And then you'll do what you should do. But eventually, over time, if you get up every day and do what makes you happy, pretty much your whole day will become what makes you happy. Your work will make you happy. Your playtime will make you happy. Your chores will make you happy. The things you have to do suddenly will make you happy, because inside, happiness rules. Wake up every day. Ask yourself, what do I need to do to make myself happy today? And do that. Go after that, and happiness will fill your life, and your whole entire day will be filled with that. Happiness, the way we're supposed to be, the way life's meant to be, the way we love to be. Enjoy that and ignite your life with happiness each and every day.
Well, that was our Hurricane Ian video. We will have more. We will have more scenes like this. And the message with those pictures that were before and after, you can see what's going on there. You can see that it was amazing. And the reason we paid the Ignite Your Happiness from one of our sponsors, Ignite Publishing, was because those times making cookies, exercising, going out for dinner, they will be here again. And it will be here again because of the next humanitarian, thinking about an H word, that is coming up right here. Kevin Ruane is the former mayor of Sanibel Island. That was leveled, is the best word. And he is the past president of the Florida Mayors League. He's a major player in politics. He is one of those, as Kim Jacobs said, a citizen in the midst of chaos. And I want to welcome to our event here, our telethon for Hurricane Ian. Welcome, Kevin. Thank you for being here. Thank you for taking out time, for crying out loud. Welcome.
Thank you very much. It's an honor to be here. It's our community. And by introduction, I came here during Hurricane Charlie, and that's how I got involved. I've been involved since then. So it's not only my community, it's where my family lives. This is where we call home.
And so just, it's home. So I'd like you to spend the next 5 minutes, Kevin, just giving us, just like Becky did, her experience. I mean, I just want to give you props, because doers do. And that whole causeway was just knocked down, but you figured out a way, just like we're going to figure out a way, giving those dollars, those $10, those $100, maybe it's $1,000 or more. Maybe it's tens of thousands of dollars. You figured out a way to go ahead and reopen that causeway. Props to you. Boy, what a doer. So just give us a little bit of what happened, but what you're doing right now to regain something down there, please.
Sure. So this works as an emergency management situation. It obviously starts at the state level. And what we do is we camp out in Lee County and we bring all resources together. This is where the federal government, the state, the local are all working together as one team. Whatever the situation is, you talk about infrastructure breaks. We not only had road breaks, we had water breaks, we had electric breaks, we had Wi-Fi breaks. So we look at each situation, assess it, and then go and actually come up with solutions. You're right. We built 4 different bridges in less than 3 weeks. That's what we've done. Again, when we together as human beings come together, put all the partisans aside and work as one team, we can do anything we want to do. And that's what we're doing. It's an honor to be here serving this community.
Kevin, your audio went out. I'm not sure why. Probably the my goodness gracious. Let's I'm gonna unmute you again. Boy, Kevin, I'm so sorry. We cannot hear your audio. I'm not sure why. Between Robert and I, we'll get back to you. Let's see. Try that again.
Sure.
Oh, there we are. Yay.
Absolutely. So honestly, the way this works is you have an operations center that starts at the state and it filters all the way down to local counties. In Lee County, we have the federal, state, and local governments all working together. You look at infrastructure breaks, and they were highways, they were utilities, they were water systems, they were Wi-Fi. So you have the basic things so you can communicate. It's been only 23 days, and in 23 days, we've built 4 bridges. We've restored power to 95% of the areas that we can. Right now, the barrier islands are suffering the most. We also have encouraged and really put that back Wi-Fi into place. And we're also feeding people. The donations, the number of people that have stepped up is just amazing. This is my community. Like I said before, I came here from Hurricane Charlie. That was my introduction, and I haven't stopped helping this community since then.
And it shows. It shows. So I mean, tell us a little more what your plans are, what it's looking like right now. At least we've got a bridge or 3. That's something. What's next?
So right now we got to get rid of debris. That's really the biggest thing, from garbage to obviously household goods to toxic waste. So we're doing everything we can. We have another meeting together on Wednesday to kind of talk about all the resources we can pull together and try to do that. What people want is they want light. They want a place to put their head in at night. And more importantly, what they do is they want to see the garbage out of the way. That is progress. And what we have to give is progress. Without progress, there's no hope. Without hope, we're not going to move forward. So those are the things that we need to do right away. Everything else comes into play. Everyone that needs things, everybody needs something here. And it's just so hard to fathom how many people. Lee County is almost 1 million people during season. We probably have every one of these people down here right now assessing their homes, understanding the situation, trying to get insurance companies in here. You know, this storm is probably going to be in hundreds of billions of dollars by the time we're done with the paying of this and what it's going to do to our infrastructure.
And I mean hundreds of billions of dollars. So when I said that number 75 billion, oh, that's peanuts. We're going up and up and up. And so just in the next few minutes, Kevin, I just want you to pour in, because we have I can't even begin to tell you the comments we're getting on social media, the people that are watching here right now. These are people that really want to be a part. So spend the next 2 or 3 minutes just giving us what we can do for you and what you need, please.
So honestly, what we need, to donate, obviously people need the simplest things. Just imagine you walking out of your home one day and whatever you have in your back is what you have. Nothing else. You don't have the ability to buy another pair of underwear, a toothbrush, deodorant. I mean, the simplest things you could imagine. Many people left their home and they're not going back. Sanibel Island, Captiva, Pine Island, all these people cannot go back to their homes. So just for a moment, think about walking out your door and whatever you have in your back is what you have. Nothing more, nothing less. So just think of the amount of money you would do at a grocery store, at a CVS, at any type of store to try to give you your basic necessities. I can't even stress it enough, because we're blessed in so many ways to have so many things that we do have. But when we have our health, we're able to go forward. And I'm just trying to give people some hope. A hot meal, a hot shower, a bottle of water, some deodorant, simple things. It is amazing what you need. The guest before me was give $10, give $1. Anything you can do to just go in your pocket and realize that you're going to walk into your bathroom and go to the bathroom. You're not going to go in the woods. You're not going to a porta john. You're going to put deodorant on. You're going to take a shower. People can't do those things. That's not what we're able to do in this environment now. It is like any third world country you could imagine, and worse. That's exactly the environment, and so many people are displaced right now.
Well, and I know this living in Florida, what I went through personally, Kevin, but I would like to spend another minute or two, if you have it, talking about, because people say, well, flood insurance and whatever. Like I said in my opening, if you have no cell phone service, you can't get through. It's not like they're going to give you everything just because you're a great guy, Kevin Ruane, and I'm just going to give you your flood insurance. Just give people an experience about how even that works and getting your reimbursements.
So I mean, obviously, you either have a wind event or a flood event. Most people buy their flood insurance from the federal government. It's only $250,000 worth of coverage, and there's more exclusions in that policy than you could think of. I think it'd be a miracle if people get $100,000 for their entire possessions, their contents, for their home, for everything. You can't rebuild with that. I mean, so the National Flood Program has more mistakes in it, more problems than we could even fathom. Today's not the day to think about that, but I can assure people when you go through your policies, and you're right, the adjusters want to understand what the proof is. How do you document something when it blew away? How do you document when my roof is gone? How do you document when I don't have a car anymore or it's 3 blocks over? You just look at the things that people.
Did you say 3 blocks? Did you say 3 blocks? Okay.
Sure. I mean, think about a car going 3 blocks. During the storm, my family actually went to my son's house, and the roof from 2 blocks over landed on my in-law's car and actually hit my son's garage door. A roof from another house 2 blocks over. When you go in the bays, when you look at the waterways, there are hundreds and thousands of boats tipped upside down on people's lawns, on people's pools. They're projectiles. They just have gone where you can't even imagine where they are. And that's what we're dealing with. That's the level of debris, whether it's a car, whether it's a boat, whether it's a roof, whether it's a screen. Simple things are all over the place. It's just blown away. Remember, Category 5 with wind gusts over 180 miles an hour and a storm surge that went from 8 to 14 feet. Think about 14 feet in your house.
Mm-hmm. Think about, as I was over in Tampa a week ago and seeing that all that water that came out of a 30-mile bay went up to you. So in the next minute, just give us just one last thing. And Kevin, I just want to acknowledge you and what you're doing down there and what you're going through, but what you're doing, that's power. You are a citizen in the chaos. And I want to just acknowledge you for finding the time to come online and speak to the people. So any parting words?
Sure. First and foremost, I know that we're United States, we're Americans. You know what? We want to help other Americans. Whatever you can do to help these Americans, they really need their help. Honestly, if you could send money, send money. If you can't, get on your knees tonight and say a prayer. Whatever organization you believe in, whatever faith you come from, please pray for us. Please do everything you can, possibly to try to help us. I can't begin to describe the emotions you go through in every single day. It's heart-wrenching every single day as we go through and we see these things. I'm a human being. I cry, I bleed, I laugh. I do everything you possibly can. But what I do have is courage. What I do have is will. And what I do have is there is tomorrow. And I'm a big believer that we will prevail. We will rebuild. And whatever you can do to help us, I greatly appreciate it from the bottom of my heart.
Kevin, from the bottom of my heart to yours, I want you to stay here a minute while I give you this encouragement that you can take back to people when I introduce Stack the Pack, who's coming from Boston. He's a colleague of mine. I'm going to introduce him because this young man at 29 has 3 million followers on Instagram. You know how these millennials do this, right? And guess what he is doing? He has a digital magazine, and this is going all over the internet and metaverse. You take this back to the local people. Tom Cheshire, a Business Innovators magazine. Our story ended up being Sanders, between Damon Johns and Barbara Corcoran of Shark Tank, for crying out loud. There is Hurricane Ian. That's the kind of publicity that we're going to take this. You have my word, Kevin. We are going to take this from this moment into increasing sponsorships awareness. I'll meet you after I'm back, after the 31st. I'm going to meet you, Kevin, because Robert and I are going to decide where this money today is going. Together, we're going to decide this, because all proceeds go back to hurricane victims, that the people that need it so much. And we can just make that little bit of difference, a little wave in the Atlantic Ocean, in the Gulf of Mexico. But we are going to do this again on November 17th and 18th to create awareness, to create hope, and to just help you any way that we can. Thank you, Kevin, so much. Just an honor and a privilege to meet you, but we'll be seeing you again, okay?
Thank you.
So here you've heard it from two locals, ladies and gentlemen. You've heard it from Barbara Melka, an absolute pillar of realty and a realtor of many, many years in a real estate company that's gone. You've heard it from Kevin Rain, former mayor of Sanibel Island. We can help, and those tears of joy turn into tears of happiness with your contribution. A little bit, a lot, because a lot from a little, as Kim Jacobs said, that $10 bill, 100,000 people giving $10 will do it. And we'll have a tally and a total from the backstage after we hear from the millennial. We call him Stack with a Pack because he has a stack of services. I have the pleasure of meeting him on our audio app and social media app through XP Mentor, one of our sponsors, MYB Publishing, just a month ago. And you know how when people are like really something, they stand out. When they're really something, you know who they are. And frankly, Stack is one of these people. I can tell you that he is absolutely a globally acclaimed businessman and mogul. He's a samurai warrior. He always say, "What's going on?" I think that's a pretty good Stack thing. Then he's only 29 years old. They call him the young wolf. So Stack with the Pack, welcome to our stage. We need your camera on, and I'm bringing you up on the stream. Hey, Stack.
Let's go, Dr. Jody. Look, I'm here. You know, I had to come support. You know, I had to let them know what's going on. Make sure you guys pay attention. Dr. Jody, talk to me. What are we doing today? What are we doing?
So we're going to talk. Okay, let's talk. Stack, we always talk. What we're doing is that we're going to give but I'm going to unmute my mic so we can talk. Well, what's going on? We've heard about chaos. We've heard about chaos in the storm, being a citizen. That's what you're doing. We learned from Kim Jacobs about healing. We've learned must be, I'm not sure where you went again. My goodness gracious, Stack, come back. And I'll throw this in and we'll keep going. We heard from Kim about other people that can make all the difference. And we heard about success. So Stack is on his mobile device. That sometimes happens with StreamYard, but that's what we get when we get live TV. So until he comes back, let's have our next. Oh, then we don't have to. He's right there. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful.
Jody, I couldn't hear you at all.
Yeah, that's live TV, StreamYard. It's kind of like every angle you're going through,
Okay.
What they're going through. So what I said, we've heard about chaos, being a citizen, giving a healing, and knowing that we are that awareness for others, and other people can make a difference. And this is only a season. So what is your message, Stack, that you want to share with the people that need so much? And what do you want to share with our viewing audience? Please share.
I want you guys to realize that, time is limited. You have to cherish everyone around you. You have to make sure you pour into everyone. We're building a community right now. We're building something huge. Me and Dr. Jody, we're building something huge. But listen, this fundraiser right here, you guys got to pay attention. You guys got to sign up. You guys got to pay attention, because guess what? What if this was your family? What if this was you going through this? What if you seen someone that you know that was going through this and you needed their help and they needed your help? What are you going to do?
Yeah.
So I feel like right now is the best opportunity to relationship build, tell a message, and also help out others in need right now. You're only going to get blessed when you help out others. Put your heart into this. Jody, you see what I'm doing. You see what we build every single day. We do this every day, right? So when we're in this community, we build, but we also know what we also do. We want you guys to see what's going on right here on live and go support the Ian Relief. Please support.
Mm-hmm.
Because like I said, Jody, this could be your auntie, your cousin, your mom. What if this was you that had this going on?
Mm-hmm.
You would want someone to pour into you. So pour into it. Because I'm pouring into it, Jody.
I know you are. Stack, what are your plans with, as I mentioned, and I wanted Kevin to hear the word of encouragement, with your 3 million followers on Instagram? This is not just today. We have a plan for the next 3 weeks and on. What is your plan with that and what we are doing to partner with your digital magazine? Please share it with our viewers.
So when we're doing this Hurricane Ian Relief Fund Telethon with Dr. Jody, it's actually going to be featured on Internet Traffic Magazine. We're going to do her a nice spread. We're going to do her a nice interview. I'm going to have the link to Hurricane Ian Relief, so you guys can pour in directly from my platform, from whatever we need to do. But Jody, you're going to be blasted all over the internet. You're going to be the young wolf is going to take his pack and spread it everywhere. Because like Jody's saying, I'm in the new millennial age. I'm in the new digital age. I know what's going on. I know what's not going on. So this is what's going on. The Hurricane Ian Relief Fund Telethon. This is what's going on. Jody, good news. I'll see you soon. You know, Stack's coming soon. So
yes,
let's do it. Let's do it.
Let's do it. Let's do it. So if you are somebody that's watching, say, what can I do? I've donated, but now what Stack is doing with his digital base, I'm just going to say, I'm going to throw one in, Stack. And I know that you're mobile, so hey, it looks great on your phone just to even have you.
Yeah.
But and Stack, I would say this, that everyone knows 5 people. Everyone knows 5 people. You've got your 5 friends, and those 5 can tell 5. You may not have 1 million followers on Instagram, but you can do those 5 friends.
Yeah.
So what do you think about that, Stack?
Okay. So I think you need to surround yourself with those people, Jody.
Yes.
You got to surround yourself with the people that you can make the impact with. It's okay to have 5 million, 2 million, 3 million on Instagram, but what's your message? What are you helping people? Are you uplifting people? Right now, Jody, got me some Vibra. Got me some Vibra right now, and it's awesome. So look, you never know. You never know what's going to happen, but look, Jody, you got to surround yourself with the people that's already in those doors, so that way we can all win together. But I can't wait to see more people pour into the Hurricane Ian Relief. Dr. Jody's doing an amazing job, and I love it. Can't wait to pour in more.
And you know what? If you just keep drinking that Vibra 360 Epicurean coffee, and yes, Vibra is one of our sponsors. You'll be seeing that later on. But Stack, let me tell you something. You take this back to our group on Clubhouse, because we're going to take this and you'll be getting the rest of this digital magazine on Sunday. Stack, I honor you. I honor you that you are the next generation that can and will make a difference. Ciao for now.
Ciao.
So Stack with the pack. Now we're coming to our next break. We're coming to our commercial break from MYB Publishing, one of our sponsors, which is The Power of a Woman. Well, frankly, we played The Power of a Woman, the book that was written by Jay Noland, written when he thought he and his wife Lena were expecting a daughter. Well, they were blessed with a son named Kai, but it's a power of a woman from this perspective of real men. One of the many publications that you get from our sponsor, MYB Publishing. But you'll be hearing this name throughout the event. Les Brown, the iconic Les Brown, wrote the foreword to that book. He wrote it when he was speaking and thinking of his birth mother, Beulah Rucker, and his adoptive mother, Mamie Brown. So he has two mothers, he knows women, and he was supported by both of them. So get that book at MYB today in either paperback or a limited edition on the hardcover copy. I believe there's only 100 left. They will be stamped and signed by the author himself. I thought it was very, very just poignant that we would have the commercial break with the video, The Power of a Woman, because these two powerhouse women coming here on stage, I've had the pleasure of being able to get to know them through these 9 months as we're doing our solo book, as JB Owen, the CEO of Ignite Publications, another one of our sponsors, talks about and gives us these masterminds on how to write your story from what your experiences. Write your story on a business framework. Write your story to help others. This is the power of two women, Anita Adrian and Cheryl Visco. They're up north in Canada. You see, this movement is not just in Central Florida, where I live north of Orlando, down to Southwest Florida. As Nita said so poignantly the other day when we had our speaker meetup on Zoom, she said, this is the message that I want to give, that your neighbors up north are with you. Hurricane Ian victims, we are with you. We are with you when you go ahead and give to those that have lost so much. And what Anita and Cheryl, in their way, their collective way, not only are they writing, which will be an international best-selling book, I know that. They are the feng shui. We call them the feng shui girls. What a beautiful topic where they are going to share when you've lost everything in your sacred space. Where do you start over? Just like Kevin Rain said, we've rebuilt these bridges. We rebuilt this thing called home. I know that with their heart-centered leadership, their heart-centered, absolutely compassionate partnership, they will bring that to these next, goodness gracious, these next 12 minutes. I am so honored to have Anita. Welcome. Cheryl, welcome to our Hurricane Ian just event and telethon for humanity. The stage for the next 12 minutes is yours.
Oh, thank you,
Oh,
Jody.
thank you, Jody. You know what? You are a blessing. We love the connection that we've had with you over the months of creating in that Ignite Publishing platform, and just like we did talk about the other day, we are united. I mean, Canada and the US, we have such a close relationship. And personally, I have been to Florida many times, and I was on that beautiful little island that is now destroyed. I was there 5 years ago. So, those special memories, those special times we hold with us. And there a lot of Canadians, because we get cold winters. Look at us, we're all bundled up here. We actually had snow today. A lot of Canadians, I mean, we flock to Florida to get warm. And so, we're there, we're right there with you. And, we just want to just reach out to your heart space, because the wound for the Floridians affected by this Hurricane Ian, they are running deep, and we can all relate, as we have many
I mean, I look around my home. We have many possessions in our home right now.
Yes.
And just imagine for a moment if suddenly all of your worldly possessions were gone. You know, what would that feel like?
I don't even know if they can imagine that. I can't.
And you know, possessions, they represent our journey of life. They reflect parts of self that we want to show the world and parts of self that we hold close to our hearts. And so just imagine the mental aspects for those victims, those people, of those things that they lost, you know, representing their social status. I mean, their home is gone, you know, representing their value that they bring to the world, their confidence, their success, their accomplishment.
100%,
So
Anita. 100%. And the physical aspects of those things lost also have different representations, right?
Yes.
The feelings of safety and comfort. I mean, as Anita mentioned, we're in the beginnings of winter up here. So safety, comfort for us is huge. For everyone, it is innately built into us. A comfortable bed to sleep in, even your favorite blanket or sweater to comfort your body and mind and your soul. Possessions really have a massive impact on us. So for a moment, close your eyes and just take a really big, deep breath and exhale. And on your next deep breath, feel the gratitude you have for all of your things, all of those things that bring you that comfort, that feeling of safety, that joy.
You know, it's so true. And we don't take those moments, Cheryl, often enough to really appreciate and look around and be grateful for those accomplishments, for those things that serve us. You know, just that simple, you know, do you go to bed at night and say, oh, thank you for that wonderful bed, right? So thank you for that awareness. And, you know, then when we think about all of these possessions, and as I look around my office here, you know, I recognize that there are so many emotions attached to those things. And so, again, for those victims, just imagine the emotional aspects of those things that were lost. So it could be a memory of a loved one that's no longer with them, a memory of that beautiful favorite holiday, you know, a special occasion, a 50th anniversary, a wedding, you know, the birth of the first grandchild. So many of those emotional aspects that were attached to something are now lost. They're gone, right? Those memories of joy, love, admiration. I mean, all of those things, those feelings are attached to something that for them is no longer there. You and I, Cheryl, we still have those. We still have those in our home. And so, yeah, we have to be and feel so grateful for that.
Oh, 100%. Even yesterday, as we're, you know, preparing and how we can help best with this fundraiser and having people realize that they have choices, right? I was getting ready to take the dog for a walk and I opened the front closet and I could choose the coat. I could choose what I put on my head. I could choose gloves. I could choose foot. I had those choices. So we ask you at this moment, wherever you're sitting, take a look at your own possessions and the value that you place on them. Are they serving you?
Yeah.
Okay. So again, we're going to have you close your eyes
Take a deep breath, because we know that there's a lot of emotions being stirred up. A lot of emotions. Now, in your mind's eye, imagine that you're getting ready for your next day of work. You're standing in front of your closet. The doors are open. You're deciding what you're going to wear.
Mm.
What do you see?
Wow. So many choices, right? So many choices, Cheryl. Do you have choices? Yes. Yes, I do. You do, Cheryl. Some of the
Absolutely.
people listening here right now, you have choices. But the
Absolutely.
victims of Hurricane Ian, they may not have these choices. And they've lost all of these things. You know, they're having to recover from the mental, physical, and emotional trauma. I mean, I just can't even imagine what they're going through. And so, you know, is it possible for you and me to donate some of your excess items that you found in your closet? You know, is it possible for you to maybe sell some of those and donate the funds?
I love that.
Yeah. Is it possible that you could donate your time in the community, you know, by maybe aiding and helping to gather some of these items to redistribute them? Maybe you have extra space in your garage, an extra room, some, you know, there's so many ways in which you can use your possessions to help our fellow man, right? To
Humans.
unite,
Yeah.
you know, just to unite and really come together as a community. Ask yourself, what's possible? What's possible?
100%. And there are more ideas. As you've heard Jody say, as you've heard all the other speakers say, we're here to help. Our goal is to raise $1 million. That will be distributed into the community. You have choices. You have many choices, believe it or not, in which to serve the community of the Floridians affected. And we ask that you do choose, take that inspired action to help in whatever way you can. You can share the video links with this telethon. You can invite 5 friends over to your house to watch some of the rest of it. Right? You could challenge 5 friends. I remember doing that in the past. I'm going to donate $100. I challenge you to up that ante. Right? However you feel called to help, because you've been called to help or you wouldn't be watching this.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I love that, Cheryl. And, you know, again, we just want to say thank you to Jody and her team and all of the other incredible speakers that are coming after us today. It matters not, you know, what color your skin is, what social status that you have accomplished, whatever successes, you know, really and truly at the end of the day, it's our heart that we're here to serve with.
100%.
And I'm just honored to be a part of this. And we want you to choose to share as well. So thank you for
100%.
Canada.
Yeah, 100%. Jody, we can't hear you, honey. You're on mute.
I've done that twice. You know, there's very few people that can mute me, but Anita, Cheryl, I can say, I just want to break out in "Oh Canada" and sing, but I won't. I will keep it, which I could do. But ladies, you have your heart. Ladies and gentlemen out there with Hurricane Ian, when it's the right time for you to rebuild that sacred space,
absolutely,
you can do it. Your book will be out. For right now, give what you can. Go to GoFundMe. Let's make an impact of epic proportions like this storm did. Anita, Cheryl, so blessed to have the feng shui girls and the feng shui pros, just pros and professionals. You really are, because you're heart-centered leaders in my life. Thanks so much for sharing.
Thank you, Jody.
Blessings
Bye-bye
to
for
all.
now. Bye-bye
Bye-bye.
for now. Cheryl and Anita, sharing, as Anita said, from what is over up north, where what hurricane? They didn't have anything like that ever. So sharing their experience and strength and their professionalism. So what I'm going to say before we go to our next commercial break, and I have the absolute honor to introduce our next speaker, I'm going to say, this is our GoFundMe total. We have had a $25 donation. We've had a $50. We've had a $5. We got a $2 donation. We got $250. We also got $2,800. You see, since we began, that's the pouring in. So I'm going to say and challenge those of you that have donated that amount, go ahead and see about your friends. See about your friends going in and get those 5 friends, as Anita and Cheryl said, get those 5 friends to up your ante. I liked this. So back to this next commercial break with Ignite Possibilities.
Ignite Possibilities. It's the idea that anything is possible. In fact, anything and everything is absolutely possible. We just need to start believing in that. There's a lot of conversations going on the planet, and one of them needs to be about possibilities. We need to inspire and ignite possibilities in all of our minds once again to believe that things are possible. We can change the planet when we step into the idea that what is possible is absolutely possible, and we can go after that. We can do that. We can dream more. We can aspire for more. We can have more. We can include more. We can create more. We just have to believe it. Start doing it, working in that direction, having that conversation, understanding that what's possible is truly impossible in each of us. Igniting possibilities, that's the idea. That's what we need to start talking about. Ignite possibilities in me, in you, in everyone, in humanity. When we raise ourselves up, we raise each other up. And when we start going after what's possible in our own lives, we give permission for everyone, every single person on the planet, to go after what's possible for them. Ignite possibilities. Ignite a possibility in you. Ignite possibilities in someone else. And we can change the world.
And we are back. I can say Hurricane Ian, guess what? Must have been the gusts that came, as Kevin Wayne was talking about, 150-mile-an-hour winds, gusts up to 180. It must be the gusto and the energy of the gust that's about to come up here on stage to share his experience, his strength, his tenacity, and only as raw and real Christopher Rausch can do. I will say that we got another $100 donation. Way to go. And if I know Chris, which I do, he's going to have a challenge for you. Christopher Rausch is a best-selling author. He is absolutely one of those people. I just call him unplugged. It's the best way. Raw and real. Christopher Rausch is an executive coach, motivational and keynote speaker, but he just brings authenticity to everything he does. That's why he's the #1 podcaster in the professional development space of all of podcasting. Welcome to our telethon, Christopher.
What's going on, Joe D? Thank you so much for having me here. It's an honor to be with you guys today. And thank you for that beautiful, beautiful introduction. I apologize, guys. I have a bit of a cold, so if I sound a little stuffy or get off, I apologize. But this is truly raw and unscripted. This is something that is near and dear to my heart, to be able to be here today with you guys, because, you know, when we get real with ourselves and we get raw with ourselves and we build communities with one another, it's pretty incredible what it is that we can do. So today is raw and unscripted. It's all from the heart. And I just really want to inspire each and every one of you, whether you're a part of the devastation that has happened, or if you're sitting here watching this and you're in the safety and the comfort of your own home. Today, I really want to impart upon everybody in the world that this is an opportunity for us to really show and demonstrate who we are as Americans, who we are as people. And I love what the previous speakers have said. You know, really, this is a time in our life right now where there's so much chaos and uncertainty going on in the world that each and every one of us really has a responsibility and an obligation to do what we can to make this world a better place for each and every one of us. And I invite you to sit there and consider for a moment, like the other previous speakers were saying, you know, like the possessions and everything else. It's pretty incredible what we can do when we realize how much stuff we have and how much gratitude we have in our life for the things that we do have. Just imagine if your home got swept away by a tornado or a hurricane, or here in Southern California, an earthquake, how different your life would be right away. And what's the one thing that you'd want the most? You'd want to know that people care. You'd want to know that everything's going to be all right. I know for me, when I have challenges, the one thing I want to hear is, Chris, everything's going to be okay. Everything's going to be okay. So I want to share a little bit about my story and just talk about resiliency and courage and what we can do together to make this world a better place, and really just donate to the Hurricane Ian victims and what's going on here, because everybody here today is doing an incredible job. And so I'm going to invite you to a little challenge here in a second, like Jody said. But for me, you know, I look at life through a particular lens, right? You know, there's a way we can look through life in a lens of love or a lens of fear. And what I want to invite you guys today to really just kind of shift your lens to see things from a more open perspective. For me, I was homeless at the age of 13 years old. I was a 7th grade homeless dropout. And not only that, I lived in the backseat of a station wagon with 18 cats and 4 dogs with a mother with various psychological disorders. 13 years old, I was doing drugs, alcohol, was on the streets. And fortunately, I survived 2 suicide attempts to ultimately have a gun put to my head and really have to consider what I was going to do in my life. So I'm an expert on no excuses. I'm an expert on resiliency and courage. And I want to inspire you guys today to really think about your journey. Think about your journey right now. Have you survived 100% of the things that you've been through in your life? Yes. And when you look back on your life, when have you grown the most? When things were challenging or when things were easy? Of course, when things were challenging. So when you think about that, this devastating time that the Floridians are going through and the world is going through right now is an opportunity for us to sit there and shift our perspective and see things from an opportunity to say, hey, what am I supposed to learn from this? What am I supposed to grow from this? How can I encourage myself to see things a little bit better so that on the other side of this tragedy, I can have more blessings and more gratitude for the simple things in life? You know, you think about it. We go back to the pandemic and there wasn't any toilet paper. People didn't have toilet paper. Wow, I'm grateful for toilet paper. And so for me, going through that opportunity of being homeless and on the streets, digging through dumpsters for my food, and ultimately having that gun put to my head and realizing I've got 2 choices in my life. I got a couple of choices. I can either get out of here in a coffin, which is one of the situations that was going to happen. I can get out of here in a police car because I was doing bad things, or I could start to take responsibility for my life and do things for myself and really commit to going through those challenges. So ultimately, I did go back and got my GED at 18 years old. And then from there, I spent 12 years in college and got my master's degree. And from that point, I took all the tragedies and all the failures and all the mistakes and all the heartbreaks and everything else, and I started using that as momentum. I started to say, what can I do from this? And so I invite you guys out there to really think about what's your purpose in life? What is it that you're here to do and how are you here to serve? And using your gifts and the things that you've been through to say, hey, listen, I've learned that lesson. I've been through that. Let me pull you through that. Let's pull each other through together. Because I'm going to say this, and I'm going to be very serious about this. I don't care if you're black, white, straight, gay, Republican, Democrat, asexual, bisexual, anything. I don't care about any of those labels. Together, we all are the same. You take a room full of people from different cultures, you split us down the middle, we're all the same. And so we have a responsibility to treat one another with that respect and that dignity, and be able to have that ability to go out there and say, hey, listen, can I donate $5? Can I go donate $10? Can I sell some stuff? Can I do a fundraiser? Can I do something that says I care about my fellow humans, instead of just sitting there saying, well, they've got this and they've got this and they've got that. When you sit there and you turn around and you sit there and you really think about what it is that you can do, I know for me, and my success in life has happened because I go out there and serve each and every day. I wake up with the intention to sit there and say, how can I make this world a better place for who I am and what I do? And together we can really rewrite the history books of what's going on in our world today. My son's 5 years old. And what I would love for him is maybe in high school, or his kid comes up to me one day when I'm 90 years old and he says, you know what? You guys back in 2022 and 2023 and 2024, you guys really got your stuff together and were able to collaborate and change the trajectory of the world. It was divisive, and I read in the history books and this and that, but then all of a sudden community started to come together. People started getting uplifted to the fact that when you pull together and we all build as one and we all rise as one and we pull each other up, it's pretty incredible what we can do and what we can enjoy in this world today. So I invite you to really consider where you're at in your life. And if you have benefits and you have things that are going on, reach into your pockets and go out there and do these things for these people. I mean, the devastation that has happened with there is just heartbreaking. And I know for me, I'm actually on the board of directors for Help Heal Humanity, which is an amazing organization. And we build schools in Haiti and all over in Spain and Colombia, and actually in Ontario, Canada. We do those things, and devastation you see is one thing, but when you go there and you help people and you see and you look in their eyes and they know that you're there to care and that you're there to make things happen for them, it's amazing. And the resiliency and the courage that we can all face and rising above and saying, listen, I'm not going to be a victim anymore. I'm going to stand up and I'm going to choose to see this world from a different perspective. And I'll tell you this, I have a tattoo on my arm. I'll show you. It says, what doesn't kill me only makes me stronger. And I want you to really kind of take that and write that down and say, Chris, from this tragedy, from this experience, I'm uplifted. And I'm going to say that no longer am I going to have that victim mindset. I'm going to sit there and say, through this challenge and through this opportunity, I'm going to rise above and I'm going to go out there and commit to making this world a better place. Because when you look in the eyes of the kids in the world today, when I see my son playing with kids in this baseball game, I get choked up thinking about how this world could be so much different for them, and how they don't need to inherit, a bad situation. And together we can rise above and build one another up and be able to do it as what we can. Because I'm sitting here today, going through all sorts of different devastating times in my life, to sit there and be, the person I am, impacting thousands of people all over the world and continuing to do so. My goal is to change 1 million people's lives before I die. And at the end of the day, I sit there and I look at this opportunity for all of us right now to sit there and look within ourselves and say, you know what, no longer am I going to do this. And what we can do is we can band together and go out there and do things in our communities and do things for the Floridians. And for my challenge for you guys is, if you got inspired from this particular talk right now, if you donate $200, reach out to me and I will give you an hour of coaching. And that's a super deal. If you donate $200, I will coach you for an hour and I'll make sure that we work on whatever situation you have going on. And together we'll give you an action plan for what it is that you can do, because I'm the no excuses coach. I'm the unstoppable guy. There is no way that you couldn't sit with me for an hour and not be inspired to go out there and do more with your life and just shift your perspectives. And that's the gift. All my challenges and everything else have happened for me to be able to have this conversation with you guys today, to be here to share this. And the fact that we can go out there and give those people hope, we can give them prosperity. We can let them know that we care. It doesn't matter about what lines and, they live here. And no, together, let's rise up and make this world a better place, because that's our responsibility to our children. That's our responsibility to ourselves. And to be able to have that resiliency and that courage, when I think about, most people's problems, when I stand on stage, I ask people what their problems are and they go, money, money, money. And I'm like, okay, check this out. And I want to just dovetail on what the previous speaker said. And I'm like, who here can use $1 million? Oh my God. Yeah, $1 million. Everybody thinks it's like Oprah. I'm like, I'm gonna give them money. I'm like, okay, they're looking under their chairs and everything. I'm like, okay, $1 million cash, no taxes. You give me your eyesight. Everybody, I've seen thousands of people like, no. I'm like, wait a minute, you guys just said $1 million would change your life. And I'm using a condensed version of this. Okay, 500,000, $500,000 right now. Who wants it? People are raising their hand. I'm like, okay, all things being equal, you give me your legs. Give me your legs. $500,000. I got friends in wheelchairs. They're amazing. Nobody does it. I'm looking at all these people. I'm like, wait a minute. You guys were all excited thinking about money was going to change everything for you. And they're like, So here's what I invite you guys to do. When you wake up tomorrow morning and your eyes open and your feet hit the floor, you're $1.5 million ahead of the game. Whatever devastation you're going through right now is not permanent. What doesn't kill me only makes me stronger. And I get choked up about this because, together people helped me when I was homeless. and, gave me food, gave me money, gave me a place to stay, gave me opportunity. People believed in me for me to be that person that I am today. And without those people reaching out to me, I wouldn't be reaching out to you. So I implore you to do what you can in your communities for Floridians and for these amazing people on this telethon. I'm Christopher Roush, the No Excuses Coach. Do it.
Do it.
Thank you.
But don't leave. Don't leave. Because you know what? That raw and scripted and responsibility. Christopher, guess what just happened on Clubhouse?
What happened?
See, it's that one person. Somebody texted me back and said, anything raised today, he will match it up to $50,000.
Dude. Who's that person? I want to personally thank him.
I will let you know backstage. Yeah. He wants to remain anonymous, but is that just raw and extracted? Let's just do it. Everybody knows we've got comments going like crazy. We've got people watching on every single platform. Share this on your Facebook. Share this from my LinkedIn platform, which is Jody Bear, my Twitter, my Jody Nylander Bear. Share it from my business standpoint, from Wellness Coach Jody. Share this link on YouTube. I will say Christopher and I are doing a raw and scripted Tuesday. I'm going to take a nap before we do your podcast at 10 p.m. Eastern, and it's 7 p.m. Pacific. We will be talking up none of this, but right here, right now. And I'm going to say, Christopher, go ahead and just get those donations as you take your son to the pumpkin patch, okay?
Oh, yeah.
Let's do this $50,000. Much love and honor for what you do in the world. That is a great offer to get Christopher Roush for your donation. He didn't do that, but he's going to do it for you. Contact me at Health Coach Jody. You can contact Christopher. How can they get in touch with you for this offer?
They can go through you or just go through noexcusescoach.com. They can check it out. They can send me a message. I'm on all socials and everything else. It would be my honor to help other people and to pay this forward. And thank you so much for having me here.
Oh, thank you. And I can say, we'll see you Tuesday, and let's go get that 50 grand. Maybe in the next hour. Let's do it. Thanks.
Let's go get it.
I mean, if that didn't energize you, that energized me. $50,000. I want somebody to keep putting this. You're watching this. Put that in the comments wherever you're watching this. If you're watching it on Traverse TV at watch.traversetv.com, you can't make comments, but you know what you can do? You can make comments when it comes to Facebook. As I said, Jody Nylander Bear. It's right there, Jodee. Okay, absolutely amazing. You can go ahead and do that wonderful opportunity to go ahead and do that link. You can get in touch with me, drjodee.com. I will get you the link as well for Christopher. But more than anything, I want that stationary banner up here. It doesn't matter who we are at this point. It matters what we're doing together. I want that stationary banner that says GoFundMe. Let's go fund me so we can give them to them. Let's go fund this organization. Let's go get this $50,000. Let's go get this in this next hour or two, shall we? Because we will make a difference. When I got that message across my phone, if I'm looking down at y'all, that's when I knew people are getting a hold of me like this. And guess what? I think of what Les Brown says in his iconic quote. It's possible to open up a whole new future for them. Know that is you that hold the keys to your future, and you hold the keys to that $50,000. You hold the keys so that you can go within yourself. Then I did this, as Cheryl and Anita said, the alignment duo, the feng shui girls, have your people up that ante and match that. See, all we have to do is believe this, and it is possible. So I will say, without a doubt, we will be getting back to one of our It's Possible speakers from the Les Brown community right after this commercial break from Business from Home.
Inflation is going through the roof. Food prices, gas prices, housing prices, insurance, everything. The average family is feeling the pinch. So what can you do? Ask your boss for a 20% cost of living wage increase? That won't end well. Fall for a get-rich-quick scheme? There are people who you can rely on to show you how to make money in a home-based business. Give us a chance to walk you through how it works. It's not really that complicated. You just have to find the right opportunity and the right people. Visit www.humongous.com/TV and submit your information. Maybe we can help. Billions of families are wondering how to work from home and earn extra income.
In this economy and thinking about business from home, I can personally attest that Peter Mingles of businessfromhome.net and Humongous Ads and Humongous Classifieds, what he does for small business is second to none. Peter and I have done our radio show at Building Fortunes Radio for the last 8.5 years. This will also be viewed on Flagler TV. So reach out to Peter. You'll see this information about him and, frankly, the people that have been displaced. What a better way to create, once you get on your feet, is to create a business from home. And I'll tell you, our next speaker, Kendall Myers, is doing his business with a picnic with his family. He had a prior commitment, but Kendall is just an amazing young man. I've had the pleasure to be in his inner circle with Les Brown Coaching, going on now 1.5 years. Kendall is a student. He is an amazing individual and human being. Now I think he's doing something with the Atlanta Hawks because he's industrious, he's innovative, but most importantly, he's one of those it's possible speakers that will bring it from the heart. So welcome, Kendall, to our Hurricane Ian Relief Fund.
Thank you, and apologize for the background noise. Yes, I'm at a church picnic. We're doing apple picking right now, but I definitely could not pass up this opportunity to bless people with encouragement. My name is Mr. Overcomer. Every mountain that I come across, I get over, and I also show people the path up the mountain. I published a book last year called I Am Motivation, I Am Success, Inspirational Quotes to Unleash Your Greatness. And I planned on reading more quotes than one, but I'm not really stationary right now. I'm just going to read one good one, and I'm going to go from there. Allow faith to lead you to your destiny when it's hard for your eyes to see the finish line. Everything is about faith. Everything is about tapping into your inner being when things are going so wrong. It's about uniting with the right people and delivering, being able to connect and bond and feel the passion that people going through. And I'm live in Georgia, which is 3 hours away from Florida. And I'm just here to say, I'm here with you. No matter how far, no matter what I have going on, my heart goes out to each and every one of you. I pray for each and every one of you. I'm here to help, uplift, and dedicate whatever I have to make the people that was involved in Hurricane Ian build again. Know that faith is never not an option. Everything that you have is inside of you. God put us in these deep, dark, mysterious moments. I said, yes, God, because God has control over the whole universe. So everything that you go through, when it don't kill you, it makes you stronger. That's what Chris said. If it don't kill you, it makes you stronger. So this is a rebuilding moment for life, for environment, for society, for us to elevate, for us to be great together as one. Mental health, mental illness is striking everyone, no matter what color, no matter what religion, no matter where you live. It is time for us to be who we are, to be what we meant to be. God created everybody with a purpose. You woke up today, you have a big purpose on your life. It is meant for you to deliver that purpose full force, 100%, no matter what. No matter what you go through, no matter how hard the circumstances is, it is a light at the end of the tunnel. It's so many people that been through so much. Look at people like Les Brown. Look at people like Chris. Look at people like Jody Bear, for putting on an event to show people that we do care. We don't have to be family, but we are family. We are all in this together. We all go through things. We all go through hard times. So it is time for us to be all at once, all together to unite. We have to stop fighting one another. We have to stop judging one another. You don't know what people go through. You don't know the hardship that people really go through. So just take the ego away and be a God-sending person. We are all we are all under one umbrella. No matter what race, no matter what religion, no matter what you don't, what matter what it is, God will always be there with you through all the deepest, darkest storms. I lost my father at the age of 20 to stage 4 lung cancer. At stage 4 lung cancer. I could not believe that it took me to get out of a very dark place where I didn't know how to love, where I was depressed when I didn't know it, when I was stressed out when I didn't know it. And God allowed me to experience these emotions so I can help people out of these emotions. So everybody that's affected by this hurricane, everybody that's affected by the past hurricanes, we are here for you. We are here to uplift, to unite, and be a part of your family. Whatever you need, we are here. Please donate. If it's $1, if it's 5, if it's 10, if it's $100, anything matters. It's people that lost everything. Their house, their home, their animals, their cars. Everything is gone. So if we need to give the last shirt, the only shirt off our back to help people out, it is that time. It is time to step out and get out of ourselves to help one another. It is that time. It's time to step up and be bigger than yourself. Your why is always bigger than you. What is your why? What drives you? What drives you when you wake up in the morning? What drives you when you go to sleep at night? What drives you? First thing first, be a servant, be a giver, be a deliverer. Do not be afraid to help. Do not be afraid to just hold the door, say hello, feed the homeless. Do whatever you can to uplift one another. It is time for us to unite. It is that time. I appreciate being on this platform. And like I said, I really wish I could have been stationary, but I'm here multitasking, being a part of with my church family and also being a part of my new family. We are all in this together. We are all one. We are all whole. God bless you. God keep you and stay strong. Keep your faith, keep your wisdom, and keep your focus. It is not over. It is not the end of the road. This is a new beginning. This is a new chapter. What don't kill you makes you stronger. Turn that pain into power. You have to go through the storm to get through the storm. Stay safe. Stay stay promoted to your vision. Stay promoted to your cause. Always uplift. Always go for what you know. And I gotta wrap it up a little. I'm gonna wrap it up a little bit early, but I love each and every one of you. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. This has been amazing. I'm glad that I'm a part of this. I'm in this together. We are in this together. Stay safe, stay blessed.
So, Kendall, we will stay safe. We will stay blessed. That was so beautiful what you said about your church family, but this is a global family. We'll be hearing this as well. And so thank you for just going around taking a donation with those church families. So we're not raising $50,000 here in the next, because we're getting matching funds. Can you do that for us?
Absolutely.
Absolutely. You are a blessing. You are a blessing in so many ways. Thank you for sharing your experience, your strength, and your hope in such an amazing way. and we'll check in with you soon.
All right, love y'all. Stay safe.
So, see those pictures? See what we're seeing here with Hurricane Ian? It is pretty amazing. It is pretty amazing to think that people called it Mother Nature. I call it something that I don't ever want to see again in my life. For real, for real. So, what we're going to be doing now, and I just want to put this out that we got this anonymous donor that said they are going to donate and match up to $50,000 during this day. We know that we've just started going ahead and getting this money. Let's go ahead and say that we've done it. Let's go ahead and say that we've matched that 50,000 here in the next 2 hours. If anyone can, we can. And frankly, I know we can. We will make a difference. Kendall, I loved your heart. You're going to be sharing and asking your church family at a picnic how to do this. And this man came into my life through Ignite Publishing. And this man went ahead and absolutely said, being a former youth minister, you could just kind of tell he was going to make a difference. When you're around Tom Cheshire, you just don't know what's going to happen. We have a mutual connection with my coach and mentor of the last 8 years, Jay Nolan. And he said, I would just like to be on the phone when you and Tom are talking and see if anybody listens. I just thought that was so adorable. And it's really true because he just is a man on the move. But it's not just his words. He is a man on the move with his vision and action. He is the man who is behind people. You see press release. You see the press release that's on the top of my Facebook page. You see the press release that's there with Business Innovators Magazine. As I said, Hurricane Ian and our spread is between Damon Johns and Barbara Corcoran of none other Shark Tank. because he's a shark. Tom Cheshire is a shark who is a shark with a heart. He is one of the reasons that we are on Traverse TV. He was the one that reached out to me. He said, "Do you want to do this?" And I said, "Yes, I do. Yes, I do." Because you do things because of each other. That is what I am knowing that each of you are going to do with this link, GoFundMe.com, across here. And remember, I've said it like 9,000 times. I'm going to say it 9,001. All proceeds from this are going, did I say all? I said all proceeds are going straight down personally to these Hurricane Ian victims. They're going to those most affected. We are going to seek these people out, people we know, because the government is doing things, but we know government, they take their time. We are personally assessing because it's the private sector that can and will make a difference. So I'm bringing up Tom Cheshire right here and right now, and I can tell you, he is the glue, the super glue behind what so many of us do. Rise Up Marketing and Media, Rise Up San Antonio, and Rise Up Radio. And this press release, go check out and share that link. It says how you can get involved. It says what you can do, and it says how people can be and make a difference. And Tom, welcome to our telethon. You truly make a difference.
It's amazing, Jody, once again, to share a room with you. Can you hear me?
I certainly can. Breaking news. You are the breaking news man. Take it away. The next 12 minutes is yours, Tom.
Thank you so much once again, for allowing me this opportunity to come in here and support you and support this great cause. Every one of us now and then needs some relief, and been in situations such as this, whether it's been a flood, a hurricane, a tornado, all of us can relate to that time of disaster in our life when we needed somebody. We needed somebody like you and somebody like all the people you're associated with to come through and support us and love us and throw their arms around us and really care. So the vision that you have is not just a vision for you. It's a vision for each and every one of us. It's a vision for all the people that live in Florida. I have a lot of friends in Florida that were affected by this. They went through that. And, in that situation, to hear the story of coming back. And I believe that everybody there is going to be coming back in and being a part of something great. So as we do to raise money, for such a time as this, we need to come in and realize that we're not just here for one reason, we're for the reason of all mankind. It's all about, to me, what we call the kingdom of heaven and heaven on earth, to bring that experience to people, because the kingdom of heaven is within you. It's in with each and every one of us. And as a part of the human race, and like Buckminster Fuller calls it, spaceship Earth, we can all be a part of that. We can all rise up to inspire, connect, transform the lives of people that live in each and every one of our cities. But today we gather for a worthy cause. We gather for a humanitarian cause, a cause that each and every one of us are coming into grounds with. And as a PR person and PR director for a lot of different businesses out there, I'm bringing in everything I got to support you and to support this cause. Whether it's Business Innovators Magazine, Small Business Trendsetters Magazine, Florida Press Wire, Traverse TV, the list goes on and on and on. Money and You, everybody's coming together in support and love for the mission on earth. So we just really want each and every one of you to take an opportunity to do one thing right now today. And that's just really to give yourself a great big hug. I want you to love yourself. No matter what situation has arisen in your life, and so many people lost everything, and so many people basically, are affected in one way or another through family members, businesses, whatever it is. I just really want you to take a minute and tell yourself that you are enough, you are worthy, and you are a part of all of us. So I would love each and every one just to throw your arms around yourself and give yourself a great big hug. And then to know that we are going to be there, and we are here today, and we're going to be there 4 days. in the month of November to share our love with you and for you in a time like this. Because as entrepreneurs like Jody, myself, and people that come here to you, we believe in you, and you know that we have your back in some way. Whether we raise $1 million, I'm praying for $2 million. I'm praying for $10 million. We're not done yet. We're not stopping. That might be just a drop, like a pebble in the water. But what that pebble will do will create a tidal wave that will come to aid, to bring hope and inspiration to each and every one of you, to let you know that you are not alone, that this is not you. It's all of us feeling and grieving and looking. And I watch the news and I look at the devastation. I read the devastation. So I wanted to make sure that I put that article, that newsworthy story about this in Business Innovators Magazine. And then I'm going to be sharing it through major media networks later on this week. So my message to you today is simply one of hope and inspiration. One of that we're together in this, because we're a part of you and you are a part of us. Don't give up hope. Don't give up faith. Faith is the substance of things hoped for, the evidence of things not seen. And by it, people have gained a good report. We want to end this thing, we want to have a good report for you. We want a glowing report for you. We want this story to be out there. We want this story to be shared. We want everybody to see that all of us are in together, united together and standing together as one nation under God, indivisible, for liberty and justice for all. We know that this money that we're raising and we're pulling together is really a pebble in the drop of the water of the pond that's going to have the rippling effect across the world. And I guarantee you this, we are here for you. We are here with you, and greater things than this that we're doing today are going to come your way. Please hold on. Hold on to what you got. Hold on to who you are, and hold on to the fact that we're there for you. I know in the great state of Texas, I live in San Antonio, Texas, the great state of Texas sent emergency supplies. We sent the CPS Energy came over there. All this is coming together. And now that you're having the infrastructure come back to at least where you can move around, get around, we want to know that we want to be there for you. So we want to say, by the bottom of our hearts, God bless you. God be with you. And most of all, God be in you. To do what we need to do is going to take each and every one of us, from Clubhouse, Traverse TV, major media platforms, 750 major media outlets are going to be sharing your story. We want this to be heard and seen everywhere in support of who you are. So my prayers are with you. My heart goes out to you. And I want to be the person that shines the light on the glory of what is yet to come in your life, in the people you live besides life, and in your city and in your state. So thank you for giving me this opportunity, Jody. I'd love to, if you have any questions, anything else, I'm here for you.
But because you're here for all of us, Tom, and I love your idea. You're such a visionary, and we're going to be out with Dame Doria and Money and You. I know we're going to be putting this out, and I know that it was your idea to do days 2 and 3 on November 17th and 18th. Give our viewership some ideas of who they will be hearing from and who the clout is with their mission and vision and their donation capabilities as well.
Yeah, I have millionaires and billionaire friends. I'm the PR for Money and You, Dame Doria Cordova, JB Owens, a whole list of people that are going to be speaking at this event. I am meeting with Byron Nelson, who is a major mentor and also an ex-baseball player, coming together. I am right now fixing this week to fly over and meet the governor of Colorado and the mayor of Denver, Colorado. I'm fixing there's a fashion show, all this stuff. Now, I just really want to take this mission, at that time and that opportunity as I rub shoulders with greatness to share the need. It's one thing to show up for yourself. It's one for me to go put on a tuxedo and go. And matter of fact, there's even a comedy deal. I'm meeting a major comedian. We're going to be ushered into 3 of his shows, meeting with the governor, the mayor, like I said, just a whole bunch of great people, and I know on your show, we have got the governor of Florida. We've got the mayor. We've got people on your show already, and we will have more. You'll hear from Dame Doria tonight. You'll hear from Camille Robb tonight, fabulous Camille Robb tonight. But also the 17th, 18th, I'm wanting to bring in more. Pastor Ben Graham of the Billy Graham Film Festival will be speaking for this event and supporting us with everything they've got. So there's other great people that are wanting to surround themselves and show their love. And so I'm really looking for adding more and more and more to those 2 days. So you just wait. We are going to have the time of our life sharing all about the goodness and the mercy of God's love in us, working through us. Because surely goodness and mercy shall follow me all of the days of my life, and I will dwell in the house of the God, the presence of God, every day. So I appreciate this time with you. But there's great things to come. There's just the possibilities are endless right now. And as I'm speaking and visiting with these people, there's people that are actually going to be at Money and you're going to be able to meet, that is Kingdom on Earth. And what they're doing in this world today is spectacular. So there's help on the way. Just get with us to do this together for all mankind.
Tom, I truly, truly love you, love what you do, love your heart. Thank you for sharing this, and we'll see you soon. I promise you, it will be a great one. And thank you for the backdrop. Leave it to you. Go check out Business Innovators Magazine. Share that article. Never know who it'll be in the hands for that. And absolutely, it will be absolutely amazing. Thanks,
This
Tom.
article with this on here will be in Small Business Trendsetters the first part of next week. Then we're going out to 300 and 600 major media networks after that. So hold on. We got you coming. We got your back. We're going to get some attention to the greatness. Thank you, Jody Bear, for doing this and sharing your heart and love and inspiring each and every one of us to do the same. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. And what we'll do, we'll be right back. I wanted to give a little segue in. The StreamYard is having a little bit of glitches here, but you saw that video with our backstage crew with Melanie Summers, who's our project manager, and myself. Being America's top foundational health coach, I have been honored to create a book, Ignite Your Foundations of Health. Not only have we both been in a couple of publications with JB Owens, but it's an opportunity. And you talk about the health and wellness of the people that have been affected in Southwest Florida. I can say, as we're doing this book, an ongoing contribution will be coming from this book as well. So if you want to ignite your story about you, your health, reach out. We'll be there. We'll be there. And we will be back with this commercial break after, and I will introduce the incomparable Josh Payne. Our next sponsor is Vibra 360. thank you, Traverse TV, for giving us this honor. You know, you can share it. If you're a part of Facebook, go ahead and share this telethon. Share it to your feed. Share it on LinkedIn. Share it on Twitter. You will find it all. JODEEBAER. And you can find it on my business page, Wellness Coach Jody. And you can also find those great products at vproducts.store. vproducts.store. All of the proceeds of the Vibra products are going to be sold in the next 3 weeks will be going to Hurricane Ian relief. Doesn't everybody need health and stress? Doesn't everybody need health right here, right now? And doesn't everybody need a dose of Dr. Forbes Riley? Now, that doctorate is one that she got because of a Lifetime Achievement Award. She pours into people. She's one of the busiest women on planet Earth. She is absolutely one of a kind. We're all one of a kind, but Forbes needs no introduction. She just didn't put her resume out. She put it on the wall of fame that started when she was a young woman with Bob Hope. And it goes to this day as she's passing on her legacy of businesswoman, entrepreneur. Forbes Riley really rocks. Everything she does turns to gold because she's golden. Not only is she golden, but her heart is golden. You know her as the queen of pitch, Forbes Factor, all of this, but she is going to give a special message today. I'm so honored that she is here, not only Dr. Forbes Riley with a Lifetime Achievement Award, but she's here with her daughter, McKenna. I said to her today on her feed on Facebook, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. It is my delight, my pleasure, and my honor to bring not only Forbes up with her Forbes Factor, but the magical millennial McKenna Riley as well. Welcome to our telethon.
Hey, Jody. Hey, everybody. I'm here in my TV studio, as you can see up here. And I'm here with McKenna, my little Forbes hat. And we've got all of our paraphernalia. We thought we'd auction off one of these to one lucky guest who's willing to donate $500 or more to the charity. Hello, to raising money for everybody here in Florida. We're in, by the way, hello.
Hi.
You're not a millennial, though. What are you?
I'm Generation Z.
And I'm generation a lot older.
Baby boomer.
Don't call me a baby boomer. It sounds ancient. All right. So the reason that we're a little late, and massive apologies, is that we are in production for something extraordinary and lost track of time. And that's probably one of the craziest. I lose track of time, don't I?
Well, it's hard. If you don't have windows, we don't have windows in the studio, you never know what time it is.
And so one of the reasons that we hopped on here, number one, we love Jody, what she's up to. Jay, his product Vibra, we're all sponsoring this thing. But here's the thing. 5 years ago, the hurricane came right over our house. And we were doing a training. We do these masterminds and we teach people to pitch. You remember that?
I do. We had a lot of people sheltering in our home. And during that was back in Hurricane Irma. We usually open up the studio for hurricane relief so that people will come here because we have a generator and it's 28 feet above sea level. So,
you know what I just put together? Hurricane Eyes, Irma, and this one is called Ian. The eye of the storm. How crazy is that? And so we're here, number one, to raise funds. And it's very important. I'm the queen of pitch. I'm going to pitch you on the fact that you don't realize how devastated people are. We are insanely lucky. A couple of years ago, 5 years ago, it went over our house. We were out without electricity for 5 days.
Yeah.
The crazy thing for us, though, is that we had all of these people fly in for a mastermind. There were about 10 people who'd never met, and they were stuck in my home. We boarded up the windows. Josh, love of my life, was the last flight in. We were just kind of dating. He came in as the camera guy and couldn't leave. And I know, remember how devastating it was? We were taking cold showers. We couldn't plug in our cell phones. Oh, no. Well, what I watched down in Fort Myers and in Naples was these tsunami waves wiping out people's lives. And I'm going to tell you something. We have pictures, and Jody, you shared a slide deck with me that I would love to bring up because I don't think you realize insurance, and I don't know how to say this, not as a scam. Did I say that out loud? I don't know what the whole thing is about.
It's really sad because insurance companies for flood insurance in Florida only cover up to about $260,000 worth of damages, where most of these homes are well over that and they can't afford to fix them. And so watching that's something that we've always been, as Florida residents in a flood zone, we live below sea level, have always been terrified about, is that if the storm comes one day and it hits us, we're done. Like, if we didn't have the resources and the money and the effort to be able to fix it, everything that we have and love would be gone. And that's what happened down in Fort Myers. And I have friends who live down there, and people, and watching them lose everything that they've ever worked for, just gone over the course of a week, and people still dealing with the flood in their house. And to the idea that they will never be able to make up for what they lost because insurance is not going to cover it. Try get in contact with an insurance agency in Florida right now.
I had a pantry. I'm still waiting 2 years later to get the money for the pantry that flooded internally. One of the guys came in and broke a pipe, and my computer was on the floor. Everything in our pantry, we have a lot of expensive vitamins, all gone, a fair amount of money. And then we had to leave while they were fixing it and incurred all those expenses. The insurance company went out of business. And I don't know if we're ever going to see our claim. I'm having an issue with my roof right now. I'm not sure what the rules are about all this, but I do know how devastating it was. You know, when you were little and we were living on Bayshore, a bad flood, I don't know if it was just a hurricane back then, probably 10 years ago. It was
just a rainstorm.
Might have just been a rainstorm. We were living on the water, and our pool was on the water. You know, that water, we had a beautiful dock. I am in the house on the second story, and I remember holding my kids. The pool water is going into my living room, destroyed the whole bottom floor. The piano is there. I'm like, and we had insurance and it covered things back then, but it wasn't that big a deal. Jody and Dan, I believe you have video or a slide presentation. I want you guys to experience. Imagine everything that you have. Your car goes floating away. I mean, it's beyond devastating. We all work to have a sense of security, work well for our families and retirement. People living on the beach. It may not be a great idea moving forward, but that's where they were when this happened. Jody, we can't hear you. Unmute, Jody.
Oh, yes. We have to unmute again, don't we? So at any rate, my dear, thank you so much for what you're doing and with your busy schedule to come here, because I know your heart. And frankly, Dan, and then we'll bring you back. Can you bring up that Hurricane 2 video, Dan? We'd love to see that right now. Thank you.
So here's the deal, guys. I'm going to ask you to reach into your pocketbook right now. This is not a joke. We certainly need your love, but they need your money. Jody and her crew, and if we're around, we will do the same. We're going to drive down there and start handing out checks to people who need it. Not giving it to a government agency, not because I don't know where all that goes. I do know that when mom and pop and people, stories that you hear, people need money right now, we're going to do that. So we give them checks. And so be generous. You know, I don't know if, I think when you give to charities, it's tax deductible. Think about this. It's money that's going to get paid in taxes anyway. I would like you to dig deep. I would like you to imagine those horrible movies that you see when water just comes out and destroys everything. It's the most destructive force. I've lived through hurricanes. I've also lived through earthquakes. And to watch the sudden damage that Mother Nature can do that's unexpected. I don't think a lot of people, they were prepared for it, especially ones who live in trailer parks on fixed income. If that's gone, you know, there was a big thing. Well, why didn't they evacuate? Guess what? Where were they going to go? Families that cannot afford a night in a hotel. I mean, a lot of us opened our doors. We certainly have a place, you know, we allow our studio, but it's not enough. And so food, medical, things that they need right now. Jody, where do we make a donation? It's right there on your screen to the GoFundMe. You can read that, grab that, please, and share it with 10 people. Go out and say, hey, guys, you know what? Rather than go out for lunch today or go do whatever it is that you're doing today, Be quiet today. Take all the money you would have spent on the Starbucks, on the lunch. That could be $50, $100. Yes, you throw that away with no problem, and give it to a family that needs it. McKenna?
Yeah, I think just think about the fact that, I mean, people were living their daily lives and lost everything. And I know a lot of the people down there, if you were in that same situation, if a tornado came through and a GoFundMe, I think as people, especially in the United States, we need to take a minute and appreciate each other and make sure to help each other. I think a lot of us we're in it for ourselves. We got to make it to success, but to actually realize that we're all just humans. We're all going towards the same goal of helping each other and helping our families and wanting to make the world a better place, to take a moment. And I mean, I think $20 is the difference between someone getting the medical supplies they need, the money they need. If 10 people donate $20, you're looking at new food, refrigerator, microwave, electricity, whatever it might be. So for you to take a second and think about that, I know we would greatly appreciate it if we were in the same position. And I know we as well will be donating money to
donating money. It's only donating time. And maybe as I'm thinking about it, Thanksgiving is around the corner, and that's a time when everybody celebrates and stuffs themselves. Well, that's probably where we're going to go. You know, it's an hour and a half south of here. And I know that the best thing that you can do for someone else is to be of service. I have very few of these left. I would love to, if somebody the first person to make a $500 donation, I will make you a care package. The next person literally send me an email saying, Forbes, here's a screenshot of me donating to GoFundMe for $500. I will send you a Forbes t-shirt. I will send you a Spinjum. I will send you a What Have You Forbes Lately bracelet. Just appreciation. I think that's a nice amount of money. I do think that we can all dig. Like McKenna says, just do $20. Let's just blow this up right now. The amount of people who are giving and how much they're giving. I'm not judging. Give $1. Go to your child right now. McKenna, we talk about being a mother-daughter team. You are 19 years old. You run $1 million company with team members. What lesson did you learn from me that's made you a better person?
Definitely to help others and to treat others how you would want to be treated. I look at this situation and I go that Hurricane Ian was supposed to hit us, and the devastation that was happened to Fort Myers was supposed to happen to us.
Right here in St. Pete.
They told us that we were going to get 15 feet of water, that levels A, B, and C needed to evacuate, and that there was a good chance that we would lose everything if you were in the flood zones. And with the winds, that it was going to be gone. And so the fact that it shifted was just a massive, I've never prayed and thanked so much for that. But at the same time, I realized that if what happened to Fort Myers, I would be hoping people would be generous enough to donate and to send medical or food or equipment down to help us. And so since this time we got lucky, we are doing that for them. And I hope other people in the Florida area that live in Florida or Louisiana or in other hurricane zones understand that we are all just one bad storm away from looking like Fort Myers and losing everything like the people in Fort Myers, and praying that if that were to happen to us, that the people in Fort Myers would be gracious enough to give back. So do which you would want them to do back. So I really do believe this is a great cause. And what I love about what they're doing is they're not going through an organization like FEMA or the flood insurance one where they take an administration fee. I believe all the funds that go to this GoFundMe are going down to the people that need it. And that's the most important thing when it comes to charity, because a lot of the time they take big administration fees and they use it to make money. But this organization is making sure that the people down there are getting what they need and are getting the funds and what they need to rebuild and get back to their lives.
Now, and I love what they just did. It's a little complicated, guys, with lots of dashes. So you might want to just take a moment. It says GoFundMe. It's a long link, doesn't matter. Here's one of the issues, though. We've only raised a small percentage of the $1 million that Jody and the team have dedicated and said, we're going to keep promoting this until we reach our goal. So I'm going to tell you that $500 right now will not only get you, you know what, I'll give you a shout out on my radio show. I sell that for $2,500. You're going to get yourself a t-shirt and a Spinjum and a bracelet and a shout out on my radio show for supporting this. That's $500. Somebody needs to be generous right now and say, I'm in. I'm going to get Forbes' attention, and we're going to promote this on my show this coming Wednesday in an effort to reach $1 million, which, by the way, guys, is a drop in the bucket. But for somebody who needs it, for somebody who's hungry right now, confused and lost, I mean, just think about it. You have so many people in this world, especially when they come down to Florida, have nobody. they've either outlived or they're sick or they're from the war. You know, you walk over a lot of veterans, and I'm going to tell you something. Every time you do that, say, shame on you. Don't say thank you for my service. Say, here's $20. I don't know what you went through to get you where you are, but you worked to save my country and our freedoms. So please take a moment, and it's nothing about you. Money comes and goes. It's an energy. Dig deep. And you know what else too? It makes you feel good. In GoFundMe, we can see your name. We can see who donated. We can see your generosity, and we don't judge. I think just getting your name on the board, getting McKenna's name, getting my name, getting your kids' names. Hey, you know.
And as being business owners, and I know a lot of people out there, especially our students, we always talk about wanting to help people. And this is a great way to actually create some change in today's world. So please dig deep. And I know you'll see our names up there in a couple minutes. I'm going to go pull out my phone and match a donation.
There you go. Jody, anything that you want to share? And thank you guys for all your hard work behind the scenes.
Yes. And guess what, Forbes? We got another $90 donation. It's coming in. And by golly, I think I'm going to just donate because I want that t-shirt. That's all I'm going to say.
There you go. I got a t-shirt. Where's my spin gym? Turn it on there. I got a spin gym for you. And the bracelet. I'll tell you something about the bracelet. And one of the things about iForbes did, what this means, and it's funny, one of my team members, she comes from Hungary. We're in my studio and she's like, please, can I buy a t-shirt? She works for me. She's like, please, can I buy another t-shirt? I wear it all day. What Forbesing it means, and this is really important, it's not only my name, but to Forbes something means to manifest it when no one else thinks it's possible. So Jody is a very hardworking professional. You'll find her in Clubhouse. She's very passionate about giving, but she just got it in her mind that she was going to make $1 million creation donation to people who are hurting an hour south of all of us. You guys, McKenna said it so right that if that storm had come an inch this way instead of going that way, all of that would have been us. Look, McKenna's got a spin gym. That is included in our $500 package. I really want one of you guys to go, wow, $500 means nothing. You're going to get a t-shirt, you're going to get a hat, and a shout out on my radio show. I will shout your business out if you want, and it's a tax deduction. If you're a business owner, you know, boom. It's not a donation.
No, not to GoFundMe.
Not to GoFundMe. Then it just feels good. I don't want to lie. I don't really know how the rules of that work. All I know is dig deep. You guys.
Are you guys a nonprofit?
No, we're not. I just put this together. We have got a non-for-profit. It's just been stagnant. Couldn't use it. Doesn't matter. That's why I've come on about 9,000 times and just said, I will personally make sure that this money, it's going to be, the amount is going to be on social media. You're going to see me giving out checks on my video crew down there in Fort Myers and Naples, because you know Robert Mailer. He's from Fort Myers. I've known Robert for almost 15 years. We're going to hand select people with the Florida Mayors Association, former Kevin Ruan, who's down here. Rain was talking a few minutes ago. We're going to combine that so people are going to know. McKenna, you were so right. You give it to an organization, you don't know whether it's 10%, 90%. Now, I just like the number all percent. I thought it made a whole lot more sense. I like that math, don't you?
I like that math too, and I believe that more nonprofits need to be that way, but people do need to run them and some do need to make money. But this is incredible what you're doing, extremely admirable, because I know a lot of people would be in this for the money, and the fact that you're here ready to give it all away is just absolutely incredible. So
well, you said it so importantly. We're always talking about giving back. What can we do? We want to help people. Jody, you put not only your money where your mouth is, but your time is one of the most valuable things you have. She's put her stake in the ground and said, look, guys, I'm going to dedicate this, her television show, her commercials, her friends. I mean, she has been adamant about making sure that we all chip in and reminding us. I mean, it's Saturday. We were going about our business. It's like, wait a second. The hurricane hit. You all saw it on the news. You read it like a story. But people who are living the devastation, I need you to appreciate what it means to see your present and your future washed away. Some of the people now have no idea where to turn. Jody, I think just us being down there, being a resource to go to libraries, go to shelters and go, hey, you know what? Here's presents for your kids. There's so much good that could be done in that area right now. And Jody is the massive action taker of today.
And thank you. You are the massive action taker of everything. And like I said, McKenna, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Thank you for taking out your time. She's beautiful like you, Forbes. Let's Forbes it. Let's get that $500 donation. Let's get it going. And Forbes, you know, somebody in our XP mentor room, I don't know whether, and the bracelet and the spin gym, I have one. It works, especially as we're doing all these things virtual. You know what? I have a new condition. we have created Zoom Belly. So it's a new deal. So if you can do the spin gym, it prevents Zoom Belly. It just does.
I don't know about you, my girl, but here's my Zoom Belly. Look how hard that is. That's what you want. No, really, but that's what. Let me tell you something. All kidding aside, this little guy will change your life, your arms, and your attitude while you're sitting in a little box like this. Yes?
Yeah, it's the best.
So whether you're 19 or 62, I got the fitness product for you.
Oh, and that rhymes. There you go, Queen of Picture. And I can certainly say I got a message from our mutual colleague and my mentor and coach, Jay Nolan, said somebody anonymously came into the XP Mentor room today and said they would match anything up to $50,000.
And that's what the last thing that I wanted to, I knew that was going to happen because I know that Jay and us are creating an environment of people where, again, money doesn't mean a whole lot. You created an avenue to pay it forward. You all need to go, hey, right now, today, I am paying it forward with whatever donation. Go right to this link, GoFundMe.com, with all those letters, screen captured very carefully. It's GSGND, Hurricane Ian, Telethon 8 for Florida. Grab it now and go.
Screenshot it. There we go. There we go. There we go. And I will tell you, we are going to go do it. We're going to get the shirt. We're going to match the donations. And Forbes and McKenna, thank you so much for giving your generous time. You are an absolute adorable, wonderful, wonderfulness. It's Gen, whatever it is, Gen Z, LMNOP. I guess we're going to start over now. It's going to be Gen A. That's what we've got to do. But McKenna, it was just such a delight meeting you a few months ago. Forbes, check your text before you go back into your studio, please. And all I'm going to say, I love you both, my ladies, you power women, from my whole heart.
All right, we're going to stay strong with you guys all day and be supportive. Thank you, my girl.
Bye-bye, bye-bye, bye-bye. So there you have somebody that came out of the studio doing this, doing that. She and McKenna are talking at I guess at 6 p.m. on another summit, because we're going to do. So remember, anybody who drops that donation, DM me at Health Coach Jody, DM me, and we will get that $500 Forbes it. Wouldn't just like, who wants to Forbes it? Get the bracelet, get the spin gym. And I'm telling you, that muscle with the spin gym like this will prevent, as I said, it's a new malady, as Health Coach Jody would call it, Zoom Belly. So let's do this. Message it, put it out and say, I made that contribution, 500 towards our $50,000 goal. And I'm telling you, somebody who knows about finances, somebody that knows what the deal is around finances, is none other than, I call him the financial fireman. I call him because he's always at the bat. And he's always up to bat because he's a former NCAA collegiate All-American in baseball. But what he does, he has an extraordinary business. He has extraordinary expertise in finance, one that you'll be able to steer you, Hurricane Ian victims, in the proper and prosperous direction again. This is why I asked him to come up and share his experience, strength, and hope. I wanted him to share how you in our listening audience in the comments are going crazy again. I am so excited. Let's get that 50,000 in. Let's say that we banked it. Let's go ahead and get that 500 and get the difference with Forbes. Let's go ahead and get that matching. Chris Rauch gave his 1 hour of coaching for $200 donation. We got some big things happening. Or just go down and go to your ATM and get that $10. Get that $10. It's 100,000 people, as Kim Jacobs said. Doing 100,000 will get us our million. But I'm going to bring up at this time to share in an extraordinary way, as only Josh Payne could do, to introduce to some and to reacquaint with others, the financial fireman himself, the Josh Payne.
Well, good afternoon, Dr. Jody, and what a pleasure it is to be here on such an important event. I've been speaking on different Zooms all day here this morning, since very early out here in California, and looking forward to this and making sure I was watching my clock and telling other ones I got to be done here, I got to be done there, so I'm ready to go when it was time to go here for such an important event. You know, really puts me in awe of you, Dr. Jody, and your incredible team that have pulled this event together. And I'm just in awe of those who have spoken before me, just absolutely pouring into the listening audience, the families that have been affected by Hurricane Ian. You know, I look at Becky and Kim Jacobs and Commissioner Ruane, who spoke, Stack, Anita and Cheryl, Christopher, Kendall. I just watched Forbes and McKenna do an amazing job. Tom Chesser right before that. You know, I mean, just I look at these speakers and how much they've poured in and the value they've brought for such an important event. And really, when I think about an event like this, in life, we're all confronted sooner or later with adversity that will inevitably shape our future in some form or another. For me, it was as an athlete going through an injury that essentially changed the direction of my future because I couldn't pursue the dream that I had since I was 5 years old as a young child. And I look at what has happened, and it's during these times of adversity that we find out what we're made of. You know, there's no easy questions. There's no easy answers, solutions, or explanations. There's only opportunity. And I think that that's really important to remember, especially for those of us who are witnessing the challenges of our brothers and sisters in Florida, is the opportunity to make a difference, opportunity from every direction to make a decision that an event of adversity will not define us, but we will define ourselves through how we respond to it. See, the event will not define us, but we will define ourselves through how we respond to that event. I encourage our brothers and sisters affected by the tragedy to proceed forward with boldness that is anchored in the strength of two foundational pillars: faith and teamwork. Faith and teamwork. Faith to know that our life's path is guided by a higher power. Faith to know that although we may never understand why, our why is not our response. We know that the why is not our responsibility, and we cannot answer that question. We know we need only to have the faith that tomorrow will be better than today, that tomorrow's will be better than today's. The faith to have total gratitude for all the blessings that right now are only a part of our imagination. And to know that you're not alone. See, not only are these defining moments in the lives of those who have endured the adversity directly, but are also defining moments as brothers and sisters observing the devastation with the ability to reach out and lend that humanitarian hand. See, we have the opportunity to embrace this defining moment or reject it, to take action or to not take action, to stick our toe in the pool or to go over to the deep end and dive head first into the moment. And really, that's why we're here today, isn't it? To stand up and define, maybe redefine, or simply reinforce who we are and why we're put on this planet. And that is to serve our brothers and sisters. And today, for those in Florida. And as it's been said many times, as I've heard this morning, it doesn't matter what race, ethnicity, political party, age, religious denomination, orientation, we are one under the Almighty. Our brothers and sisters are in need. And this is our chance to rise up, help and support as they endure the most horrific catastrophe. How do we do that? We've talked at length, and we're going to continue to do so with that GoFundMe link that is on the screen, and taking a screenshot of that and getting on there and being proactive and being a part of the change and being a part of the help and being a part of the support. See, to all of our brothers and sisters hurting right now, as I finish and wrap up and turn it back over to our gracious host, somebody who I admire so much for the work and the heart that she has to put something like this together. It's in times of massive adversity, destruction, and distraction that we often need to be reminded and encouraged of that one thing to focus on that will help keep us going and pull us through. And I believe that one thing is faith. And I encourage you to remember this through the process. Keep on persisting. Rest if you need rest. Take a break by all means. Seek inspiration wherever it can be found. And through it all, remember, you are not alone. We've got people today that will rise up. We have people today that will step up and dive headfirst into that deep end of the moment and be a change warrior. See, if you feel like you can do very little, that's okay. Persist very little. Understanding that no challenge, no devastation, and no adversity can beat a person with total faith and unrelenting persistence. In the words of Calvin Coolidge, he said, the slogan, "Press on," has solved and will always solve the many problems of the human race. We are here with you. We hurt with you. We heal with you. And we will hold you up in prayers as we pray for a speedy and triumphant recovery and rebuild. God bless you all, and may we all rise up together and make a difference and make an impact. Use that GoFundMe link. Get on there. Be a contributor. Take that link. Send it to others. Put it on your social media. Our brothers and sisters need help, and we are the engine that can drive that support. With that being said, you know what? It's been my honor to be here, Dr. Jody. It's been my honor to share, and I'm going to turn it back over to you, my friend.
And it's an honor to have you. I would say heal, hurt, and let's higher ground. Let's be in higher ground. That's that H3. And it was an honor to have you here. Your financial expertise, it's the new F. It's fireman and friend. Yeah. Okay. With faith. That's your F3. So we took you back to and thank you for all the expertise. This is like a collaborative community of heart-centered leaders. So that, Jody, got to shorten up the link. No, we got it because hurricaneian.world is our website /GoFundMe. Perfect. That one's easy. Just have the HTTPS, have the www. Everybody watching right here, right now can take that link, go capture that picture that's there, thanks to Maximilian, the Max Warrior Yoga guy, and you can put it on your social media. So here we've got $500. You've got the Forbes that we got absolutely $50,000 that's going to be matched right here, right now. We got another 190 that just came in. It's coming in because whether it's a little or it's a lot, it's just going to take that bit. Thank you, Josh. Thank you for what you do, but thank you for who you are. You're just always right on time and right on the money. I had to throw that in. Thank you.
God bless. Thank you.
So we will have a commercial break right here, right now with Vibra 360 and our video. And then I'm bringing up my absolute friend, colleague, but I've called him for many, many years, my younger brother. He's just bigger and taller than me, younger in age, but absolutely one in heart. Let's go and watch Vibra 360. So the code that is on both the Hurricane Video 1 and Hurricane Video 2 is to our business PayPal, paypal.me/RHB Enterprises. Remember, 12 days ago, just to recap, 12 days ago, we decided we're going to do this thing. So it's a work in action. So just go ahead. And if you see that QR code, scan it, do it, and give. Scan it, do it, and give. And that's what we're doing. Vibra 360. I don't endorse, and it's not approved by many products, drjod.store. And I'm going to put this up just in a minute here because I think it's really, really important to know that these products, health and nutrition, absolutely would be amazing going ahead and giving these people health and nutrition. Why? Because in stress, nutrition goes out the window. Everybody drinks coffee. What a great way to give. Absolutely, you need with stress to detox your liver, and it just tastes great. So what I can say is these products with Vibra 360, all proceeds and profits go to the Hurricane Ian Relief Fund between now and the third week in November. So go to vproducts.store and it'll get it in their hands. So let's just absolutely know in their hands is something that, well, frankly, as I said earlier on with Robert Mailer, and knowing that he was a man who lived down in that area forever and ever and ever. I mean, for 18 years, that's a long time. And that's almost McKenna's whole life, McKenna Riley. And Robert and I called him up, just like you call a friend. Like I said, call 5 people, say, can you give? Can you give? This is the link. Give today. They're doing this telethon for the people that have nothing. I thought I'm going to come back to this before I bring Robert up. What Anita and Cheryl said from Canada, the feng shui girls, we decided, what am I going to wear today? What if you leave, as Kevin Ruane said, you leave your door with the clothes on your back and your credit cards. What are you going to do? Don't have the money, the credit limits to start over. What are you going to do when you're waiting for the money? What are you going to do as Forbes Riley said that she's waiting for 2 years for the flood that came, and insurance companies. And one thing we know about insurance companies, they're less than generous because that's how they stay in business. After Hurricane Irma, there were several hurricane companies, flood insurance companies, they just went out of business. What are we going to do? We are going to do something to make a difference in the private sector. Kevin said that the estimate is now 100 billion. It's no longer 75 billion. $1 million is just a drop in the bucket, but together we can take this $10. We can go ahead and take that $10 with 100,000 people to make that $1 million. And that is a perfect segue into Robert Mailer again. He's 1 in a million. He's got a heart as big as a 6'5" stature that he stands. He is a part of XP Mentor as well as doing so much right now. He is the former senior vice president of PepsiCo. He's had his own advertising agency down in Fort Myers, many other successful businesses down in Fort Myers. He built websites for the Fort Myers Chamber of Commerce. That's why I made the call. I said, who do we know together? He was the glue to bring Becky and Kevin here, and went on to talk to Beach Trot Radio. Just going to let this out. Do you know that they've been doing for communication? It was a transistor radio. This is back to ancient days, but we're going to get them there with your generous gifts at hurricane.world GoFundMe. So it is absolutely with heartfelt pleasure to bring my big little brother, the glue with this event in so many ways, to stage. Welcome, Robert.
Hey, thank you, Jody. Thank you so much.
And so we're going to have a conversation here, and then we're going to have a conversation later on, right here and right now. I would just like you to share some stories that I know that have touched both yours and my heart, please.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, thank you. And thank you for everything that you're doing. I mean, it's been phenomenal what you've done in just the last three weeks and 3 days, pretty much only 3 weeks since deciding to do this. thank you so much to all the staff that is behind the scenes. I've been watching this for the last 3 hours, and it's seamless what's going on. And you're all volunteers, and I don't know that any of you are professionals at what you're doing, but it's kind of like what the people of Lee County, Collier County, and now I can't even remember the county, Charlotte County, those 3 counties that were really affected. It's kind of like what they're going through. You're just finding yourself in a situation you've never been in before, and you just have to find a way to make it work. Now I'm just going to shoot down here for a minute. This is not a Pepsi Cola t-shirt, although it kind of looks like it. It's actually one of my favorite places in Lee County, which is called Cabbage Key. The Hurricane Ian first hit in Cayo Costa, which is inhabited by about 3 people. One of them, my friend. Most of it's a national and natural preserve. And Cabbage Key is just next to it. Jimmy Buffett made his iconic song, Cheeseburger in Paradise, there at Cabbage Key. So there's a lot of meaning, and there's a lot of background and a lot of history to the area. I'd like to say up front that the Southwest Florida people, they are resilient, and you all need to understand how dire the situation is right now, but also understand that they are fighting with every stitch that they have to hold each other together, to band together, and to begin, well, first survive, because that's first and foremost, Maslow's hierarchy of needs. I mean, the fact that some perished, and some people I know perished. And Becky spoke of somebody who did. And my hat's off to Becky for pulling together. What I want to do is I want to try to share some stories from people who couldn't be on today because, quite honestly, they're just not in a place, and they're just not capable of being able to do that. They really have lost everything, and they're trying to figure out where to turn. So, when you look at, the GoFundMe page and the PayPal, and the fact that some anonymous donor so graciously has, offered to match up to $50,000 today, we are committed to raising that $1 million. And we're also committed, which is really awesome, to giving it directly to the people in need, not having it go through an organization. So, I'm going to be looking for, people to help me in direction. Commissioner Ruane, when we do this again on 2 days, on November 17 and 18, or there are going to be more people that are going to be able to participate from the local area, because they're going to be hopefully out of the shock situation and beginning to at least be on level ground. I moved to Jupiter, Florida, on the East Coast, almost directly across on the East Coast back in the 90s, and was there for 2 what you would consider minor hurricanes, 1s and 2s. And, that's scary enough. You don't know whether to leave. You don't know whether to stay. Protect your property. What do you do? And, unfortunately, if you decide to leave at the very end, it's too late to leave. The wind is one thing, which obviously is ferocious. What happened in Fort Myers, specifically, that hurricane was 500 miles wide. When we talk about Charlie in 2004, which destroyed the area, that the whole hurricane of Charlie could have fit into the eye of Ian. So it was massive, and it was moving almost like walking. It was moving at like 8 miles an hour. So it sat over that area for 6 to 8 hours at 150 miles an hour. So that's frightening enough. But then you add to it the storm surge, as Commissioner Ruane spoke to, of 14 feet. I heard in sometimes 18 feet. That's 3 of me. That's just unbelievable. I've got a very, very good friend who lives right on the back bay behind Fort Myers Beach. So actually Fort Myers Island, Estero Island, where Fort Myers Beach is a barrier in front of her home, she and her husband. And they've had it for, I believe, 3 generations. And it's a stilt home. And I believe her living area is at least 14 feet up, at least. And she actually stayed in the home. And I remember seeing videos of their underneath in the stilt area where they had what we called the Dang Howdy Bar. So, people in Florida, they enjoy having fun. And they actually found that bar about 5 blocks away a few days later. So it is back in place. but she was upstairs in the kitchen, and she's a professional photographer, and she was up there videoing, and the waves were hitting her sliders and windows of her living room and attached to her kitchen as if she was on the ground floor. I mean, it was unbelievable. The water was starting to come in. The water was coming up the kitchen counters. And she was still there videoing. She ended up having to be air vac out. But nobody had any idea that it could possibly come like that and come so quickly. And some people are like, why did people get caught in that? There's a news station called Newsy, Newsy. And there's a gentleman who's he's been a hurricane tracker, a reporter, chaser, call him what you will, for about 18 years. And he was down immediately across on a major thoroughfare, San Carlos Boulevard, from where I lived in Siesta Isle, my very first house in Fort Myers. And he was down recording, and they had plans to move their vehicle to a 4-story parking garage and ride the night out there and the storm out, and still be able to obviously video out of the parking garage, still be able to do their job, be in safety. The water came so fast that their SUV was overtaken by these floodwaters coming in so quick, the surge. A gentleman who had a large working fishing boat, a trawler, that had already come up out of the docks and was out in the street. I mean, so he was actually boating in the street. He had 4 people on board because they planned on riding the storm out because it's a large working vessel. He saw all these cameramen, he didn't know who they were, in this vehicle, and they weren't going to make it. He took a tow line, jumped out of his boat, and waded through water waist deep, got over. By the time that he got to these guys, they were getting out of their vehicle with their equipment being held over their heads, trying to save their equipment. They were going to be swept away. He was able to grab them. They spent the night in that boat. That boat ended up going all the way across a major thoroughfare, across what I would probably say is another 8-foot fence, 10-foot fence, and ended up, this is like a 60-foot vessel, and ended up in the mangroves across the other side, just completely displaced. And they weren't sure they were going to make it. And I watched him he was interviewed. Instead of him interviewing, he was interviewed, and he was breaking up. He's like, all my years, he goes, I thought it was over. He goes, and I'm smart. I know what I'm doing. I'm an expert. And it just came that fast. So, when people say, how did people not know? You just don't know. My friends in Fort Myers went to sleep that night, and the hurricane, as Forbes and her daughter was saying, that was to hit Tampa. So it was just going to rush by the Fort Myers area, but it took a hard right, headed due east, and it did what it did. So nobody knew. So that's one thing. Another thing people say is about the insurance, and people have already covered that. It was so eloquent with what was already been spoken about. First of all, you know how insurance companies are to begin with. But secondly, I mean, you can only have $250,000 in coverage, and it's extremely expensive. And many of the homes in Fort Myers Beach were built in the 40s and 50s, and they're wood structures. Many of them were owned for generations, so they were paid for. And if you don't have a mortgage, guess what? You really don't have to have flood insurance, and it's so expensive. There's some people that they didn't do it. And of course, they were rolling the dice, but it's a complete loss. Even if you had the insurance, it's a complete loss. It doesn't even begin to cover what you still owe on your house if you have a mortgage, if you bought any time in the last 20 years. It doesn't begin to cover that. It doesn't cover your belongings. I mean, I have a friend who lost 5 homes. And you might say, oh, how fortunate having 5 homes. Well, she had a lot of money in the stock market, and the stock market obviously
she earned it. She earned it. She earned it.
She's run her own business for 35 years.
Yep.
And has been extremely successful in the mortgage industry, which has gone, wee, 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 wee. I mean, you talk about riding out a storm. That's what she has done. And she decided after the stock market started to slide and interest rates got so low, she took all of her money out of the stock market and bought properties on Fort Myers Beach for a rental income, which was brilliant. All 5 homes gone. Everything inside them gone. And it's not just Fort Myers Beach. It's just not Sanibel and Captiva. Okay, it's Naples. People in Naples by the water, they were extremely affected. I have a friend in Bonita Springs, which is halfway between Naples and actually a little closer to Fort Myers. Lost house, lost car, lost all her possessions, and has no place to work because her business is gone that she had a job at. Meanwhile, also the business owner that she worked for has no business. So people are devastated. I mean, they almost are almost the Walking Dead walking around. I mean, the people that first started making their move back, and there was no way to get to Sanibel Island. There was no way. The causeways were, so they were going by boat. They were having to, the docks were thrashed. They were having to pull up on the beach. They had bicycles on their boats. They really couldn't bike because there was over a foot of silt, sand, still on all the roadways.
Oh, and I just want to interject, this silt and sand, it's a whole new animal. Have you ever used Elmer's glue and let it half dry? That's what that silt and sand is like, isn't it, Robert? I guess Robert throws up.
Yeah,
But
and Becky spoke about it as the. Oh, are we back on?
yes, you're
Okay,
good.
oh, there we are. I think we're here. Okay. And as Becky and Commissioner Ruane spoke to, the stench is unbelievable because, what the water brought in, the water wasn't kind enough to take back out. There are people that still haven't been found because they've been taken out or, and I hate to say it, they've been eaten by wildlife. There's some people that will never be found. There is a wall in Fort Myers of the missing. A lot of animals, but a lot of people. So it's just strikes you to the core what
Say
these
that
folks
again, Robert. A lot of animals and a lot of people and a lot of animals. Is that what you said?
Yes, on the it's a wall of the lost, and so it's and it's not a it's not a memorial yet, but anybody that hasn't been taken down, I'm sure it probably is now. I mean, there was a situation, believe it or not, 13 days later, a woman found her cat in the rubble of her home, alive. So when you talk about a cat having 9 lives, I'd assume it probably used up all of those during that period. So that's phenomenal. But, just anything that anybody can do to help these folks right now in such a difficult time. This could happen to anyone. I'm in California, an earthquake could hit, and that's no warning. Anywhere you could be, a tornado, blizzards. I mean, you just don't know what can happen. And it's time for us. I'm so proud of the people of Fort Myers. They're beginning to rebuild. They are, pulling together. I mean, think about if you haven't been able to be to your house for over a week. It's already, got all this water in it, and you get there and it's covered with all this silt. I mean, inches of it on your floors. Your things are thrashed, thrown all over the place, and you don't even have water to begin cleaning up. I mean, you're just using a shovel and scraping.
Shoveling silt. It could be another word too. Probably shoveling silt, and you're putting it with dead fish and the smell of my olfactory glands. You're putting it in a truck to go away, but then you have no water to do anything with. Can you imagine the dirt, ladies and gentlemen?
And the pioneers, if you want to call them.
Put something in the comments. Are you feeling the message and the graphic and the visual that Robert is painting here? Put it in the comments, please.
Yeah, so the biggest thing that I also think of is the first people that made it back onto the islands and into the really devastated areas. They're walking through water of whatever level. There's still power lines in that water. Any of them could have been electrocuted. If you think about all the wood homes, all the wood that blew off the homes, they still got nails in them. So there's nails that they can't see. And that the water is just thrashed with bacteria. Right now, the levels of people getting bacterial infections in that area are skyrocketing. So everyone really needs our help right now, and anything anyone can do, we just appreciate it so much. You see the links. The money is going directly to the folks who need it most. And we just appreciate each and every one of your support. I mean, it's truly devastating what has occurred there. On the news, if you're somewhere outside of that area, you probably have no idea just how bad it is. Unfortunately, I do, because I'm so close to so many people there, and my heart goes out to them. And, I'm just so proud of this effort to be able to help everyone get back at least on their feet, just get back on their feet to have subsistence at this point, not have to be standing in food lines and in water lines and in clothes lines. The Tide came in with these huge trailers so that people could do laundry. And it's just stuff you can't imagine that people don't have. You may be having some transmission issues, Jody.
Well, and now we're both having transmission issues. Robert, that's what I stayed up so we can keep the conversation flowing here. But it is these things. Even we're having internet issues, which hilarious. Can you imagine?
Which is nothing in comparison. Hey, at least we
Absolutely.
have internet.
So, I'd love you to spend a couple more minutes and just wrap this up. I know that you have so much to share. I know that you've got somewhere that you're going with your special soulmate, and you'll be back on later on this evening. But just wrap this up, please, and then you can turn it over to me. Give your last 2 minutes. Give it your best, because it's always your best, Robert.
Sure. Oh, I appreciate that. Well, I appreciate each and every person that's involved in putting this together. I appreciate everyone who's taking the time to watch it. I ask everyone to share it to as many people as possible, because it's a little from a lot. Kevin Ring said just $1, just $1, $5. I mean, anything that anybody can do. But wouldn't it be better if we have 1 million people and they all give $1? There's our $1 million. What if someone give 5 and 100, and like the one generous anonymous donor is willing to match 50,000? It's just anything you can do, because it means so much to these folks who have been utterly devastated. Everything taken from them. As I said, I have quite a few friends who I asked to participate today, and they just can't do it. They either can't be in a place with Wi-Fi, they don't have a computer anymore, or they just can't bring themselves to speak about it. And there's going to be PTSD in the area, without a doubt. I've got to say, I've been affected because I was watching so much of it. I was actually getting more information from here in California than a lot of my friends were in Fort Myers, and I was sending it back to them. My good friend Mike Banson said, you're like the news station for us. And I got to a point where when I left my house and went out in the neighborhood and took a turn, I was expecting to see devastation. I know it sounds kind of radical, but it was so ingrained in my head, and I didn't even experience it. I was just watching it from afar. So you can only imagine what these people have been through. So anything we can do as just humanitarian people of the planet to help these folks who are in such dire need. And I can tell you, their resilience is strong. They will build back. They'll be better than they ever were before, but they need this helping hand right now when things seem so hopeless. We need to give hope. We need to give love. We need to give support. We need to give money, because that is the currency that's going to give them shelter and food and clothing, which right now, and healthcare. Those are the 4 things that folks need the most: shelter, food, clothing, and healthcare. And those all take money. So whatever anybody can do, we appreciate it so much. And Jody, I appreciate your efforts and all the staff. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. And it's truly hope. Robert, you know what that stands for with me: to heal, have opportunity to look to your true north, stay positive, stay strong. Like Becky said, Sanibel strong, and we will empower you till you can empower yourselves. Can't wait till you come back later on. Oh, fishing. And it says, put a little bit further back, Robert. I think there. Fishing,
Sanibel, Florida.
There we go. Well,
Sanibel strong, Fort Myers strong, Southwest Florida strong. How about humanity strong? Thank you, everyone.
I love that. Much love, bro. Thank you so much. Thank you for everything you've done. And thank you for going out and reaching into your pockets, reach in to that place that, as Kim Jacobs started this off, 100,000, giving that 10, reach out, match that 50,000. We're going to hit that mark. I know we will. It will double. We've got Forbes with the Forbes It. We've got Christopher Rausch giving a $200 donation, something back for free. Give back. because it counts. And I tell you, our next speaker is one that gave back. I mentioned all of these storms earlier, those hurricanes. So we down in Florida, we don't call them by hurricanes. So we just say Charlie, Irma, Andrew, Ian. He was in Harvey. Corey Hughes took the same kind of passion and commitment that we're seeing here with these speakers coming together, and he did it for Harvey. And he did it in such a way, when I was going around and had people give one word that they felt that, or two words that they were going to bring to this event as we were collaborating as speakers. And he said, Damascus Road experience. He said, when you can give somebody a bottle of water who's had them for 2 days, let me tell you something. When you're down south, that's a big deal. Robert told me a story the other day. He said, there have been people that went for 2 days without food and water. You can't keep doing that as a human being. But Corey Hughes stepped up in such a way. And it's just like that 2 degrees of separation. We talked about 5 friends that you can call, say, I'm in, are you? I'm in, are you? Call a friend, call a family member, GoFundMe, hurricaneian.world/GoFundMe. Corey Hughes did exactly that for Harvey. And he did it in such a massive way that, well, frankly, guess who showed up? Oprah Winfrey. So you never know what happens when you get into yourself. He's an executive coach, speaker, philanthropist extraordinaire. And frankly, I know that he's going to pour into, with his heart, his expertise, his mind, and his soul, what it meant to him to do this for Hurricane Harvey. And we can do it here with Hurricane Ian. Thanks for coming to Florida, at least, Corey, to be a part of our event. Welcome. I can see the palm trees back in there. The next few minutes, just give us your heart, give us your soul, because guess what? That's what you do for the next 12 minutes. I can't wait to hear, Corey.
Yeah, so, first of all, thank you. I hope my audio is good. I am here down in Florida. I am in Holiday, Florida right now. I came to a couple of business conferences. And so just my heart is here. And I didn't want my heart just to be here, but I wanted to be here physically as well. So it's perfect timing. But Jody, such a phenomenal event, such a phenomenal lineup of speakers. I love Robert. I don't know if he knows it, but I absolutely love Robert. I love your heart. I love what your organization is doing. And so I've made sure to share this out to all of my people. And you're absolutely correct. When Hurricane Harvey hit a few years ago, it was devastation. It was so many people that were homeless, so many people that didn't have food, they didn't have shelter. Unfortunately, it was a lot of people that had loved ones that lost their lives. And we wanted to do something about it. The same heart, the same passion, the same compassion that you have, we had it back then. And we gathered a bunch of people together. And we went down with 18 wheelers full of food, full of supplies, full of hope, full of love for those people that were devastated. Because oftentimes I think the reality is that some people become desensitized because of what we see on social media. You may see it on social media, you may see it on the television, but the reality is it is a completely different experience when you go down and you see it for yourself. When you smell the smells, you actually hear the cries of the children. When you see the devastation, it makes you want to get up, get out and do something. And that's exactly what we did. And so whenever you talk to me about this, I knew it was something that I had to do. And oftentimes I think that the compassion that we have, the heart that we have to be a blessing to people, it comes from our own life experience, and, interesting enough, Dr. Jody, you asked me what 2 words would I bring to this. And one of the things that I wanted to bring was that Damascus Road experience. And of course, I know that everybody may not read this particular book, but there's a story, and there's a story in this book that I read about a young man that was on a road to Damascus, and it says that he was robbed, that he was beat up, that he went through a very catastrophic experience, like something major happened to him, to the point where it almost defined him as halfway dead, right? And listen, this may not, you may not get what I'm saying here, but when you've gone through a catastrophe, when you've gone through a hurricane or tornado in your personal life, right? Sometimes you feel half alive / half dead. And I can only imagine, can you imagine with me just for a moment, one day you're looking at your children or you're playing with your kids in the backyard and you're on the internet and having a good time. And within 24 hours, everything that was normal to you has been completely obliterated. Everything that was normal to you has been completely devastated. Well, that was just like the guy that was on the road to Damascus. Like he had an experience where he was robbed. And the book says that he laid there half dead. And it said that a priest was walking by him, and a priest walked over, and the priest saw him. And because he was bleeding, custom says that he was not able to help him because he was bleeding. And so this priest looked at this person that was struggling and that was hurting, and instead of him providing aid to him, he turned away and he walked away. And I can only imagine what it felt like to be halfway dead, to be beaten up, to have gone through a hurricane type experience, a Hurricane Ian type experience. And you can imagine someone coming close. Can you hear the footsteps? Can you hear the breathing change? Because I'm finally going to get some assistance, and they walk away. And then the same book says not only does the priest walk away, but then a Levite came. And a Levite came along, and he saw him in the same condition, and he did the same thing. He literally just walked away. And I thought to myself in that moment, like, how could you just walk away? How could you watch this broadcast? How could you hear about devastation? How could you hear about people hurting? How could you hear about babies not having diapers and formula and not having a place to stay and not want to do something, right? Especially from the comfort of your own home, watching from your new iPhone or your new laptop or your new iPad, or your new home, but you've got somebody that's in a dire situation. And the reality is we could help, but they didn't help. The priest didn't help, and the Levite didn't help. And I can imagine him sitting there in that road saying, nobody's going to help me, thinking maybe that was it, that I'm about to lose everything that I had. And then the book says that the third person walks by, and he sees him in the same condition. He sees the same thing that the priest saw. He sees the same thing that the Levite saw, but something opened up in him that allowed him to help. And the book says that not only did he pick him up and put him up on a horse and he put him in a hotel and he gave him some food and some water and he paid for him to stay a couple of days until he got himself together. And that person, they called him the Good Samaritan. And for me, I resonated, Jody, with the Good Samaritan, because if I was in that position, if I was hurting, if I was hungry, if I was thirsty, if I was bleeding, if I had lost everything, if I was concerned as a father about how my children would sleep safe, if I was concerned about wildlife coming into my home, if I was concerned about my family, I just would hope, I would pray that somebody would come along, that somebody would see me in that condition and would help me. So, Dr. Jody, that's the reason I decided to help. And that is my clarion call to everybody watching right now, because it's a little funny saying that my father used to say, but he would always say that it's no fun when the rabbit has the gun. In other words, what he's saying is when you're in that position of power and in the position that you can help and you don't help somebody, remember that the time and the way the world operates in a cycle, that it could be you. It absolutely could be you. That same book says this. It says, when you see your brother who was taken over in a fault, you that are spiritual, pray that he may be restored, lest you be taken over yourself. In other words, it could have been you. That storm could have hit your address. That storm could have hit your city. That storm could have hit your family. That storm could have took out your business. That storm could have wiped out your profession. And I would just hope and think from a humanitarian perspective, Dr. Jody, that somebody would help. And so for me, I want somebody that is watching this right now to close your eyes and imagine living at home, this beautiful city, beautiful state called Florida with palm trees and the beach, and you can hear the seagulls and you can hear the birds, and it's so beautiful out here. I love it out here. But within a blinking of an eye, devastation hit, and everything that was beautiful now becomes horrific. I would hope, and I believe so much in humanity. I believe so much in people. I believe so much in the people that God created, that just like we're doing today, that somebody would come together and say, no, we're not going to sit by and watch you suffer. We're not going to sit by and watch you struggle, but we're actually going to help you, because it's better to give than it is to receive. And I can't sleep at night, Dr. Joy. I don't feel good sleeping in my nice bed, in my nice home, knowing that somebody is homeless, knowing that somebody has been impacted and their whole life has been turned upside down. And so I want to encourage you, if you're watching this right now, I want to encourage you to go to www.hurricaneIan.world/GoFundMe. And listen, a cup of coffee, right? Robert said it the best. If we're trying to raise 1 million people, if we can get 1 million people to give $1, if we can get 100,000 people to give $10, just give something. Give something, because some of us will go to the drive-thru today and we'll order food and we'll eat it halfway and we'll throw it away. And that which you're throwing away could help somebody to survive. I'll never forget when I went to Houston. And I walked in and the young lady there didn't have any food. I'll never forget the emotion of the young mother that when I walked in, when we gave them diapers and we gave them food, and she began to cry and just weep. Emotion. I will never forget that feeling of being a help to that person. I'll never forget, Dr. Joe, when we went to the convalescent home and the older people were there and said they hadn't had water and food for days. And so I want you to imagine having that emotion and having that feeling. I want you to imagine that. And I want you to imagine the joy that comes along your life when you're just about to give up hope, when you're just about to give up on life and somebody comes along and they bless you. And so I want to encourage you to just give, just sow, just give, just be a blessing to somebody, because they need it. They need it. We need it as a people. And hopefully I've encouraged you and inspired you to be great, to go out and be great and to do some great things. I hope my audio was good, Dr. Jody. I know it was kind of going in and out a little bit.
Excuse me, your audio was going in and out of a bit because it's your passion, it's your frequency, it's your emotion. Corey, I would just like you to leave everyone with one last action tip, please. He went away. Well, let's put it let us put it this way, that Corey, you're amazing. Thank you so much for sharing what you shared. And frankly, we're going to do it again. We can build on his expertise. He's part of the crew doing this together, as they did in Hurricane Harvey. We can do it here with Hurricane Ian. Just know you can go to hurricaneian.world when you /GoFundMe. Our website, hurricaneian.world, has both the PayPal and the GoFundMe link. Just give a little, give a lot. That $1, that $2, that $10 will make all the difference. Thank you again, Robert. Thank you again, Corey. And I will absolutely turn it back to our producer. And we're going to listen and have a moment with confidence tones. And why is that? Because confidence tones, as a health coach and holistic nutritionist, knowing that the stress is absolutely unreal, the stress that people feel right now, you can go and get that 6-pillar immersion. It's called Immersion with confidence tones. It's one product that I endorse for every human being. Today, because I knew it was going to be a long day, I listened to focus. I listened to creativity. Probably after we decompress, I should listen to anxiety just to get through it, because we are all frequency levels. That's what confidence tones are and is. You can go to my website, drjody.com. It is under the health tab. I want you to hear what confidence tones can do for you in your living and in your life, because it will absolutely allow the body to restore you and yourself back to an amazing homeostasis. Let's hear a little commercial with confidence tones.
Welcome to Confidence Tones, where we use a proprietary audio development formula called audio immersion to provide an experience that's designed to help quickly and effortlessly generate positive change in the subconscious mind when used correctly. This experience is achieved using 4 primary building blocks: brainwave modulation, invocation of positive emotions, immersive imagination stimuli, and developmental suggestion. We know of no other source in the world that provides the synergistic combination. With a good pair of headphones, you'll be able to immerse yourself into audio that's designed specifically to help you feel better, do better, and live better.
So this is what I know. Sometimes StreamYard likes us, sometimes it doesn't. But guess what? We all like the money we're raising, the difference we're making, and we'll have a grand total where we are at. Remember that $50,000 goal. Remember that 200s in free coaching from the number 1 podcaster and executive coach, the Forbes It t-shirt, and the combine for a $500 donation. Just remember these things out there, and just remember it's a little from a lot. That's how we're going to achieve our goal. And this is what our next lovely speaker, I will say, Vanessa Sarancino. Her company is Beautiful. It's about you. She ministers to women. She ministers to their souls. She's a spiritual coach, is what I would call her. And she is absolutely a heart-centered person that, once again, it's that audio clubhouse. It is that movement. As we're going across the pond a little bit later in the hour over to the UK, we're going over to New Zealand. We were up in Canada. We're going to Egypt, y'all. We're going to Egypt. Why? Because together we need each other. This is a global movement. We act local to go global, and we're acting global to go local. So it was with great pleasure on this audio app called Clubhouse that we were able to go big in to meet people like Vanessa so we can come in together. Vanessa, welcome to our Hurricane Ian Telethon fundraiser. The next 10 minutes is yours, my dear. Just pull me up when you want to start our dialogue. I can't wait.
Okay, Dr. Jody, thank you so very much for having me. It's an honor and a privilege to be here. I'm so honored to actually be able to share a message of light, hope, and love. And that is kind of what I do and what I'm best at. And the reason this meant so much to me, I'm streaming live from a small town in northern New Jersey. And I wanted to stress enough that, you know, even though this didn't happen in my backyard, I know it well. A hurricane in 1984 ravaged my town, my home, and filled our first floor with 5 feet of water. We were rescued via boat. This is something that hits very close to home. And it happened again in 2005 and 16, I believe, 3 times. So this is something I know well. And when I see the pictures, it actually, my heart bleeds. And I just wanted to say and spread a message of love. We hear you. We see you. We are here for you. We are praying for you, for all of the people. I know the destruction. I know what it causes. I can feel it deep within the depths of my soul. And, there is no one better than me that knows hitting rock bottom and losing it all. And I am here. And that's my message of hope, that God will restore you and bring you back 1,000-fold of what you lost. And this was meant to make you better and will give you what you need. And, Jody, like, this is just something that just falls heavy on my heart. And I'm just so honored to be here.
Well, I'm going to come back up and join you. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Vanessa, so you wanted to have a little interaction. And so, beautiful woman that you are, let's do it.
So, this is more than, $5-10. Our children are watching. My mission in life is to make the world a more beautiful place to be. It's the price of a couple cups of coffee, and our children need this. This is the world they live in, and we are responsible for showing them the way and leading them to take care of our brothers and sisters and show compassion and empathy. And I implore you to help them. I know how deeply people are affected. And when I was a child and I went through this, everybody came together, and it was the warm smiles, the help, the cups of coffee, putting us up in their houses. It makes a difference. It's something that lasts them a lifetime. They need to see the heart and soul of what we were made of, and to show them not to walk by and get involved and be a light of happiness and hope for other people. It is a strong message, and we need to send it.
And we are. We're doing this now, and I'm sure that we're going to have a total. I just asked Maximilian to give us a total next time, how many other donations that we're having. How, you look like you were born in 1984. How old were you when this happened, my dear?
I was 13.
Okay, so you are still a baby, but I mean, that is something that you just really get a whole new version of humanity. I know when I went through Hurricane Charlie, then as I was moving, Vanessa, because 2004 is when we had those 4 hurricanes. We had Bonnie, Charlie, Francis, and Ivan. Okay.
Right.
It was a big, hairy deal that year. And so I'd gone through Charlie because there was such a real estate boom like we've seen recently. Went ahead and sold my townhome for quite a profit. Said, I'm going back to Atlanta. Enough of this. Well, the day that I was to get my other belongings on my U-Haul, I was the last of the plane that landed with Hurricane Francis. And it was like, you're around in this airport. I said, did Armageddon happen?
Right.
Well, I evacuated in my U-Haul. And so I'm going, enough of this. Got into 2 days later, I got into my townhome in Atlanta, didn't get the bed put together, slept on the couch, and a tree from Hurricane Francis hit my bedroom. Big tree. And I'm going, okay. And, when things like happen like this, and mine was small pickings as to what we have with Ian and what you talked about when you were 13, you remember. How does that shape your gratitude quotient in life? It must have shaped you from a young woman at 13, Vanessa.
It did. And that's why I can't stress enough the message to send our children, to show them compassion, empathy, charity, love, and all of these great things that they will keep with them and use it to shape the world to come.
And in to come, I just got another person that said, I'm going in online, I'm going to be donating, and you can save my $200 if it's matched. Let's go start matching these
Absolutely.
absolute. We just got $2,800 that just came in to PayPal. See, it's starting to pour in. This is the beginning of a movement. As my coach and mentor, Jay Nolan, who you're going to hear from in a bit, said, it's that momentum, that taking off of the airplane. Once it gets up in the air, then it's that momentum getting there. Then you go into momentum. That's what we're seeing here. So Vanessa, in the next few minutes, anything else you would like to share from your heart? Tell us about this Be Beautiful and what you do for women, because there are a lot of women that are going to need that beautiful touch.
Well, I minister to women after, losing everything after a divorce, raising my daughter on my own. My father got sick with multiple kinds of cancer, congestive heart failure. I lost him 11 months ago. My daughter and I actually took care of him, and my mother, when she got into an accident and couldn't take care of him, we lost it all. And what I can tell you is God will restore. He always does. It's proven. Stay in faith, stay faithful, and stay true. Keep your heart pure. Lead in love. Be loved. Feel the energy from everyone who spoke today, that you are loved so much. We are rooting for you and praying for you. And I actually, it was a tough road, so I know what that's like, but I can tell you that what you get back is 1,000-fold, and he will give you beauty for ashes. And I actually want to blow my shofar in prayer for all of them before I go off.
That would be lovely. That would be lovely, because see, there are no coincidences. I was making a note, as many people go to their churches or a synagogue this week, ask for donations. That's what the Girl Scouts do with selling Girl Scout cookies. What can you donate to this cause? Because it's a purifying, it's a prayer. And please, please do, because as Christopher Rauch said, as Josh Payne said, must be a Silicon Valley, a California thing, that they said, doesn't matter whether you're black, white, you are agnostic, you're Christian, you're a believer, you're Buddhist, Hindu, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter whether you're female, male, transgender, whatever. We are all in this together. So please just grace us with this gift.
Okay. So I'm going to apologize if it is a little in and out. I'm still practicing, but here goes.
But hold on. I'm going to go down. I want them to get the full screen.
Full screen. Okay. Ready? Wait, hold on. So I just wanted to pour in blessings to all the victims. We're here for you. We're praying for you. We wish you well, and to stay strong. You're resilient, and you can do this. Many blessings.
If there's one thing you should do today, it's wake up and be happy. Before you get out of bed, before you open your eyes, before you reach for your phone, check an email, look at a text, or do anything else, you ask yourself inside your mind, what's going to make me happy today? And you wait for the answer. You lie there, not moving, not thinking about what you have to do or what you should do, but instead think first, what's going to make me happy today? and then wait for the answer, because let me tell you, your body will share exactly what it is that will make you happy that day. Little things can make you happy. Being with your family, spending time with a friend, cooking, baking, doing a craft or a hobby. There is definitely something your body wants to do that will make you happy. Exercising, playing, enjoying the company of others, reading, writing, journaling, working on your next book, meditating, exercising, stretching, having a bath, taking care of yourself, looking after your body. There are so many things that you can do right now today that will make you happy, and all you have to do is ask. Ask yourself, what will make me happy today? Sure, there's lots of things we should do, lots of things we could do, lots of things we feel we're supposed to do, but in truth, what we're supposed to do is do what makes us happy. It's so easy. Every day, wake up in the morning and ask yourself, what's going to make me happy today? And then do that. Go after that. Make that happen. Of course, you got to do all the other stuff, but do what makes you happy. Also, set time aside for it. Make a plan. Structure your day so you get all the things done that you have to do, and then do what makes you happy. Be with your kids. Be with your partner. Be with yourself. Do what makes you happy each and every day, and I guarantee you, guess what? You'll feel happy. Your life will be joyous. You'll trust yourself. You'll recognize the things that you need, and you'll know that your voice and your commitment to yourself matters. Do what makes you happy. That's what it's all about. Eventually, you'll get up every morning and make sure that you do what makes you happy first. And then you'll get on to the other stuff. And then you'll do what you have to do. And then you'll do what you should do. But eventually, over time, if you get up every day and do what makes you happy, pretty much your whole day will become what makes you happy. Your work will make you happy. Your playtime will make you happy. Your chores will make you happy. The things you have to do suddenly will make you happy, because inside, happiness rules. Wake up every day. Ask yourself, what do I need to do to make myself happy today? And do that. Go after that, and happiness will fill your life, and your whole entire day will be filled with that. Happiness, the way we're supposed to be, the way life's meant to be, the way we love to be. Enjoy that and ignite your life with happiness each and every day.
Well, this is what we know. We know that there's a spiritual video. I thought it was so important that we bring everything together. And so we had a time talking about bringing everything together. Last week, as many of you know, if you read the scriptures, Old and New Testament, it talks about the Feast of Tabernacles. Well, we went and had a set apart time. I've done this now in my personal spiritual walk and my spiritual pillars for the last 3 years. And I had the pleasure of Melanie Summers, who's been running production in the backstage here. She and I went off, as it says in the scriptures, to get a set apart booth, which means tent. Well, a camper was fine. And to be quite honest, my idea of camping is the Holiday Inn. So this is it's a sacrifice, but it was just such an amazing time. Well, this time it was a little bit different because we had decided that many of us were going to congregate at Southwest Florida in that area. And people were coming from different venues. Well, you know what happened to Southwest Florida? We thought that week we might end up in the Walmart parking lot, but we were really dedicated to doing this because it was for our faith. And so the wonderful woman that I'm going to be sharing the stage with here in just a moment in this platform, Melanie Summers, is an award-winning retired school teacher. She is now an educational coach. Don't we need that now in this homeschooling era and this age of wanting to be more proactive parents than just passive parents? She's the woman. And she and I have become what I would say spiritual sisters. So I just decided it would be great to bring her up. And that's what I'm going to do right now. I'm bringing up Melanie to just have this moment that we can talk, Melanie, about this time that we had out there and what we saw at that KOA campground, which was just a blessing that we found any place. The place that we were, Oscar Scherer State Park, it's still underwater in Sarasota. So we had to go elsewhere. So Melanie, thank you let's just take a few minutes here and see, what did you experience when we were on our spiritual retreat together? And welcome. It's beautiful to see your shining face. You look so much better than you did in the camper, by the way, Melanie.
Well, thank you, because, we were camping, not glamping. So, and a few times maybe we glamped, but thank you for letting me share my experiences. As you know, you and I do a Qigong walk every morning, and we walked around and we cooked by fire, and we ran into a lot of people that were at that KOA campsite. And I happened to go around and when I was looking and walking, I noticed all of the different license plates on the different cars. And I got to talk to some people as I walked also. There were people who were camping there because they happened to have a camper and they fled the scene in their campers, and they are still there. There was one family there who had a dog who had 6 new puppies in the camper with them. There were people there who have lost everything, and they were like, I don't know when we will get back. We don't even want to go down and look right now. So it was devastating for them. And then there were other people who it looked like they were not from Florida. They were just there camping, but they were saying, we came down to check on our property because they had property there, and they were, the term snowbirds. So they came down and rented a camper and stayed there for a few days just so they could drive to see their properties. And a lot of them were so downhearted and just, very, very in tears. So anyway, I just wanted to share that, what I experienced with some of the other people that were there.
And I know that it was like, to me, I was grateful. I'm sure you were, Melanie, too. I was grateful that I went ahead and came back to my house after 8 days, 8 days of camping. My house looked like Buckingham Palace. I want people to get the visual of what it would be like for a year or two. I had a cousin. I had a cousin that went ahead and I'm not sure what the noise is. I think it's a StreamYard deal. It'll be all good. But as far as I know,
that's me. Sorry, it's my phone blowing up.
Oh, okay. So maybe at this point, as I'm talking, you could put it on do not disturb, because you've been doing a lot back there, and I want to thank you for what you're doing as well. You really are. You've got such a servant's heart, Melanie, and it's just beautiful. So as we're just kind of giving this time and thinking about it, not only we thought I was thinking about another situation. We thought, because we were just north of Clearwater Beach, we thought we were going to the beach that day. What did we find?
Oh, there was no beach.
Yeah.
It was probably 6 to 8 feet from the water to the shoreline. That was a little hill that took you up to the parking lot, and it was not sand; it was mud, and the water was muddy. And a lot of the grass that you see, the seagrass that was there, it was like swirled around your ankles. That's as far as you could get in, is up to your ankles, because it was just really not a good place to be.
No.
And
it was nasty.
It was. And, we had towels, and we sat down on towels, and the mud soaked through our towels and into our swimsuits. And we didn't get to spend a whole lot of time there, because it was not really a nice place. But I thought while I was there, oh my goodness, if this is the good area to be in that was not devastated, my goodness, what could it be like? And then I see the pictures. That one reel we've been playing where the devastation one, and right at the beginning, there's these palm trees that you see just the tops of. And if you look into the building in the back, it's ready to go into the second story.
Yes, the second story. And as you said, Melanie, it's like, for me, you see them standing straight up, the buildings and a house, probably a 3,000, 4,000 square foot home. It just looks like one of those Monopoly houses just going in the water. We've heard story after story. I know that we're making a point, ladies and gentlemen. When I was on my walk, because you were out in Phoenix, so your time zone and your time zone clock for the day was a little bit later than mine, obviously. And when you hear just one person saying, we don't know when, and I'm thinking, and I have 8 days. I mean, that's just a really big deal. And frankly, they're going to be cooking over fire for a while. Thankfully, they're in Florida. But the anomaly, when we went and picked up Courtney and Carlos, another two great friends of ours in our spiritual family. And remember, Melanie, when we were driving across Tampa Bay. Now, if you've been to Tampa Bay, just blow up the comment section and say, oh yeah, I've been there. Okay, you're there in Tampa Bay. It is 40 miles. But what happened on that 40 miles is that it's only like a swimming pool. I'm a swimmer. I'm a triathlete. That 12 feet of water left. The surge of the wind sucked like a vacuum cleaner. Ladies and gentlemen, it sucked the water out of the entire portion of Tampa Bay, and it took it up to Naples and Fort Myers. People were able, after the storm, to go out and walk in Tampa Bay like it was a sandy beach. I mean, what did you feel, Melanie, when we went to pick up Carlos and Courtney? We did it with such love and appreciation. We drove to Tampa International Airport, driving across those bridges. What came into your mind?
I was gut punched, because when I looked out into that area and I saw the sheer magnitude of that bay, that's millions and millions of gallons of water. Tons and tons and tons and tons of water that was not just sucked out of there, but redirected to that Fort Myers area and just taken, and like a tsunami like a tsunami slammed into that area. Now, we've heard of tsunamis before. Well, this was a tsunami. It absolutely devastated it. It was just one wall of water. Think of how hundreds of feet high that wall of water had to have eventually have gotten to have slammed. It wasn't just a gentle surge. It was a slam like a tsunami into that area. No wonder there's nothing there. It was like somebody took this huge pail of water that was millions of tons and millions of gallons and just dumped on that area. I can't imagine anything or anybody surviving that.
Well, and the thing that as we looked at, you kept and I was driving and you were looking, said, look at this, look at this. We just have, it was like squirrel, what squirrel? We kept looking that way because it was outstanding. And on me living here for 22 years, I love that drive. It feels so peaceful. This time it didn't feel that way. And Tampa Bay is back, just like Fort Myers will be back. The money will come in. We're soon going to hear. Next up in queue, Melanie, is going to be Senator Marco Rubio. So that will certainly send the tone and set the tenor for this. So in the last few minutes, and thank you for being so efficient in the backstage. Thank you for being so beautiful here on our stage, and also for sharing your heart here in a spiritual sense that you do so well. What are the last bits of inspiration that you could give people to say, just get the credit card, get the debit card. Let's do this.
A little or a lot. It's all going to add up. If you only have $10, that's great. But if you've got more, give more, because these people have nothing, absolutely nothing. So even $10, we think about, oh, that doesn't buy anything anymore. But $10 here and $10 there, that's going to maybe feed their family for a day. And that's just a day. We need to make sure that these people have clean water and something to eat that's nutritious, and at least a clean, dry place to be, even if it's a tent. We have to be able to help these people, because it's just not one or two people. Please don't think, if you're listening to this, please don't think that you can't do anything. You can do something, and any little bit will help. A little from a lot will get this done. And remember, we have time, but we don't have forever. So please get your checkbook out, get your credit card out, go to that GoFundMe page, click on the link. It'll take you right there, and donate. Like I said, you might not think, well, I don't have very much money. Even $5. If you don't have anything, even $5, it's a price of a cup of coffee. $10 is a price of a cup of coffee in some of these coffee houses. So please think you can. Don't think you can't. Think you can. Just like the little engine. He said, I think I can. I think I can. I think I can. And yes, we can. So back to you, Jody.
Beautiful. And then he said, I knew I would. I knew I would. I knew I would. And I know we will. And thank you, Melanie, for not only what you're doing here today and every day, but just who you are. Much love, my spiritual sister.
Thank you.
Now, I want to set this next video up. Ladies and gentlemen, I had the privilege and honor to be talking with Senator Marco Rubio. And Melanie, you hit a chord with me. Intuitively, as a health coach, when my nose itches, it means that the message was clear. It was intuitively the right thing to do. Thank you, Melanie, so much. So Senator Marco Rubio's office, I reached out to their office, and they gave me a stock interview. It was after Hurricane Ian hit. It is not a video. It's actually a newsreel where Senator Rubio talks about the destruction, the devastation. Senator Rubio is the offspring, the son of Cuban immigrants. He is a Florida native. He's never lived anywhere else. And so I would love for you to hear and to experience this interview. Oftentimes politicians they're careful on words and they try to go around the issue. Listen to Marco Rubio's words and hear his heart in this interview that he recently had after Hurricane Ian. Thank you.
Back in 2013, you voted against the relief bill for for Superstorm Sandy. You said that it included extraneous material, extraneous items that had nothing to do with emergency relief. It included pork. Will you make the same stand here? Will you insist that this emergency bill include only money to deal with this catastrophe?
Well, I said at the time, and by the way, since Sandy, we've had multiple votes for emergency relief all over the country, including wildfires, and I've supported all of them. In fact, I've supported them without pay for it, like other people say they want the money paid for. What I won't support is things that are not emergency relief. What we're going to ask for Florida is what we've supported for every other state in the country that's been affected by natural disasters, and that is emergency relief designed to be spent immediately to help the people affected now. What happened with that bill, not back in 2013, is it wasn't just emergency relief. It included funding that should have gone through the normal funding process, cars for DHS, a roof at the Smithsonian, fisheries in Alaska, maybe very meritorious projects, but that should go through the normal process. This is about emergency relief. So I think we will fight for the money, as we've supported for other states, that is needed for emergency relief, money that's going to be spent now, not money that's going to be spent 5 years from now on projects that may be very worthy, may be very necessary, but that should go through the normal process, not the emergency process. That's what we'll ask for Florida. That's what we've always supported.
Let me just be clear on this, though. Will you take the same stand if Congress adds, as they often do with emergency bills, items that don't have anything to do with recovery from this hurricane? Will you vote against the emergency bill?
Well, it won't come to that because it's our state. So if we're not asking for it and we're saying we don't need it and has nothing to do with emergency relief for Florida, then why would it be in there? I mean, why would somebody add something from another state that's not impacted by the storm? So it shouldn't come to that. And I'm not, it shouldn't come to that fork in the road because it's an unnecessary thing. It's our request. So our request will look that way, and that's what I'll ask for my colleagues to support.
New Jersey and the other states didn't request the extraneous items in that emergency bill in 2013. You voted against this. I'm just asking, would you go so far as to vote against a bill that would also help?
Well, frankly, yeah, that's not accurate. I mean, there was requests made from not just some of those states that were impacted, but some of those allied with the people in those states. And the people from those states weren't complaining about that spending at the time, unfortunately. Maybe some of them were, but the majority of them were not. They just wanted the emergency piece. They didn't care if it came with another, $1 out of $6 was for immediate spending. So in our case, we're not going to ask for the other $5. We're just going to ask for that one that has to do with emergency relief. I imagine South Carolina, North Carolina, other states in the Northeast will have the same, and there are other natural disasters that are occurring. We may need to include Puerto Rico in that request if they need additional funding. So that's what we're going to focus on, and that's what we're going to push for, and that's what we're going to insist on, and we're going to be consistent on that.
In 2006, Rhonda Byrne's The Secret turned the world upside down. People from all over the world were learning about the law of attraction and how your thoughts could literally change your physical reality. Before The Secret's worldwide success, there were others in the self-help space who seemed to have paved the way to Rhonda Byrne's accomplishments. Many would call them the pioneers of personal development. Among those are well-known authors and speakers such as Bob Proctor. Proctor did seminars all over the world and helped thousands of people achieve what they previously thought was impossible. He was the student of Earl Nightingale, the author of the short but powerful work, The Strangest Secret. Perhaps you've heard the audio. And before Nightingale, there was his mentor, the great-grandfather of personal success, Napoleon Hill. His work in The Law of Success and Think and Grow Rich was worth its weight in gold coming out of the Great Depression. All of these works have been extremely successful, but where did these self-help giants get their inspiration? Could it be that the very concepts and teachings talked about in these massively successful books, and by the people who wrote them, came from another book written over 100 years ago? In an interview discussing her success with the blockbuster hit The Secret, Rhonda Byrne talks about a time when her father had recently died. Her daughter was very ill, and she had accumulated over $2 million in debt. She was having an emotional breakdown. Then, her adult daughter brought her an old photocopied book stating simply, "Read this, it'll make you feel better." The book had been written nearly 100 years prior for poor people by a man who grew up in poverty in the late 1800s as a farmer in McHenry County, Illinois. Little did she know that in less than 90 minutes, she would find the keys that would turn her entire life around. What was this mysterious book that would pave the way to nearly all modern success philosophies? And who was the man that wrote it? Why do the legends of personal achievement philosophies all seem to be talking about the same thing, but saying it in a different way? The master key, they called it. The strangest secret. And then simply, the secret. What is this mysterious practice they all speak of that can almost instantaneously change your life forever?
There is a science of getting rich. It is an exact science. Like algebra or arithmetic, there are certain laws which govern the process of acquiring riches. Once a person learns to obey these laws, they will get rich with mathematical certainty.
There is a thinking stuff from which all things are made, and which, in its original state, permeates, penetrates, and fills the inner spaces of the universe. A thought in this substance produces the thing that is imagined by the thought. A person can form things in their thought, and by impressing their thought upon formless substance, can cause the thing they think about to be created. You must get rid of the thought of competition. You are to create, not to compete for what is already created. Guard your speech. Never speak of yourself, your affairs, or of anything else in a discouraged or discouraging way. Close your ears to all adverse suggestions. Never mind if people call you a fool and a dreamer. Dream on. A thought form held in thinking substance is a reality. It's a real thing, whether it has yet become visible to the mortal eye or not. So who was this obscure man that inspired the personal achievement giants of the world? And what was the name of his book? Allow me to introduce you to a man, practically hidden for a century, who through this book would pave the way to nearly all modern success philosophies. Wallace D. Wattles is his name, and his mysterious book, The Science of Getting Rich, will remain hidden no more. Now, revisited over 100 years later, MYB Publishing brings you a new, special universal edition of what could be called the greatest success book ever written, The Science of Getting Rich by Wallace D. Wattles. This book holds within its pages the secret foundations of how anyone, no matter their circumstances, can achieve a happy and rich life. By closely adhering to the principles outlined in this best-selling classic, you can finally ensure your own success, wealth, and happiness without feeling the need to compete with anyone or anything. We become creators by aligning ourselves with natural laws and working as one with the universal mind. In The Secret, Rhonda Byrne wrote of an old book that changed her life forever. This is that book, and it can change your life too. Get your copy of the new special Universal Edition today.
The very best thing you can do for the world is make the most of yourself.
The best thing that you can do is make the most out of yourself. That epitomizes Jay Nolan, and who I have the privilege and honor to introduce again. I have been around his energy, his inspiration, his teaching, training, and coaching and mentoring now for going on almost 8 years. Frankly, a woman in her early 60s that, because of my personal situation with my husband's health, I really thought, okay, we can slow down. We can just be. And what this man has done in his life for me has changed the trajectory of my 60s. I am so grateful. I am so honored. And he's done this for millions of people. He's a consummate trainer. He is a family man extraordinaire. He and his wife, Lena, have this amazing son, Kai. But from Major League Baseball contract to going in and being major leagues in business is what he's done. His company, MYB Publishing, is a proud sponsor of this Hurricane Ian telethon relief. He's also absolutely done amazing things with Vibra 360, with several other companies, and Confidence Tones are his companies as well. But what he is going to pour into us, I hope And actually, I know and trust that what he is doing and what he's done for me, you will get a glimpse of what he's done with this book, Science of Getting Rich. It's an MYB publishing edition in this time, in this arena. And what he's done with Clubhouse, taking Science of Getting Rich into XP Mentor Clubhouse room. It is extraordinary. It's extraordinary because he has made it in universal language. He has taken it to the next level, and he will take you to the next level where you are in your life. And I wanted this on record. So when you who are down in Southwest Florida saying, where do I turn? You've got the good book, but you've got this book that will make all the difference in the world for you to have that feeling, that mindset, as he says, is your skill set. So I'm looking here, and I saw Jay Nolan for a minute, and then he went away. And I'm thinking, perhaps as usual, he's undoubtedly on the move. Let's see whether he's not in the backstage. So we're just going to go ahead and play his other wonderful video. Would you please, Dan? The Power of a Woman. I know that you've seen this video, ladies and gentlemen, over and over and over again. But I heard a story from a friend. She said, Imagine you get up in the morning and you think, I've got to drive 2 hours to this mess. Robert talked about the silt, talked about the going ahead and shoveling this so it to a less from a less smelling place to a really bad smelling place. That's what we're doing to go ahead and get this silt out of there. Personally, I know that it took me 6 times to scrub my screen porch and I was done. My upper back muscles, I'm still feeling that. I'm feeling it to this day. And think about if you had to drive a couple hours and knew that you were going to work from sunup to a curfew because there's such looting going on. And you were like me, you're in your 60s or maybe 70s. What's an 80-year-old supposed to do in that case? This is what we're raising funds for. As Kevin Ruane said, it's no longer a $75 billion funding deal. It is a $100 billion funding situation. I know 10 friends that have not heard from their insurance companies because they haven't been able to get through to them yet. Forbes Riley talked about the 2 years that she's been waiting for the flood insurance company. And then guess what? They're out of business. Don't you know this is going to be happening? These 1 million people that are displaced will undoubtedly be displaced for a year or more, maybe not coming back. As Marco Rubio said, you've got Florida will come back. Governor DeSantis said earlier on in this video that we're going to hear later on, he said, Floridians are resilient. They're amazing. But old Florida is gone forever. These are places that had a special meaning that are part of those settlements. When they came across the Everglades there, they went to Miami, they went to Naples. In between, they went on boats. I know this story because my husband, being a marine archaeologist, is writing a book across Florida 100 years later, since the first book was written in 1922. He's writing it now in 2022. This is going to be a piece of this book, as he said, how we rebuild this. And frankly, when 90% of what you're used to is gone and 100% of what you have, that's what we're giving. So give a little, give a lot. I know that you think I'm on rewind with this, but I mean it. I sincerely do. A little from a lot. Go ahead and get that thing that will make all the difference. Get that one piece that will make the difference between somebody saying, gosh, we still have our car, we can actually go. They're not going to tell health coach Jody, of course, but they can go to Taco Bell, can go up to the road that was less affected, which is going to be an hour and a half away. But the soup kitchens are set up in places that they just have like the size of my house, like a half an acre, maybe it's less, just to give soup kitchens a bottled water. It's not good food, but it's some food. And so now talking about food for thought, giving that the science of getting rich, those positive consecutive thoughts. We now have a re-interconnect connection. Oh, he disappeared again. Jay Nolan is going to be up, and we are going to be coming up in just a moment, but we're going to go back to who we have here, who we have in this arena of going ahead and helping out, helping where people can do so much. I think what is so important is this. You've got an opportunity. Somebody gave an anonymous donation of $50,000. It will be matched. It will be matched by anything up to $50,000. That's $100,000. I visualize myself going in 10 days after my business trip, going in 10 days and handing that check and being able to put it on social media. That's what I get. But I wonder what you will feel and say, I had a part of this. I had a part of this. And now, by the way, this is going to be replayed again on traversetv.com. It's watch.traversetv.com. Just look for my picture. You'll know it's me in the pink dress, not the blue dress. And then we're going to go ahead and be having it aired on the local CBS affiliate, channel 5511 in Orlando. It's going to be played again and again. So what I know is this. What I know is this, is that we can. I said it to the team of speakers. We will make a difference. We will make a difference, and we must. Because as Les Brown would say, work as though your life depends on it. Because in this case, somebody else's does. It is necessary. So Dan, I would like at that introduction, until I see Jay Nolan backstage, it is yours to play. Let's see this destruction one more time, so it feels like you want to call those 5 people. You want to call those 10 people. You want to go ahead and blow this up on your social media, wherever you have a presence. We can do it. We can do it. Let's go. Let's go. As Stack would say, let's go, let's go, let's go. Back. That code that you just saw there, I want to kind of explain something, what we're doing here. That is Ignite Your Foundations of Health. You'll be hearing from Lady JB Owen at the 8 o'clock, at the top of the 8 p.m. Eastern hour. And I can truthfully say that Ignite Your Foundations of Health, now that you've met the lovely, the soon-to-be second-time best-selling author, Melanie Summers with Ignite, she has partnered with me as being my project manager. We are doing Ignite Your Foundations of Health. I am so honored that we're doing this book together, because health is wealth. The health of these people down in South of Florida. I heard Robert talk about the people that are getting bacterial infections. Where? They're getting them on their legs. because of the dirty water, the mud, that this, that, and the other. It's external, but your skin is 90% of these organs. Your skin is something that it absorbs everything that it's in its environment. They need health. And so we're compiling this book to have people with an experience that they want to tell their experience with reclaiming, regaining, or going on to achieve their health. There will be practitioners such as myself and famous physicians all banding together to change the trajectory of this health, because health is wealth. When your immune system is high, it will actually make all the difference in the world. So going back to Vibra 360, and I'm going to give you a little bit about the health and why this is so important, not only for us, but it's important for the victims of Hurricane Ian with their stress, but it's important for you. Thank you, Dan. Can you key up the Vibra 360 video? Would be great. Thank you. As you see, this link that we put up, this link for V Product Start Store, I'm just going to give a moment and tell you about these amazing products. Yes, this is something, V Store. I just want to ask you a question here. Do you drink coffee? 8 out of 10 people do. But is it healthy coffee? This healthier coffee has a mushroom blend. Now, I had a situation with stage 4 melanoma 20 years ago. I found mushroom therapy. I found it because it changed the trajectory of how I was feeling. It changed the trajectory of my health. But what has been done with the formulators is put together a 6 mushroom blend, so that you can go ahead and get reishi, maitake, shiitake, turkey tail, lion's mane, absolutely Arachis blazia, and the amazing Ganoderma in it. green Arabica gourmet beans for the price of 60% of what you pay at a Starbucks. You can have healthier coffee. You pour it in to your blend. It is not instant. It's instantly healthier in a powder. Add water. Remember earlier on you saw Stack going ahead and taking a spoon, saying, "Ooh, my goodness." He was taking a spoon. He said, "Tastes so good." Little bit of almond milk and you're good to go. See, it's none of the spike, none of the crash, and it has all the alkalinity. I believe we'll do a movement with the people in Southwest Florida once they get back on board. Guess what? They absolutely will be the people that will need some kind of move, some kind of movement to get their bodies back in alkalinity, because when they are, guess what? They will be able to be clear and absolutely have more abundance and health in their life. That's product number one. Product number two is the product that is called Epicurean Detox Tea. Your liver takes in stress. I did a whole masterclass last month. Actually, it was during Hurricane Ian. It just disrupted and said, does your liver quiver? If not, what you got? The number one cause was not alcohol. Number one cause wasn't diet, even fast food. It was stress. Think of what's happening with the stress of these folks. The stress is unbelievable. I can truthfully say that this will allow your body that homeostasis. Once you get the coffee, then you go in and are able to clear out that liver, because when the liver quivers, when it has absolutely malleability and movement, your bile ducts will go great. It will go on through. Your pancreas then becomes a mobilizing portion. It's kind of like what we're seeing with Hurricane Ian. You shovel up the dirt and the silt and the stinky fish, and then you put it to a stinkier place. That's what your liver does. It takes all the toxicity from digestion, moves it through to your pancreas, which is the toxic waste dump, and then it moves out clearly through your colon. So when you've done that properly with a detox tea, guess what? It's not tea, y'all. Put it in water, put it in your sports water. It tastes like raspberry Gatorade. Of course, we don't do Gatorade, but you know what I'm talking about. It is that good. I absolutely know that with those two products, and then you put your immune boosters with all 6 mushrooms, and then you put your BioFlex, because after me shoveling even our dirt, I needed a little BioFlex. I needed a little flexibility. Both my husband, who's 81, and I'm 68 and a half, we needed a little flexibility. When you have great products that will do great things, it makes all the difference in the world. So it is Dr. Jody approved. I know this is just a little bit of why we're doing this, but I want you to know why this is so important, because all proceeds, just like we had somebody that was one of the speakers that is a business owner, brand new business. Guess what she did? She donated all of her t-shirts. I think she's made in advance 10 t-shirts. She's going to donate the money. What has Christopher Rausch done? He's gone ahead and his executive coaching, anybody. So we have 10 people doing 200. That's $2,000. He's donating his time. Somebody said you can't do anything about time. Well, guess what? We are doing something about time. He's giving his time for money for a donation. Forbes Riley is giving this Forbes it. So you can always say, I'm charging through anything. Forbes it, a bracelet, a spin gym. And like I said, with this colon being a real issue, as I'm reformulating my balance bar, I never sit on a chair. It's always doing the core work, where your colon health became, as I've said, colon cancer is the new lung cancer. It's moved down because we're sedentary so much of the time. And frankly, what we've got from this point on, it's gone from the colon to then I call it Zoom belly. Everybody's sitting down in a chair and it gets this and this. You use Forbes' spin gym like this. And if you put in the comment section, I'll be looking at them later, of course, spin gym, I'll make sure that that money is donated back as well if Forbes agrees to it. That's what we're doing. We're creatively financing and we're creatively doing this thing to make a difference. Why? Because these people don't have a spin gym. They don't have anything. And remember, we have an anonymous donor that said anything up to 50,000, he or she is matching it. Give a little, give a lot, give it now to hurricaneian.world/GoFundMe. And speaking of which, I see in the backstage is a wonderful, wonderful warrior of mine, a great friend, somebody. Are you getting the feeling that maybe you need to be a part of Clubhouse? She is somebody that I met on Clubhouse. She's going to be joining my Healthopedia channel on the network very, very soon. Lee Forrester is one that started out in the UK, lives in Silicon Valley, very close to where Josh Payne lives. She's in the San Francisco area, but she's on the East Coast on vacation with family. And she found a way to come in and give her message. I'm thinking Hurricane Ian survivors and thrivers, as Christopher called them and called you, this one skillet coach that she has. This is what Lee is, this one skillet coach. When she can pour into you, she said, I just go in the grocery store, I take this handful, and this is what I put in the pan. In honor of you, Lee, I went ahead and made a Brussels sprouts recipe with riced cauliflower. Last night was in my one skillet coach. I did it in honor for you. What an easy way to be nutritious and delicious. But she is absolutely delicious. She started out in the health field as an RN. She moved to becoming a health coach and coming to the healing arts and preventative health, and is also a fitness trainer. It is with my delight and honor that I have Lee Forrester coming and pouring into you. I just call her my one skillet friend. Hello, Lee. Hello, hello, hello. Lovely to see you, my dear.
Thank you, and appreciate you and all that you're doing right here. This is immense.
You know what? You are immense with your heart. So the next 12 minutes is all yours.
Thank you. Thank you. And welcome, everybody. This is a great, great endeavor that we are putting on for the people of Florida who are highly impacted by this Hurricane Ian. And many, many hours and people behind the scenes that have gone into pouring our hearts and our resources into helping people in need at this time. And we as a people and we as a country can offer so much in whatever way we can, whether you are going to go to the GoFundMe link and you are able to give whatever you can. It's 10, it's 100, it's 1,000. It doesn't matter. Put out what you can to help folks get back on their feet so that they can live well and so they can thrive and all the things that I encourage and teach. And so many are not in a position right now to have their one skillet. They don't have a skillet. They don't have a home. They don't have the resources. They don't have groceries right now. So many things were yanked away from them very, very quickly. And so I'm here to offer a vision of hope. A vision that we as a nation, we as a people can come together and make sure everybody in need gets what they need at this time. Whether it's your time, maybe you don't have the resources to share. Maybe it's your time that you are giving. Maybe it's your whatever you can teach, whatever you can share, maybe whatever it is you have. If you're nearby and you have the resources to give, because many of us have way more than we actually are using or needing at this time. But the GoFundMe link, which is here and available right here on the screen, I highly encourage you to go there and give what you can. Not only that, to share this on your social media platforms, all the places that you go, even in your local area. If you have nextdoor.com in your area, on your Facebook, on your Instagram, on your Twitter feed, if you're on Clubhouse, in whatever groups you are in, even in your own community, because many in your own community are not aware that this Hurricane Ian relief is going on. And at this time, let's come together and offer hope. Let's offer love. Let's offer what we can give, a little or a lot, on whatever that is to you. But let's pour our hearts into helping others. Let's help our fellow man heal, and know that we as a country care, and we are here because it could have been anywhere. It could be Florida, it could be New York, it could be California. Natural disasters happen everywhere. But we are going to come together as a people and share and help. And so I'm here to offer hope. I'm in the coaching space, in the wellness space. So my background was in nursing, as Dr. Jody mentioned, and helping those with sickness and disease. And then realizing that I could offer of help and support on the wellness side. So how about we prevent these things? Some things we can prevent, some things we can project forward. Where do you want to be 2 years, 5 years, 10 years from now? We're not going to just arrive there in our bodies, in our minds, in our strength, in our energy, in our health. That's going to take effort right now to make those changes. And as we help our fellows Americans on the East Coast to get back in their homes and to feel healthier and to feel stronger and to rebuild, let us as a people make sure that we are taking care of ourselves so that we can help others in whatever way we can. So we're going to eat well. We're going to look after ourselves. So when and if something comes our way, we're in a better position to help ourselves, help our families, and help our communities. In what way can you give? In what way can you show up? In what way can you help in your immediate community should something like this arise? What organizations can you be a part of where you can be helping either in person or in funding, even remotely? We're in a day and age where we can offer and do much, even from far away. I live on the other side of the country, but that doesn't mean that I cannot be a part of this effort and show up and be a part of this amazing endeavor that's been put on this weekend to help others to get back on their feet, to get those basic essentials of life that many of us have perhaps taken for granted. I've just returned from the grocery store. I was able to pick up foods and other household essential items, put it in the car and drive home and put it away. For some, that is not possible right now. And they don't have the resources, and they don't have their cars, and they don't have their homes right now available to them. We have to come together and we have to support this, and let's help everyone get back on their feet. Let's be a part of the rebuilding process. Let's be a part of making people feel stronger and loved and cared for. We don't need to know who they are specifically, because they're fellow man, they're fellow Americans, they're fellow humans. Let's pour out today. Click on that link if you have not already and share it on your social media platforms, whichever ones that they are. Give what you can give, do what you can do, and then you share it with others, and they will do what they can do. We don't have to ask, they will be aware of it, have them join in the live stream and watch what's going on as people from all over this country, as well as other countries, have become involved in this weekend in this Hurricane Ian relief, which is a world event, and many, many people have shown up for this today. Don't miss out on being a part of this relief, because it is much needed. The devastation is vast. It is huge. Millions and millions of dollars of homes, of property is gone, just gone. And we would hope that others would come to our aid if we ever found ourselves in such a position. So where are you on that? Show up how you can. Show how you can best show up. If you are here and you are hearing this and you are seeing this today, please be a part of this relief fund, whatever you can do. And if it's not a link and you are local and you can show up with hands and all hands on deck, if that's a possibility, great. If you can't do something today, keep the link. Maybe it's tomorrow, next week, because the need is going to carry on. It's not just this week and next week. It's going to be going on for a while. The rebuilding was going to be weeks and months, right? The holidays are approaching, and we sure want to help people to get into a position where they can enjoy time with their families in a place of shelter and comfort and have the nourishment that they need when that time arrives, and even now. So dig deep in your hearts and do what you can. If you know someone that personally that is involved in this endeavor, reach out, see how else you can help. We can all help in one way or another. You'd be surprised what you can do. You'd be amazed at what resources you have available to you and what you know and what you can do. Copy the link and be sure to share that out. It is vital at this time that we participate. It is vital that we come together and support each other and support others that you know are a part of this event. So I implore you today to be a part of this and do what you can. And maybe what you can do right now is pray. Maybe you cannot give maybe $10 if that's what you can do, because 10, 100, 1,000 people give that, that's amazing. But support and pray and align yourself with persons that are involved with this today and see what you can do. See what you can do to help those in need to get back on their feet. And I'm just really thrilled and excited that I could be a part of this fundraiser today, actually all this weekend. And yes, I'm in the coaching space. And yes, I support people, primarily women in their 40s and 50s, helping them to feel better, feel stronger, get into a state of optimal health, figure out how to eat quickly, how to eat efficiently, how to eat on a budget, you know, with very few ingredients, actually, very few things, keeping it simple. And that would be something also I have that I can share with women and families as they get back into their homes. How can we do this? You're not going to have the whole plethora of pots and pans they probably had prior. Maybe they have one skillet, maybe they have one pan, and maybe they're not aware of how they can put together some good, nourishing, wholesome meals for themselves and their families with just a handful of pans and a handful of ingredients and basic foods, whole foods. It doesn't have to be complicated. It doesn't have to be complicated at all. So that's where I get really excited to help people to feel better, live well, be in a state of optimal health, and it does not have to be complicated. Let's live well, let's live strong, so that also we can not just show up for our own families and for our own communities, but those who are on the east side of this country right now who are really suffering. The devastation was huge, and we can all come together. We can all show up. Each and every one of us can show up in a way that is powerful, in a way that's going to have impact, in a way that's going to help someone. And isn't it a beautiful thing when we can give of our hearts to another human? We don't need to know necessarily their name or what they look like. We know that we're giving to someone today that needs our help. Can you do that today? And that's where we are. The need is great. And let's just all just show up in a very, very powerful way. And if you've been listening in for a while, you've seen the many speakers that have come up before me and those that will continue to come after me. And let's be a part of this amazing, amazing endeavor. We are so blessed and in a position to do amazing things for others. And I thank you.
And I thank you, Lee. You know, when you were speaking, oh, my coach, I just used the one thing I said, you know, well, we do know. I was just thinking, Lee, you know how many coaches that I know in the health coaching of, I mean, I just know so many. I know so many mental health care professionals. Once there is something that is of semblance of order, I'm going to reach out to the people in Florida that I know that even if it's Governor DeSantis, where we can go ahead, since that's what's coming up. The queue is coming up after we hear from you and from Nella Coleman, our next speaker. We're going to hear from Governor Ron DeSantis. Okay, let me tell you something. His office gave me the video, Lee, that was stock video of how they prepared for this storm, because Floridians know how to prepare. I consider myself a Floridian this way. I know how to prepare, and guess what? It wasn't enough to see what is there. So I'm gonna just share this with my viewing audience. I'm gonna make an initiative. People like you, Lee, Joy, who's coming up, that's a mental health expert, and I'm just going on and on and on, that we do something for their health so they can recreate their wealth. You in?
Absolutely, 100%.
I absolutely adore you. Thank you for taking out time, because it's a noble cause. It's a noble thing. And one skillet cook and coach and fitness trainer and woman extraordinaire, helping and empowering other women. I thank you for being in my life.
I thank you, Dr. Jody. Appreciate you so much.
Absolutely. So we're going to go ahead and take a commercial break with our commercial, which is not a commercial. This is Governor Ron DeSantis talking, as I said. He was talking about mobilizing before Hurricane Ian and what we had to do. We did it. It wasn't quite enough, but we did it to the best of our ability. So knowing that what he said will give you the idea of how much need there is. So backstage crew, if you can get the total that is been given, and I've got something going on on the PayPal.me account, and let's have a drum roll after we hear from Governor Ron DeSantis. You got that one, Dan? Let's hear it.
Advisory has adjusted that track a little bit more south. And so, again, this is an inexact science, of course, subject to change, but they're now forecasting it to strike land basically at the Charlotte-Sarasota County border. And if you look at that area and you're familiar with that area, you know there's a lot of potential for flooding and storm surge in that part of the state. You also, because of the track it's taking, expect a major impact somewhere in that area. But it's also going to continue moving throughout the state, and it's actually going to exit probably somewhere Volusia, Flagler, St. Johns counties. So that's going to take tropical storm force winds at a minimum up through almost like it's riding I-4. So you're going to have impacts in places like Polk County, Orange County, Volusia County. That's going to be significant winds. It's also going to be a lot of rainfall. And so those areas are already saturated. You're going to end up with more. That is going to cause hazards for trees falling down. It will likely interrupt power for many communities in that part of the state. And this is going to be working its way. You'll have the first landfall will be tomorrow night, Wednesday night, but it's going to meander through the state all the rest of Wednesday night, all of Thursday, and it's going to exit most likely sometime on Friday morning. So this is going to be a lot of impacts, and they will be felt far and wide throughout the state of Florida. I want to commend our counties on Florida's Gulf Coast for all their hard work in doing preparations, particularly over the last week. We also have a lot of residents in those counties. Many of them know the drill, but many of them are also new to Florida. And you've seen all reports that we've received from Lee and Charlotte and Sarasota all the way into Tampa Bay area is by and large people are taking appropriate precautions. When you look at storm surge of this nature, that is a very life-threatening hazard when you're talking about 10 feet, 12 feet of storm surge, which you could see in certain parts of this when it makes landfall. It's also going to produce a massive amount of rain. It is going to produce major flooding. The storm, when it impacts land. It's expected, yes, it will weaken, but it will also slow, which means it's just going to be churning out rain, moving at a snail's pace. That rain is going to pile up very quickly in different parts of Southwest Florida. So these hazards are real. We want people to be able to take the appropriate precautions. So we now have over 2.5 million people that are under some type of evacuation order, and that includes people in counties such as Charlotte, Citrus, Hernando, Hillsborough, Lee, Levy, Manatee, Pasco, Pinellas, Sarasota counties, Collier, Gilchrist, Glades, Highland, and Taylor County.
Many counties, I'm not the geography one in our household. I don't know how many counties there are in Florida, but Governor Sanders named Governor DeSantis named Collier, Lee, Charlotte, Polk, Hernando County. He mentioned Orange, Osceola. We're going up I-4, as I've said. You know how that's that diagonal road that goes from Tampa to Daytona. He said Volusia County. Now we're in Daytona. Are you getting the geography map? I told something the other day. Go with his hand like this. This is the panhandle. This is Florida. This is all what hit Ian, and it went all the way up and came over and out and hit South Carolina. Now, isn't that a geography lesson in your hand? That's what happened here. And we're not doing this, of course. We're doing this to speak, but we're doing this to speak to your heart. I mean, I absolutely know that we have something. We have something here that can make a difference. We have something here that will make all the difference in the world, and you can make a difference. As we've been saying all day, since Kim brought up her $10 bill, $10 from 100,000 people will be $100,000. What we've gotten is another $2,000 donation. We're moving up. We want to match that $50,000 goal to get to $100,000 in right now by the end of this, let's say next couple hours. Then we can move on because we're gaining momentum. Then we're going to keep momentum. We're getting these sponsors. This is a perfect time as we see Traverse TV coming on that we will be able to go ahead. If you're a business owner right now and you're seeing this, just email me. You'll find my email address on drjodee.com. That's drjodee.com. JODEE.com. Email me. You will be able to go ahead, if you have a business, to get a premium produced sponsorship for your donation here. When we do it on the 17th, we will be having live people taking your donations in the studio. We're also going to be able to have more time to do these things. But if you decide you want an ad in your business, we'll make that go forward on Traverse TV for 2 months. It'll be going on my show. It'll be going on other shows. It'll be going on Dan Gilman's show, Ignite TV, JB on, you name it. We will get your message out because you were generous with us. Guess what? We'll be generous with you. And speaking of generosity, we have our next speaker coming up here on stage, Nella Coleman. Now, this has kind of been an interesting and a great event for me. A lot of people I know, I've spoken with them on stages, both virtual and in person, but there are a lot of people that I'm just getting to know through this event. And Nella Coleman is one of these. I got this message in the back channel once again on Clubhouse. And she said, I speak. I'm an artist. I speak. I would love to be at your event. There was something about the heartfelt just message that she put in those words. Energetically, I felt like I have got to go and have her. So I'm going to say, we're going to make our acquaintance here at our Hurricane Ian telethon. I know she's going to have a message. I know that it's going to create this movement because I know. And by the way, You're going to be hearing from Coleman. But Nella's not related to Keller, who's coming up next, which is kind of a trip in and of itself. So Nella, when you can go ahead and put in your email address that it's Nella, always Nella, we will remember Nella is always Nella. So welcome to the stage. Welcome to our telethon, and welcome to giving us the next 12 minutes of your most amazing message. It's all to you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Jody. I greatly appreciate the opportunity to be here on the platform. Although, no, I may not be related to Keller Coleman, you will be hearing from my mother soon after, Janice Coleman. So if you ask where I get the speaking from, you'll see where. Okay, but great evening, everybody. We are all here just because of one cause, one specific reason, and that is specifically because of Hurricane Ian. Hurricane Ian has affected so many lives, so many families, whether it's directly friends, whether it's indirectly, whatever the case may be. But today, the purpose of all of us being here today, the purpose of me speaking, the speakers before me, the speakers after me, and for you being here in the audience today, the purpose is for us to join together as one, join together as a country, join together, united, and click and get the link in the banner that is going across the screen and help those who need the help, okay? Now, when Hurricane Ian was going on, and I personally have friends who live in Florida. Please excuse my voice. I'm getting over a cold, everybody. I personally have friends who live in Florida, specifically Southern Florida. And every single day when everything was going on and lives were being affected, houses being destroyed, I would reach out to everybody and say, hey, are you okay? What's going on? Do you need anything? Like, is there something I can do? These are things that we have to do because that helps the people that are going through this have strength, okay? And that's my message for today, is helping others to gain the strength to get through what they are going through right now. Strength is exactly what we gain from the madness that we survive. And right now, our country, the East Coast, everybody is experiencing madness. They're experiencing the things that's going on in the world right now. I'm sorry, give me 1 second, y'all. I'm going to try to adjust my camera just a little bit. I hope that's a little bit better. Awesome. You're welcome, guys. But madness is exactly what is happening. But we have to help those that are around us to be able to go through this. Okay. We don't want to just get past it. We don't want to just kind of glaze over the things that they're experiencing, whether it's a loss of a family member, whether it's the loss of their homes, their possessions, their precious possessions. Okay. We want to make sure that we're helping them get through it and to heal from this. So with that, there's 3 parts I honestly believe that happens when you're helping somebody to gain strength. Okay. Part of that, number 1, is faith. Speaking words of life into the people, whether it's somebody that you personally know, whether you have a friend whose family member was affected by this hurricane, whether you were personally affected by the hurricane because you have a family member that's there, whatever the case may be, speaking words of life into those who have been affected. Okay. Now, I truly believe that you never trust your fears because they don't understand what your strength is. Okay. Understand, you never trust your fears because they don't know your strength. Okay. So with that, speaking words of life, words have power. Okay. Words build. It's just like planting a seed. Words water whatever is growing. We all have strength when we come in numbers. Okay. So the seed may be your donation today, but then follow that seed up with words of affirmation, with words of power, with calling somebody and saying, hey, how are you doing? How is your family member doing? How's your sibling, your cousin, whoever that may be? However somebody has been affected. Sorry, y'all. However somebody may have been affected, check in on them. You don't have to be on the phone with them for 5 hours long. You don't have to be on the phone for 15, 20 minutes. Even a simple text message means a lot in a time like this, okay? Number 2, commit to taking a step. This helps build strength for those who have been affected, Remember today, we're talking about strength. Okay, guys? So once again, donating. If you are unable to donate, guys, share with 10 of your friends, share with 5 of your friends, share with 3 of your friends, family members, co-workers. Let them know, hey, we have to do something about this. Okay? Today, just take the time to say, you know what? I may not be able to give what I want to give, but I can give $2 and I can send this link out to 10 people. Okay? I can give $10 and I can send this link out to everybody in my Facebook and all my chats and everything. I can go ahead and reach out to 5 people in my Instagram and my social media. I can reach out, I can go ahead and post and say, hey, I donated. You guys donate as well. Help. Okay? And strength ends up growing in the moments when you think you can't go on. Okay? Right now, there are people who have lost their family members. There are people who have lost their homes. There are people who are searching for certain things that they may have lost in this hurricane. And they are thinking to themselves, they cannot move forward. They're thinking this to themselves, they cannot get past this battle. They are thinking to themselves, they are all alone. Well, guess what? They're not. Today, we are here to let them know they are not alone. Today, we are here to let them know we have your back. We are standing with you. We are helping you to rebuild, helping you to rebuild your faith, helping you to rebuild your strength. So whatever action you decide to take today, whether it's sharing the link, whether it's donating yourself, whether it's going ahead and speaking up and using your social media platform for something more than anything else that can matter right now, do it. That is a step. Okay. So we have gone through helping others to regain their strength. The first one has been speaking words of life. The second one has been committing to taking a step. Whatever that step looks like for you is perfectly fine. Don't feel ashamed that it's not looking like the person next to you. That's not what we're here for today. Okay? Today we are going to take the step and what it looks like and what is right for us. Okay? And then finally, be present. Okay? Yes, you may have taken a step, but just taking a step is not enough. Unfortunately, we can't take a step and then go ahead and release our hands from it and say, okay, I've done my part. We have to be proactive. We have to be present. We have to be intentional about the steps that we take. Okay. And then one day, what's going to end up happening is once everything has come back, once they have regained their strength, once the survivors have looked back and they said, I got through that because these people were here to help me, because donations came rolling in, because that one person, even though they weren't able to do it themselves, their friends were able to do it. Because that one person decided, hey, I'm going to donate and I'm also going to get 10 other family members involved. Because of that situation, because of whatever step you committed to today, somebody is going to look back, however long from now, they're going to look back and say, you know what? I survived. And guess what? Today, I was looking at some things about Hurricane Ian. They're saying this is the biggest one. I remember when Hurricane Katrina happened and other hurricanes happened in the past, and they are helping to create a survival guide for things that happen along the way. We're able to recoup a little bit faster every single time. Unfortunately, these things happen. Yes, we don't want these things to happen, but these people are able to look at the survival guide and say, hey, it's somebody like Dr. Jody who sat there, put something together and said, hey, we're going to help these people. We're going to gather speakers. We are going to get all of our audiences together and we are going to make an effort to help them in the process. Okay? So once again, I apologize, y'all. But once again, we have to help those who are going through this gather the strength in the midst of all the madness. It is our responsibility, those who have not lost something, who have not been directly affected, those of us who have the opportunity to help others, we need to take that action today. We need to take that action now. It is our duty, okay? This is our time, all right? So we're going to help others to gain strength. We're going to speak life into them. We are going to commit to taking a step. So make sure you go ahead and you take that link that is right in the banner. You make your donation today, whatever that may look like for you. And then you go ahead. I charge you with the action today. I charge you, whoever you are, to go ahead and share that link with 10 of your friends or family members, co-workers, however it may add up. 10 people. Share that link with them. And then number 3, be present. It doesn't just stop at sharing. It doesn't just stop at the donation. It means pick up the phone, make a phone call. If you know somebody that's been affected, check in on them. Okay? I don't push faith on anybody, but if you are a faith-based person, pray with them. All right? If you are somebody that you know how to speak and how to cheer somebody up, do that. If you know how to get somebody laughing in a time of need, do that. That's how we are present. All right? If you are able to get a few people together and go ahead and get different essentials together and send boxes to families that have been affected, do that. This is how we stay present. This is how we stay active. This is how we help those who have been affected to gain the strength in the midst of the madness. Okay? So whatever else it is that you may think of, go ahead and share it. I know the chat, the comments have been going crazy, and I love to see it. I know that you guys have been doing amazing, and I think, once again, I thank Dr. Jody for creating this platform for everybody to be able to help in the Hurricane Ian relief, okay? I charge you guys today, make sure you go ahead, send out this link to 10 friends, family members, whatever the case may be. Go ahead, make your donation today with the link that is in the banner. Make a post on your stories on Instagram. If you have to, go ahead and drop it into your news feed or Facebook. If you are awesome at TikTok, go ahead and do a nice little trending dance, and make sure that you make sure that you put in your captions, hey, we are doing this to help those who have been affected by Hurricane Ian, okay? And then get somebody else to do it with you. Get somebody else to go ahead and do that trending dance. Get somebody else, say, hey, share this post with 10 other people. Tag 3 friends who can help. This is how we keep it proactive. This is how we stay present in the midst of this, okay? So while they feel like the hurricane is still going on in their lives, we are in the background helping out. We are in the background saying, hey, we got you. We are here to help you. We are here to be strength for you when you feel like I have nothing left. It's just like when you go to the gym and you sit there and you getting your reps in, and they feel like I don't have another rep. I don't have another set in me, whatever the case may be. That is exactly how they are feeling. And we are here to just hold them up just a little longer. You have another rep in you. You got this, because we're here. We're spotting you. We have you. That is what your donation says to them. That is exactly what sharing that link says to them. It says you have another rep in you. You can keep pushing because we're here to keep encouraging you, okay? You're that trainer right now in the gym telling them, keep going, you've got this, all right? So make sure when you are helping others in the midst of all of this, you're remembering in the back of your mind, I'm helping them to regain their strength. I'm helping them, whatever that may look like. That's exactly what you're doing when you share this link. That is exactly what you're doing when you go ahead and make your donation. That's exactly what you're doing when you go ahead and post on your social media, when you go ahead and take initiative, and you may start something else right after this. That's exactly what you're doing when you pick up the phone, whether it's a family member, whether it's a friend, whether it is a colleague, somebody that you may have went to college with, whatever the case may be. That's exactly what you are doing. You are cheering them on. You're giving them the strength to do one last rep. Because what ends up happening is 9 times out of 10, the reason why we can never finish another rep is because our mind is telling us to quit long before our body tells us. So you taking action today is telling their mind, keep going. Your body hasn't given up on you. Keep going. I'm here to support you. Keep going. You can get through this. Keep going. You can go ahead and just get through all of it. Okay? All of this, you can get through it. They can get through it. You can let them know they can get through it just by, sorry, y'all, just by helping them out today. So once again, I'm going to give you my charge. I'm going to go ahead and tell you, copy this link. Go ahead and post it up on your story. Post it up or post a popular dance or some popular music on the background and share with 10 friends, family members, co-workers, colleagues, whatever. If you're in a sorority, trust and believe, I know y'all got some people, okay? Go ahead and share this information with somebody today and tell them to even join us on this call. Tell them to hop on, send out the link, not just to the GoFundMe, but send them out to come see the remaining speakers. I already told y'all we've had some amazing, powerful speakers that came before me, and we are not done yet. Okay? We are not done. We have so much more left. One of the speakers is my mother, is my own blood, and she is powerful all in herself. Okay? So make sure that not only are you sending out the link to help get people to help raise the money, but send out the link to get them to join us, to see what they are taking part in. Because joining in blindly is one thing, but being aware is something totally different. Okay? So, Dr. Jody, I'm not sure if that's there we go. I can't hear you. Uh-oh.
Actually, you know what I was doing? I was doing a health coach thing in the back of my mind. I'm hungry. I was having some green apples. So you get through this long event. So I thought I better put myself on mute to get rid of the green apples. But I'll tell you, I've got a health coach Jody tip. Okay. Little hot water, little lemon, little honey. People put ginger in there. Put you some cayenne pepper or Tabasco, just enough, and make it like spicy Jamaican lemonade. That throat will be gone. Just
okay, well, I will get right to it.
Absolutely, because isn't that the truth, Nella? We need each other. Yes. We need each other. And the way your mother was so glowing and spoke, and when she sent me this text, she said, you know, my daughter is a speaker in her own right. I'm going, yeah. I'm going, yes, she is, she is, she is. And how beautiful that this was. And so that's such a foray. So I just am so excited that I got to experience you, and my 7 P's now went ahead to 8 today. Now I have 9 and 10, proactive and present. Thank you so much for sharing your wisdom, your heart, and what we are going to do going forward. Thank you so much, Nella. You have brightened this day. You brightened this time. And frankly, I love steps. And I think I'm getting to love you and your mom. Go make yourself some of that ginger tea, okay?
Thank you. I appreciate it. I definitely will.
Ciao for now. So, as I said, they're not related, but we're going to keep this going with the Coleman theme. Keller Coleman is yet another one. Are you feeling this like Clubhouse, auditory social media app? He is somebody that I am getting to know in a very big way. He is from that Detroit, Michigan area, which is where some of my family lives. He is a motivational speaker. He's a coach, but he's an executive trainer, author, as so many of our people are. But he's a TV show host and a master Clubhouse moderator. So if you're new to Clubhouse, new to the social app, get with Keller. He'll show you the ropes. But what we're going to do right now is he's going to show us just what it means to be everything that he said he was, because there's so much more. Keller Coleman, another the Coleman family. Glad to have you here, my man.
How, Dr. Joe D, how are you doing this? wonderful evening or afternoon, wherever you are in the world. How are you doing, my friend?
We are doing great. We're doing good. And we're almost at halftime with this thing. So I'm feeling good. I'm feeling good that I just needed a few green apples to keep it going on. So, Keller, the next 12 minutes is yours. Take it away.
Okay, I'm gonna be shorter than 12. I just got some power things, and I know we have other people that you can squeeze in, but uh,
Okay.
um, briefly, a good afternoon, everyone. How are you doing this wonderful day? And as the previous speakers before said, please share this link out www.hurricaneianworld.com/GoFundMe. Please, ma'am, please serve. If both of you all share it out 10 times, that'll be 20 people. Put it on your social media, your LinkedIn, your Instagram, your Facebook, your Twitter, your YouTube. Please, these people need some help. And if we work together, we all can help these people that are affected by this hurricane. Now, my message is renew and restore, but briefly, there have the top 10 worst hurricanes that have happened are, I'm going to name all of them, and I'm for sure Hurricane Ian will fall in this category. The hurricane of 1900 in Galveston, the San Felipe Hurricane 1928, the 1935 Labor Day Hurricane, Hurricane Camille in 1965, Hurricane Andrew in 1992, Hurricane Katrina in 2005, Hurricane Sandy in 2012, Hurricane Harvey in 2017, Hurricane Irma, and Hurricane Maria. Now we have Hurricane Ian. And the main thing, one of the things that has happened after all these hurricanes is two words: restore and renew. Restore and renew. Restore means to give back, return, to put back into the original state. And that's what we are attempting to do. We're attempting to restore with what we have with Dr. Jody and her wonderful staff. We have made an effort to help these folk with this effort. Okay, so ma'am, please, sir, go to Hurricane Ian World /GoFundMe. Because if you were in their shoes, you would want somebody to help you too. So this effort, all these wonderful speakers who have been on stage, who have given such eloquent words of advice and encouragement to these folk, we're just continuing the theme. So mine is restore and renew. And renew means resume after an interruption. And in this case, it's been very major. Okay. The size of that storm was and the things that went on were just unreal. Seeing the video and seeing the devastation of the floods and the hurricanes and the water and the thunderstorms and all the missing people. We're definitely praying for this region of the country, along with the families that are affected, because this has been very, very devastating. And we are here to help out. So you see these social media links, please help out. $10 goes far, $5 goes far, $100 goes far, $50,000 goes far, $100,000 goes far. And we're personally, the staff, Dr. Jody and her staff, are going to make sure that these people get some help. So we're glad that you're here. We're glad that you're viewing from all over the world. We're glad for your support, but we want to restore. And that's what we're attempting to do. That's what we're going to do. We want these people to get back on their feet. It's going to take time. It's not going to be overnight, but it's going to take some time, because all the previous hurricanes that I mentioned, the top 10, it took time for them to get back on their feet. And once they got back on their feet, they were renewed. Okay. Once they got back on their feet, they were able to make a plan, make it happen, and do some different things. Okay. They were be able to go back to the grocery store and have lights and have electricity and have a decent quality of life. But it took time. So when your brother or sister is in need, you have to go and help them out. You just can't leave them there stranded. You got to go and help them out. And so I am so glad to be here, because I know that you all are going to do it. I know you're going to step out and help folk. I know you're going to do it. I really do. I know you're going to do it. You're going to get out here and be a helping hand to a family that has nothing. Just hearing the stories of, pardon me, the people that left their homes and their homes were washed away. Their homes aren't there. So they have to start from scratch. And I know that the insurance companies are interested because they don't want to help. So at least we're here to offer something to help these folks. Thank you, Dr. Jody. Thank you, staff, Robert Mailer, and others. I can't name everybody. Thank you, everybody in the back channel. Thank you, all the speakers. Thank you, all the people that have given and that are going to give. Thank you, because if it was you, you would want some help because you would have nothing. No car, no job, no nothing. Everything ceases when you have something this devastating. So it takes time. But we're in the process of restoring, which is give back, returning to the original state. And we're in the process, well, they'll be in the process of renewing. They got to renew roads and homes, electricity, and a couple companies I know are down there providing electricity because there's millions of people that cannot see at night or during the day. Okay, so like I said earlier, we're here to restore and renew. Please, ma'am, please, sir, please, companies out there, come on, let's help these folks because the government can only do so much, and our help will a lot of times exceed what they're doing. Okay, so I hope that this message helps you because this is going to be really challenging. But go to the Hurricane World /GoFundMe. Please help Dr. Jody and staff. Help out. The more of us that help, the easier this will be. So my name's Coach Keller. I just had to come and support my big sister because it was tugging at my heart. So I know that you all are going to respond. And I know that you all are going to help. Back to you, Dr. Jody.
And what I was going to say, Keller, I just had another download, probably because my coach and mentor is in the backstage. I thought, you've got a TV show. I've got a TV show. Kim Jacobs did it this week. She does her TV show Monday through Friday. Why don't we take this link from now until November and put it on our TV shows as a way to broadcast that forwards? What do you think? You think that's a great idea?
Excellent idea. I am writing it down now so I won't forget and have to give it to my virtual assistant so she can make it happen. Thank you so very much. Oh my God, I'm excited.
I'm excited too. Thank you, Coach Keller. We will see you in the virtual room, but isn't it great to see what each other really look like? And now we can go back to that social app. Thank you so much for sharing. Ciao for now.
Welcome. All right, take care now.
So we're going to go back to the original thinking stuff. We're going back to that Science of Getting Rich video because it is that important. Let's key this up and really know what this thinking stuff is all about before we hear from my thought leader, my mentor, the one and only Jay Nolan.
In 2006, Rhonda Byrne's The Secret turned the world upside down. People from all over the world were learning about the law of attraction and how your thoughts could literally change your physical reality. Before The Secret's worldwide success, there were others in the self-help space who seemed to have paved the way to Rhonda Byrne's accomplishments. Many would call them the pioneers of personal development. Among those are well-known authors and speakers such as Bob Proctor. Proctor did seminars all over the world and helped thousands of people achieve what they previously thought was impossible. He was the student of Earl Nightingale, the author of the short but powerful work, The Strangest Secret. Perhaps you've heard the audio. And before Nightingale, there was his mentor, the great-grandfather of personal success, Napoleon Hill. His work in The Law of Success and Think and Grow Rich was worth its weight in gold coming out of the Great Depression. All of these works have been extremely successful, but where did these self-help giants get their inspiration? Could it be that the very concepts and teachings talked about in these massively successful books, and by the people who wrote them, came from another book written over 100 years ago? In an interview discussing her success with the blockbuster hit The Secret, Rhonda Byrne talks about a time when her father had recently died. Her daughter was very ill, and she had accumulated over $2 million in debt. She was having an emotional breakdown. Then her adult daughter brought her an old photocopied book stating simply, "Read this, it'll make you feel better." The book had been written nearly 100 years prior for poor people by a man who grew up in poverty in the late 1800s as a farmer in McHenry County, Illinois. Little did she know that in less than 90 minutes, she would find the keys that would turn her entire life around. What was this mysterious book that would pave the way to nearly all modern success philosophies? And who was the man that wrote it? Why do the legends of personal achievement philosophies all seem to be talking about the same thing, but saying it in a different way? The master key, they called it. The strangest secret. And then simply, the secret. What is this mysterious practice they all speak of that can almost instantaneously change your life forever?
There is a science of getting rich. It is an exact science. Like algebra or arithmetic, there are certain laws which govern the process of acquiring riches. Once a person learns to obey these laws, they will get rich with mathematical certainty.
There is a thinking stuff from which all things are made, and which, in its original state, permeates, penetrates, and fills the inner spaces of the universe. A thought in this substance produces the thing that is imagined by the thought. A person can form things in their thought, and by impressing their thought upon formless substance, can cause the thing they think about to be created. You must get rid of the thought of competition. You are to create, not to compete for what is already created. Guard your speech. Never speak of yourself, your affairs, or of anything else in a discouraged or discouraging way. Close your ears to all adverse suggestions. Never mind if people call you a fool and a dreamer. Dream on. A thought form held in thinking substance is a reality. It's a real thing, whether it has yet become visible to the mortal eye or not. So who was this obscure man that inspired the personal achievement giants of the world? And what was the name of his book? Allow me to introduce you to a man, practically hidden for a century, who through this book would pave the way to nearly all modern success philosophies. Wallace D. Wattles is his name, and his mysterious book, The Science of Getting Rich, will remain hidden no more. Now, revisited over 100 years later, MYB Publishing brings you a new, special universal edition of what could be called the greatest success book ever written, The Science of Getting Rich by Wallace D. Wattles. This book holds within its pages the secret foundations of how anyone, no matter their circumstances, can achieve a happy and rich life. By closely adhering to the principles outlined in this best-selling classic, you can finally ensure your own success, wealth, and happiness without feeling the need to compete with anyone or anything. We become creators by aligning ourselves with natural laws and working as one with the universal mind. In The Secret, Rhonda Byrne wrote of an old book that changed her life forever. This is that book, and it can change your life too. Get your copy of the new special Universal Edition today.
The very best thing you can do for the world is make the most of yourself.
I am so delighted to say that I love to reintroduce this man. I would introduce him 3 times if I had. This is my coach, my mentor of 8 years, who took me to this level that I really feel like my decade of my 60s has been the one of most significance. And he can do it for you too. Former baseball player, former extraordinaire, but he was extraordinaire because his mother said he was always extreme. So when he said in the private chat, buckle up, that's a warning, because MYB put out this book, took Wallace D. Wattles' words and put it into what we know is universal language. MYB is an absolute sponsor of this telethon, and MYB's published book with Wallace D. Wattles is the one that the hurricane victims need. It will make a difference. But guess what? We're going to make a difference right now, because one thing that is not in Jay Nolan's bio that I'm going to say, he is a difference maker for everyone that he is around and surrounds him, because that's just who he is. It is just wonderful to say, to present to some, to introduce to others. And I'm going to say the plane is getting ready to take off. So buckle up, fasten your seatbelt. Let's go.
All right, Miss Jody, you, Robert, the team. My goodness, I've been watching in the background. We've been mobile, you know, so much happening with everything, and I was waiting to be able to get to a good spot. Thank you so much for the patience, but I wanted to be able to make sure that people got this message. So can you hear me clear? I just want to make sure.
We can hear you loud and clear. Go for it. Do your thing. The next 15 minutes is yours. Ready, set, go.
All right, this is wonderful, folks. Listen, this is Jay Nolan. I want to really, really, really thank everyone that's tuned in, that's supported, that's poured in to this incredible cause. And I want to do something a little bit different from when I typically speak. So I really want to reach as deep as I can into your hearts, because this is an opportunity to connect you with the real you. You see, the book that was just talked about, The Science of Getting Rich, it talks about there's a thinking stuff from which all things are made. So this thinking stuff was original substance that created the entire world. It was not used all up in creating the world. It is still here. Now, inside of this world, we have events that include tragedies at times. And a lot of times people can think that's the end. It's not the end. As a matter of fact, sometimes there has to be a cleansing for a new beginning to come in. So I'm not going to look at what happened with the hurricane as a devastating tragedy. I'm going to look at the incredible opportunity for something that's much greater. But we've got to dig down deep to put a platform together so that other people will be able to experience that. You see, abundance truly is unlimited. And for those of you that are viewing this, I want you to tap into your abundance gene. If you haven't been getting what you really want out of this life, it's probably because you haven't tapped into your abundance gene. What am I talking about? Jano, what are you saying when you're talking about an abundance dream in the middle of a tragedy? Well, I'm going to tell you what I'm talking about, and I'm going to go grab some scripture, which I typically don't utilize when I'm doing trainings, when I'm doing events, but this one will help everyone see how important this moment is, not only to help these people that need help, but also to help you move to the next level where you'll be able to help even more from now on. You're never going to be able to feel the way you want to feel until you tap into your abundance gene, which is tied to helping other people. I'm going to the book of John. Yahuhanan. John, chapter 15. I'm going to start reading from verse 10. And this is the Savior speaking. Yahusha, he's speaking, and he says, if you guard my commands, you shall stay in my love, even as I have guarded my Father's commands and stay in his love. These words I have spoken to you so that my joy might be complete, might be in you, and that your joy might be complete. These words I have spoken to you, the Savior said, so that my joy might be in you. So many people are having a hard time being happy. You know why it's tough to be happy? Because the joy of the creative power, that thinking stuff that Wallace Wattles is talking about, when you go dig into it, it was what created the world. And the Savior's words was there. He is what created the world. So when you look at this, you go, so that my joy might be in you. Do you want to be happy? Then you got to be able to grab this joy opportunity, and that your joy might be complete. It's time for you, for us to come together and get to what's called complete. Now listen, because the breakthrough for everybody, including these people that went through this crazy event with this hurricane, here comes the breakthrough. It says, this is my command. This is the Savior of the world saying, this is my command, that you love one another as I have loved you. Woo! Think about that. In this time of need, Are we going to do this incredible command? He said, this is my command, not my suggestion, not my nudging. He said, this is my command, that you love one another as I have loved you. How much did he love us? You've heard that he gave his life up for the world. Now watch. Here's the breakthrough to the abundance gene. Verse 13 in chapter 15 of the book of John. No one has greater love than this. He defines what the greatest love is. That one should lay down his life or her life for their friends. There is just no greater love, the Savior says, that for us to lay down our lives for a friend. You are my friends, he says, if, big old if, you do what I command. He says that's when we're his friend. You see, it's easy for us to go, we got to take care of our family. Of course, I got to take care of my wife. I got to take care of my husband. I got to take care of my children, my parents, my grandparents, my aunts, my uncles, my cousins. But he didn't say that's the greatest love. You see, he said the greatest love is when we lay down our life for a friend. When we got people over on the southeast and central east part of Florida that are our friends and they need our help. And see, you've been looking for most people to help those that you know. That's obvious, but that's not the greatest love. So maybe you're not getting your breakthrough. Maybe you're not tapping into the abundance gene because you haven't got this down. Greater love that you're ever going to have and express is when you lay down your life for a friend. So that when you see an opportunity like the incredible Jody Bear and Robert Mailer and the team has put together, and they give you an opportunity to tap into this abundance gene called laying down your life for a friend. Well, what could that mean? Like, what should you be given when it comes to laying down your life? So when they say, hey, donate something, like, what are you going to donate? How much of it are you going to know? How important is this opportunity to you? You see, we already donated, and we're not going to stop donating until the cause is done. We're going to continue to donate from our company. We're going to continue to promote. You want to know why? I have a command from the Savior of the world that there is no greater love for me than for me to lay down my life, which is in the heart of my passion, my heart of passion for the people that I don't even know, that I haven't even seen, more than likely. But for me to love them without me seeing them, without me knowing them, the Savior said, there is no greater love. He said, if you do this, back it up. You got to back it up. Let's go back up now. He says, if you guard this command to lay down your life for a friend, you shall stay in my love. You see? Woo! You shall stay in my love. He goes, and then my joy will be in you so that your joy may be complete. This is an opportunity for most people to be able to tap into the abundance gene. You got breakthroughs holding up, I believe, because you never tapped in and had this angle put to you this way. I knew when I was going to come to you, this was going to come in hot. You want to know why? Because there's some people out there that knows that this is right what I'm saying. Not everybody's going to pick this message up, but the right people are. There's companies that have owners that knows what I said is absolutely right. And you're going to do a lay down your life type of donation. Lay down your life type of donation. You know, everybody can do something to get the ball started towards your abundance gene. Everybody can. Everybody can dig. But see, if you just do a little bit, if you say, okay, I'll give a little bit, then you're not showing that love, in my opinion. You need to give to where it's the love of the laying down the life for a friend. That's how I feel about this particular project. This is an opportunity for us to really stop teeter-tatting around in the world and be an example. You see, Jody, Robert, if you don't know them, you should get to know them. Some of the greatest hearted people in the world, People like Melanie is working behind the scenes. Courtney working behind the scenes. Dan is working behind the scenes. You should get to know them. You want to know why? They're here committed, going on minimal rest, minimal food, and they're pouring their guts out to you to pour their guts out to other people who they don't even know. They don't even know. But Robert, this is why I love this part. Robert happens to know some of these people personally. So when the money flows in, you get to get connected with the ex-senior vice president of Pepsi-Cola, a man that used to be in charge of a $500 million budget. That's a $500 million. How responsible is he? You think he's playing games? He's not playing games. His credibility is incredible. Wharton Business School graduate, Bucknell graduate. So all those things that we know that have been honorable with these awards, he has done these things. So for him to be helping lead up this project and then to have this scripture and these verses tap into you, combined with having responsible people that can go make the impact for friends. There's greater love that none of us can have than we take advantage of this opportunity and show some people. And then we follow up. We're not just going to give and not follow up. I've asked Jody, they said, we're following up. We want to see it. Can you imagine if you laid down your life for a friend, somebody you didn't know, and they say they were thinking about taking their brain, blowing their brains out. They were thinking about giving it all up. And then a year or two from now, they say, if it wasn't for that moment that came and helped me, and I believe we're going to hear people say this, if it wasn't for that moment of somebody loving me that didn't know me, somebody loving my family that didn't know my family, we would have given up. But now we've been able to restore, establish. Now watch what happens. The boomerang effect. Now they come back and they start pouring into other people because we're on earth. And on earth, these events happen. And how we start taking care of stuff faster is with this message, I believe. I believe in this with all my heart. I'm willing to lay down my life for this message. You want to know why? Because if you're listening to me, you're my friend. And I love you with the Savior's love. And it's time for us to do better. It's time for us to do more. I want this message to go out to people who need to hear it. The real people are going to grab this. The people that are just going to keep trotting through life and they're going to need somebody to help them at the hardest time. Guess what? Don't expect any help because you let this message go over your head. Those who have ears to hear, the scripture says, let them hear. At this moment, I believe we all have got this message. I'm so honored to be here with y'all. I'm so fired up that these words got to come out of my mouth. I'm so thankful to the Father that's on the most high position, was able to inspire me to share this with you because I do not come in my own name. I don't come in my own accord with this message. I come in the name of the most high with this message. And it's the right ones will hear his voice. And with that, Jody, I turn this back over to you. Everybody go to hurricane.world/GoFundMe. Go as fast as possible and at least get something in right away. And then turn around and do some lay down your life stuff. That means you might have to call 100 people with all you got, with urgency and with passion. And that will be a lay down your life move. Whatever you got to do, push the button to the next level. Thank you, Dr. Jody, for having me here. Hopefully this message touches the right people. I give it back to you, Jody. Thank you. Can't hear you, Jody. Just want to make sure you're off of mute.
We have got our seatbelts are off. We are listening. And frankly, I was on mute because you allowed me to get a green apple snack. Thank you very much. I'm really glad I could do that because what you have said, what Keller said, renew, restore, reclaim, because we've all reclaimed with that abundance gene. It was absolutely 100% perfect because that is that message. You would not believe, Jane, I've got to tell you, you've just got to know what came in these comment sections. They said, preach, Preech. They said this man should have been a preacher. I said, well, he is in the business world. Thank you so much for what you do for so many. But Jay Noland, who you are. I'm going to say it back to you. I love you with all I got.
Love you, man. I love everybody. Here's this message. Let's make some moves, folks. This is no joke. We got an opportunity to break into that abundance, Gene. Love to all of you.
Okay, back to work. So from Jay, we go to Joy. When Joy gave me this word, as we were giving words like you heard Cody say, or Corey say, it was a Damascus road. People said compassion. What are you going to bring as speakers? We want to bring love, hope, healing, wisdom. Well, Joy Allen just simply said, I'm going to bring joy because that's what I do. How perfect this is. See, I'm going to say what Jay Noland has taught me. It's from every angle. You never know where it's going to come from. I'm really, really blessed that I could give you some of my health coaching tips in there. Lee did. You now know what these Vibra products can do for your nutrition. Go do that because we all need this going into the winter months. Yes, we do. See, from every angle. Now we come from Jay to Joy because what she does as a Les Brown Inner Circle speaker, as one who speaks on her own clubhouse room, and she speaks of joy because guess what? That's just who she is. I'm so excited, hat and all. Of course it is a hat, Joy Allen, to bring you up. Joy Allen, give us your best 10 minutes, which will be the best only a Joy Allen could follow after Jay Noland. The 10 minutes is yours.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Jody. And thank you all just for having me. I'm so excited to be here today. When Jody initially reached out to me and asked me to be a part of this, I'm like, oh, I have another engagement. But you know what? I'm like, this is such a wonderful cause. I wouldn't miss it for the world. So I am so happy to be here. So as Dr. Jody said, I am Joy Allen. I'm also known as the Joy Coach. And I am a mental health advocate, certified life coach, author, and speaker. And one of the things that I love to speak about mostly is, of course, joy and how you can get your joy back. So there are so many different ways that we can get our joy. You know, we go through so many different things in life. It is sometimes hard for us to keep our joy. So I wanted to just share, you know, sometimes you may say, well, what's real joy? What is joy actually? Is it just being happy? And people can't, be happy all the time, especially when you're going through, hard times and trials and everything. Well, I do want to let you know that there is a difference between joy and happiness. Well, joy is an inner feeling. Happiness is an outward expression. Joy endures hardship and trials and connects with meaning and purpose. A person can pursue happiness, but they have to choose joy. And as you can see on my shirt, it says, today I choose joy. So that is one of my mottos. I choose joy. Every day we wake up, we have a choice. We can, look at the consequences and circumstances and everything that we're dealt. And we can choose to be stressed or depressed or upset or angry. We can choose to be bitter. We can choose to live in unforgiveness. But I choose to have joy in my life. You can choose it too. Despite the circumstances that we go through in life, despite the things that we're handed in life, we have the ultimate choice to choose to have true joy in our lives. And true joy also comes from God. It's the inner source within us. So when we decide to choose joy, one of the ways that I choose joy, and believe me, it's not easy, as someone who's battled depression and anxiety, and one of the reasons that led me to being a mental health coach, because I understand how it is not to have joy in your life. It's something that I had to fight with. It's something I had to fight for. And I still fight for it every single day because life happens. As we all see, life happens. And there's a lot of things that we go through in life where we have to make sure that we are being intentional about choosing the joy in our lives, choosing to have peace in our lives. So that is something that we have to make a choice about every single day. And it's something that I don't take lightly. So as I chose joy and as I decided that I didn't want my circumstances or depression or anything that I battled in my life to get control of me, I had to decide, listen, what do I need to do? What do I need to do to make sure that I can be best me and I can have true joy in my life? I know the people who are struggling and have gone through these situations with the hurricane may be in a place right now where it's so hard to find that joy. It's so hard to find and to hold on to any hope But I want you all to know that you're not alone, that we are here. We love you, we support you, and we want to be there for you. So I want to share a poem that I found that I thought was beautiful and fitting for the situation. And it's called Joy is a State of Mind. Joy is the instinctive notion, by all means, exhibiting our attention. Joy is a divine expression, full of hopes, love, and affection. Joy is a courteous goodwill, shall never embitter pricking ill will. Joy is the readiness to return kindness, without concerning about outcome, surely goodness. Joy is the fondness, forgive and forget, living life in fashion and great satisfaction. Joy is the contentment, not having any ruffled resentment. Joy is the basis of righteous, living life with genuineness and pious. Joy is the acceptance, no fantasy, only real essence. Joy is the living of each moment, regardless of consequences, believing in the path chosen. Joy is the willingness, utmost sincerity and diligence. Joy is the service of humanity, with freedom from all partiality, surely the power of unity. So that is another thing of expression of what joy is. And I love that last part where it talked about joy is humanity. And some of our brothers and sisters that spoke on here today were talking about how we all have to come together because, it doesn't matter what race, what nationality, what ethnic background, what religion or anything that you are, because we are all of one race that matters. And that's the human race. And we need to come together so that we can help our fellow brother and sister during their time of need. One of the things that gives me the greatest joy is giving. When I give, and that's just one of my superpowers, I love to give. When I give from the heart, and it truly brings me joy. It makes me feel good because I'm helping give back. I'm helping to make someone's life easier or better, or just put a smile on their face. And that brings me amazing pleasure and satisfaction because I know that I'm helping someone else. We never know when there will come a time when we may have a need and we will want someone to return that same favor. And I just believe in what the good book says, do unto others as you'll have them do unto you. And that's always been something I've lived by. I've always treated other people the way I would like to be treated. And I feel like if we all stand by that belief, then everyone will be taken care of. We'll all have our needs met. We will all be able to get through this together. So when you look at that at the bottom of the screen, the website, www.hurricaneian.world/GoFundMe. And you can just take something as simple as $10. That's $10, and it can make a difference in the lives of so many people. We are on a mission. We are on a mission to help people who are in need right now. Those are our brothers and sisters, and they need us. We can all spare at least $10. And if you can do more, if you can double it, triple it, 10 times it, whatever you are able to do, dig in your heart, dig in your wallet, dig however you got to dig, and help support our brothers and sisters who are in a great time of need. All the blessings that we pour out to others will eventually come back to us, but we want to just make sure that we're doing what we can to be a blessing to others. And I want to just share a few more things before I go on ways that we can keep our joy and some of the benefits that we have when we do that as well. So some of the things is just to be grateful, to show gratitude You can keep a gratitude journal and just, your prayers or just saying some daily gratitude affirmations on a daily basis. That helps you. Forgiveness, if you are holding on to anything in your heart, let it go, because when you let it go, it allows you to be free. You can't experience any true joy when you're holding on to that, because it can be a big burden to you. So let go of any unforgiveness. Another thing is to spend time with loved ones, spend time with people that you love. They can help bring you joy and peace and happiness. You also want to make sure that you are taking part in self-care. And I'm the self-care queen. I coach about that a lot. I speak about that a lot. We go and we take care of other people a lot, and we just need to make sure that we're not neglecting ourselves. And so as you're trying to get your lives restored, make sure that you take some time to just rest and meditate, pray, lay out in the sun, do what you have to do to just make sure that you're taking care of you in the midst of all of this. Another thing, or one of my favorite things, the first thing is for me is prayer and spending time with God. That is the ultimate thing that gives me joy, because he's the ultimate source of joy. So one of the other things I want to end with, another way to to joy is through laughter. Laughter has a lot of benefits. Watching a comedy show or listening to something funny, reading something funny, can help lift your spirits, can help you achieve that joy. So I also want to share some things on what laughter can do for you. We know what it does for us mentally. It can definitely help if you're going through any kind of depression, anxiety, stress. It definitely will help us mentally, but it has physical aspects as well. And some of those is laughter is a natural pain reducer. So if you are dealing with any pain, laughter can help reduce that pain. Laughter increases our ability to cope with life. So that helps you not only physically, but mentally as well. Laughter massages our internal organs. And that's something we really don't hear anything about. Sometimes we laugh until it hurts. Well, that's pretty much a good thing. We want to laugh until it hurts, because those organs is actually helping heal those organs and making those organs better. So we want to laugh until it hurts. Another thing, laughter increases the heart rate and it improves circulation. It oxygenates the body. And it also stimulates the immune system. And who doesn't need that? Especially during the times that we're, coming out of a pandemic, during COVID and everything, everyone is looking for ways to enhance our immune system. Just go out and laugh. Find something to laugh about, and that will help you boost your immune system. And ultimately, you'll be able to find more joy. So this has been Joy Allen, the Joy Coach. If you need help finding joy, then you can reach out to me at thejoyallen.com. I would love to help you get your joy back. And again, if you're watching this, we would love for you to help others find joy in their lives by donating as much as you can to make sure that we're helping these families and the victims of Hurricane Ian be able to get their joy back. Thank you all for listening today. Thank you, Dr. Jody, for this opportunity, and peace and blessings to you all. This has been Joy, the Joy Coach.
And Joy, the Joy Coach, I want to let you know that Tampa Bay is back, so you can still come down and move to see me. Florida is still safe, so there you go. Thank you so much.
I have to say I'm a Florida girl too, so yes, my heart is near and dear to Florida, and I am moving back home soon.
Absolutely. From Jay to Joy, this was amazing. I loved what you said, because joy comes from giving from a joyful heart. Thank you so much, Joy, and we'll talk soon. You're amazing. And speaking of amazing, we have the incomparable Dame Doria Cordova now on deck. What a woman. When I say she's a legend, it's for real. When you know that they're a legend is when they don't have to tell you about it, that the people around you, they just find out about it. Okay. This living legend, executive coach, the people that she's coached, her client list, Tony Robbins, Paul Mitchell. How about Robert Kiyosaki? How about the Money in You Access to Cash book that I know with this green screen? There we go. It goes kind of transparent. But if you go to DameDoriaCordova.com, just go to Doria. Just
put in Cordova, put in anything, put in access to cash, it all comes up. But this is what we're looking to get, that humanitarian effort, that access to cash. She's going to tell you what it's all about. I want to thank her publicly for the generous donation she made to Hurricane Ian. She is a true humanitarian in action. And I know that she is just going to pour into us in this next 15 minutes like only Doria can. So welcome, Dame Doria. Thank you. I love your green screen. I love you. Aloha.
Aloha. Aloha from Maui. And of course, you would put us right after my beautiful Jay, because I'm just going to continue with that conversation. But let me just say very quickly, I just wanted to say that I so feel for you all that have gone through this. And the reason is because I actually grew up in Chile, Santiago, Chile. And before I came to the United States when I was 12, about a year and a half earlier, we had a huge earthquake in the south of Chile. That was a cataclysm, and it was huge, but it hit most of Chile, including Santiago. And we didn't have water for 1 week. It was just one of the most horrific things I could ever imagine. And we had neighbors who died. We had, it was pretty bad in our neighborhood, as it was in many of the cities, but nothing like it was in the south of Chile. So I really had an opportunity for me to really feel what it would be like not to have running toilets, not to be able to just be with, in the way that I was used to. And we had to have the government bringing us food and we didn't have electricity, but many of us had many candles, because in South America in the 50s, you always had challenges with electricity. And just so you know, do you know that most of the world, there's about 1 billion people that don't have electricity? There is almost 1 billion people that don't have running toilets. And of course, right now, we have many children who are dying of starvation. So I am in that world. And I just wanted to share with you that I had the opportunity to be able to do a beautiful Ho'oponopono prayer for all of you on October 7th. But more than anything else, what I'm hoping to do is that right now, if you have been a victim to this, or you are a victim of any other circumstance, because there's many people suffering in the world. But today we're going to focus on the beautiful people from the Hurricane Ian tragedy. So what I like to do is I like to ask you if you can take 3 deep breaths with me. Let's all just breathe a little bit, because I'm going to give you a new vision. And go ahead and breathe again. I want to give you a new vision that maybe it will anchor you to something different than what you may be experiencing right now. And let's do one more breath. Thank you so much. But what if this situation turned out to be the best thing that ever happened to you in the future? Not right now. I totally get it. But I just want you to know that I have had tremendous tragedy in my life. Besides, that incident when I was 11 years old, when I was only 18 years old, my beloved died a month before we were to be married. And 4 months later, I miscarried his baby. It was one of the most horrific experiences of my life. And I began this whole work that I have been doing now for 43 years and have been working on myself for the last 46 years. So I'm one of the OG in the entrepreneurial, experiential, transformational training industry. And I want to thank Jay Nolan and Mo Rock for giving me that title. I didn't know what an OG was. I'm 72 years old, so I don't hang out with too many people that use the word OG. And I feel that I love that so much. An original gangster, right? And what we mean by that is what we've gone through so much, and we came out on the other side. What turned out to be the biggest tragedy for me, and this is where I'm kind of bridging a little bit on what the beautiful people have been sharing, beautiful Joy, beautiful Jay, and others. What a beautiful lineup of human beings. And so what I want you to do is for just a few minutes to just pretend that you are now on the other side, that maybe it's a year from now, 2 years from now. And I don't know if you knew that, I know this, but statistically, all areas that have had tragedy like yours I have actually within a year or 2 or 3 prospered through the roof. So there's prosperity ahead of you. And the biggest thing right now that I want to support you with, not only taking all the different supplements that Jody is recommending. I was just thinking, how come I didn't know about that one? I am going to make a big order. She has the most beautiful supplements. And one of the things that we do have to do is drink as much water as you can. And then, of course, really power up. We have a body, so we have to take care of it. And one of the things that really happened when we are terrified and horrified and we lost everything, basically our vitamin B goes through, down the toilet. And you really need those vitamins and nutrients. The next thing is that I just want to recommend to you that you allow yourself to really recreate your life. And I know that it can be really, really tough. I inherited this beautiful work called the Accelerated Technology, IP. And there's a program there called Money and You. And believe it or not, yes, a lot of people and a lot of the famous people, including the book, the first book, Rich Dad, Poor Dad, is actually based on the teachings of Money and You, which we learned from the great Buckminster Fuller. And one of the things that we do in there, and we have a lot of different beautiful things in Money and You that for 3.5 days, people really immerse themselves into. But one of them is designing your life. And so as you're beginning to begin to see your life holistically, as you begin to see yourself as this beautiful whole human being, and we have had other speakers that have spoken about these different other tools that you can use. I want to move more into the entrepreneurial, the educational piece that I feel that is so important for you to understand, that you can recreate your life, that you can design your life today. Back when we were hippies, back in the 60s and 70s, we used to have a saying that said, today is the first day of the rest of your life. And I want to introduce to you the idea that this moment right here, right now, is the first moment of the rest of your life. And so now, how would you like to recreate yourself? And we know that there's many things that need to be handled. We know that there's paperwork and there's support, but then also you have to be willing to open up and receive. Because many of us, I can just think about my own family from Chile. We're very proud people. We don't want to receive charity. We don't want to be given things. We have worked very hard our whole lives. With none of us, there isn't anybody in my life that was ever in quote unquote welfare. And I don't know if you know this statistic, but there's very few Latinos that are homeless. And the reason is because even if we hate a relative, if they run out of everything, we take them in. We'll put them somewhere in the house where we don't have to deal with them, but we take care of them. This is something very beautiful about the Latino, background that I come from. So one of the things that you have to do, though, that you have to be willing to receive. I want to give you gifts, and I want to give you the gift of education. Go to moneyandyou.com and download a book called The Business Success Model. While you're recuperating, just remember that you could be anchoring information that is very tough, and that you're going to be anchored to some horrific experiences. What you want to do is you want to go ahead and not only use the principles of being able to transform your mind, but also be able to work with yourself in a way that you're putting in information that is so valuable, which includes education that you can use in the future. Entrepreneur education is key. This is the beginning of your life. Being able to receive wealth and gifts and support is also important. I want you to go to fridayswithdoria.com, and right on the homepage, there is the magical recovery exercises. And that is a very powerful exercise that I learned many years ago about clearing many decisions that we have made already in life itself. But now in the middle of all of this, we could be creating a whole lot of new decisions that may not be very, very good for you, that may not be empowering. make sure that you change your state. Tony Robbins is one of the big graduates of Money and You. We met him when he was 23 years old. And that whole technology of just being able to move, to be able to change your state. So just know that there's so many of here to help. And I just wanted to say very quickly, Jody, that I feel so honored to be here. And what I wanted to do was I wanted to donate to anybody that donates more than $5,000. I would love for, I will give a couple of seats for those of you that donate more than $5,000 to this into my Money and You program. And you can all go and learn about it at moneyandyou.com. But it's an expensive program. It costs a lot to put on, and I will cover all those costs. And you just send the tuition money, and if you donate $5,000, you give it to this beautiful cause. I also wanted to give you one more. And what I wanted to do, I just wanted to give you a little prayer. And so as you can see, I'm a CEO, I'm a business owner of a very successful global entrepreneurial education company that most of our business is in the Asia Pacific region. I have learned from not only my own experience, but also I have learned from being around many disenfranchised people that the only way that we could help them at first was to just be able to give you water, to be able to give you food and shelter. And then we need to be able to support you in your own self-esteem and your own deservability. And so this could turn out to be years from now, you look back and you find out that you actually pivoted. You pivoted to a whole new life. If you can just allow me to contribute that to you, if you can just allow yourself to have that vision that something so magnificent will come. And for those of you that are maybe more into activism, we do have to change laws. 80% of the people in that small island, a lot of them were seniors. They had all their money there. And people say, why do they move to a place like that? Because as seniors, and I'm a senior, we would love to live a beautiful life. And we want to have our little boat. We want to be next to the water. Why not? But insurance companies it's so expensive, you can't insure that. So we want to extend our generous heart. Just remember, when you give others, you're putting in a deposit into the most beautiful bank. And it's the bank of deservability. It's the bank of self-sufficiency. It's the bank that's going to allow you to receive. And for those of you that maybe have never experienced this, and sometimes when I'm such a big humanitarian and I want to share so much, people say, well, you must be a socialist. Actually, I'm the biggest capitalist you ever met. But there are times, and we all have to learn this, that we all need support. And the more that we extend our love and support, not only to this beautiful group, but it becomes part of your life. Every single day you support others. Every single day you do some kind of an act of kindness so that it's easy for you. You see something like this, it's like you have created enough wealth. You have created enough so that you can be so generous, so that you can give anytime. You give of your time, you give your products, you give your services, and you have any very little money. Make sure that you find out how you can support, because making deposits, making beautiful deposits of generosity, I promise you that it will work out for you. So one of the things I'm very committed to so I'm finishing up, I'm very committed to the eradication of poverty and hunger. And one of the things that I say to my many wealthy friends and to heads of industry, heads of countries, and to many people that have more money than God, I always say to them, it is good business to get people out of poverty and to definitely feed the people. There's so much money in feeding the world. So look into it, because I am looking for that 100 billionaires that each will contribute 1 billion. And once and for all, we handle world hunger. And then we come back home. We come back home. We come back here. Let's be generous. Let's just allow this beautiful Jody and her whole team to be able to support all these beautiful people. And before I go, I must say a little piece from the beautiful Ho'oponopono prayer. And this,
Dora, before you do that, would you please give that quote? because that quote that we started our event with from Buckminster Fuller, please put this here again.
You mean, how do we make the world work?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. So, as Jody is asking me to do, there is a legacy that we got from Buckminster Fuller. And if you go to moneyandyou.com, look in one of the tabs and you will see Buckminster Fuller. The man was so beautiful. You know the geodesic dome in Orlando at Epoch? Most people don't know that Walt Disney was a great fan. Spaceship Earth, that is a dedication. The whole park is a dedication of Buckminster Fuller. Very few people know that.
Beautiful.
So Bucky left us this question. How do we make the world work for 100% of humanity in the shortest possible time through spontaneous cooperation without any ecological offense or the disadvantage of anyone? So when you create product or services, programs, whatever it is that you create, and you that may be suffering so much today, if you can just you can go to my Facebook under DC Cordova. You'll find me just about anywhere. And or meetdoria.com. You'll find it there. If you can just go to the question, download it. And those of you who are suffering through this, just keep asking yourself empowering questions, including that one, and allow yourself to just be given all these God-given gifts that are right in your consciousness. And that this horrific experience where you lost everything. And remember, you didn't lose everything. You lost all your physical things, but you didn't lose your contacts. You didn't lose the people. We're here to love and support you. I provide so much free education. It's for free. So just while you're temporarily out of cash, remember, you'll never be ROKE. Don't say that to yourself. You are only temporarily out of cash, temporarily out of a home, temporarily out of your favorite things. You can recreate it all. And with that, I get so excited over this. Thank you so much for having me here.
Your prayer, back to you, Dame. I divert to you. Thank you.
No worries. So this comes from the Ho'oponopono prayer, and the Ho'oponopono prayer is a prayer of making things right. And Morna Simeona, who brought it out into the world from the Hawaiian tradition of Ho'oponopono that many Hawaiian families have done forever, she was a Christian. And so you will see the little tone here of Christianity. And you will see that a beautiful Hawaiian kahuna was so committed to the betterment of humanity too. I actually surround myself with beautiful people like that all over the world. And in part of the Ho'oponopono prayer, which you are always welcome to come be with me next week on Friday at 11 a.m. California time, 2 p.m. Eastern time, I will be doing Ho'oponopono. Just go to Fridays with Doria and find out more about it. And we can all be immersed in that. And so here it is, peace of I. The I meaning the I am, the God, the universe, the nature, universe, whatever it is that you believe in or don't believe in, the Great Spirit. Peace of I. Peace be with you, all my peace. The peace that is I, the peace that is I am. The peace for always, and now and forever and evermore. My peace I give to you. My peace I leave with you. Not the world's peace, but only my peace, the peace of I. Let's all take a deep breath. Just remember that the most horrific circumstances for many of us, all the big boys and girls, I've been in the industry for a long time. They all have a horrific story from where we literally rose from the ashes. All of us have had such tough learning experiences, so you're not alone. We love you. We send you the most loving thoughts. Just the beautiful young man that was talking about recovery and resetting, recreating your life. Allow yourself to do that. And with that, I hope that at least one or two of you will contribute more than $5,000. And I will happily have you in my program whenever it works for you. I love you. Thank you. Ho'oponopono.
Ho'oponopono. Y'all, I hope you understand. I just want to give you a little bit of context. A $2,500 program, you give 5,000. It's almost like getting buy one, get one free. You've helped people. That is absolutely your heart, Dame Doria. How absolutely amazingly generous you are. That is you. I can't wait for the next 2 weeks and how we're going to be creating this economic engine for Hurricane Ian and actually to meet you in person. Aloha.
Aloha. Thank you.
So, Dame Doria, just to recap here, a $5,000 donation and you get a $2,500 program for free. A $2,500 money in you, access to cash, and you can go back anytime that you ever want to for free. That's almost like buy one, get one free. And I'll tell you, a woman who absolutely thrills my soul will be on deck after this commercial break from one of our sponsors, Business from Home, Peter Mingles. Back to you, Dan.
Inflation is going through the roof. Food prices, gas prices, housing prices, insurance, everything. The average family is feeling the pinch. So what can you do? Ask your boss for a 20% cost of living wage increase? That won't end well. Fall for a get-rich-quick scheme? There are people who you can rely on to show you how to make money in a home-based business. Give us a chance to walk you through how it works. It's not really that complicated. You just have to find the right opportunity and the right people. Visit www.humongous.com/TV and submit your information. Maybe we can help. Billions of families are wondering how to work from home and earn extra income.
And we are back. We are back. We are back. We are back. We are back because business from home, as Dame Doria was saying, I think it's really quite coincidental. No coincidences. It's just creator coincidences because it's created from our creator. We have this beautiful prayer. She's talking about an economic engine. And then we have business from home. I can truthfully say I've known Peter Mingles for 8.5 years. He has a great business from home program that will absolutely allow any of your businesses, as Les Brown always says, we've gone from brick and mortar to click and order. So you can create that economic engine. So if you didn't see that number that flashed across the screen, just send an email to me, www.drjodee.com, and I will get you that information. And remember to go to hurricaneian.world/GoFundMe. A $5,000 donation gets us closer to that $50,000 goal. A $5,000 donation gets you your ticket to Money and You for free. And I'll tell you, a ticket to knowing how you're going to create your business is what you want to do in your next vision is XP mentor content creator Michelle Woolfolk. I met her on Clubhouse. Are you feeling the theme here? But she is a woman of words, but she's a gifted, truly gifted corporate writer. When you hear what she says, you want to experience her words. So it is absolutely with great pleasure and honor that I bring up Michelle Woolfolk to our absolute amazing Hurricane Ian. Hello, Michelle. Hurricane Ian Relief Fund Telethon. I just want to recap. We have got somebody that's going to match our 50. We've got free coaching for your $200 donation. I think we've got to make a list for really what we're going to do here. We've got people that are being able to attend Money and You with your $5,000 contribution. And then remember, we have people for $10 with 100,000. We'll get there, but we'll get this and there with your writing, words, and content. The next 10 minutes are yours. Welcome, Michelle. Michelle, are you there? Oh, she froze up after waiting a while. We'll see. I hope you there we go. Now, are you back, Michelle? Let's see. Maybe I have to unmute you. Let's see. Yes. Unmute your mic, dear, and I think you're good to go.
Racking. I said, oh no, it's going out.
No, it's coming in. It's coming in with all of your creative energy. The next 10 minutes is yours. Thank you, Michelle.
Thank you so much. Hello. It's saying it's flashing. My goodness. Dr. Jody, I'm so, okay. So hello, everyone. I pray that this is working. It says that it's poor. So I'm not sure that it's working.
I can hear you just fine. Keep going.
Okay. All right.
Yeah,
Thank you so much. All right. As I was asked to be a part of this, I was reminded of years ago, about 25 years ago, that I was actually in Florida. I was there with 2 babies and my husband at the time. And we went down there thinking we had enough money, but because of our poor planning, we ended up not knowing how we were going to get home, not knowing how we were going to feed ourselves and our 2 babies. Well, the people in Florida helped us. We were able to eat. We were able to get home. So my heart, my love, my compassion goes out to the people in Florida. And the questions that I ask myself is, who am I? And who I am is someone that wants to love, someone that has compassion, someone that wants to give. And my question to you is, who are you? Because who you are shows up in what you do. If you are a person full of love, full of compassion, then that is who you will show up as a giver, as a person that loves, that gives to people that are in need. I'm reminded of many scriptures in the Bible that say that we are to give. Good measure, pressed down, shaken together, running over, then shall men give into our bosom. And then if I think about the other scriptures, is that it says that a generous person will prosper. So if you are a generous person, then you will prosper. You are giving to people in need. If I was the kind of person that was not a giver, that did not love, that did not have compassion, then I would not be giving. Then I would not be giving my time. I would not be giving of my talents. And if I say that I love Yahuwah, that I love God, then I'm going to show that I love God by keeping the commandments, to love, to give. How can I say that I love God if I do not love my brothers and my sisters that are in need? So I want to give back of my time. I want to give back of my treasure to the people that are in Florida. I can't even imagine. I know that day what it felt like to have nothing, not know where to go with a newborn. I had a six-week-old baby that I was nursing, but I had an 18-month-old daughter that was with me. We didn't have gas. We didn't have anywhere to stay. We didn't have anything to eat. That's something small as compared to what the people in Florida have experienced. So I know that who I am is a giver. That who I am is a lover of people. And because I say that I love God, I will show that I love God. How? By giving. by giving to people that are in need, giving to my brothers and my sisters. And I'm asking you, who are you? Are you one that is going to give? Are you one that is going to show love and compassion by giving to others, by giving to those in need? Are you the one that's going to show who you are? And I have a poem. It's actually a type of poem. And the poem is, who am I? I live to help others. I care about my sisters and brothers. I am compassion. Who am I? I am generous. I show myself by showing kindness. I encourage others. Well, I am love. And because I know who I am and I know who I serve, I will show love. I will be generous. I will show kindness, and I will show encouragement. And I just say to you, great people of Florida, that God sees you, that God hears you, that God knows, and He heard your cries, and we heard your cries, and we are here to give. We are here to show love. We are here to show compassion. So I ask you, other people that are watching, are you one that loves? Are you one that says, I am love. I am compassion. I am kind. I am giving, because I know that the word says that we are to give to those in need. If we don't give to the ones that are in need, how can we say that we love God? How? How can we say that we love other people? If we truly love, we give. And you can give by going to https://hurricaneian.world-GoFundMe. And I realize that I am flashing and that I am frozen, but I want to leave one final thought with you. Is for you to think about what it would be like to have nothing, to have everything that you had just disappear, or have much less than what you need, to have children that you needed to feed, to have you that you needed to feed. If you know what that feels like, then you'll have compassion. You'll give out of your heart. If you say you love, then you will show it. To me, love is an action word. Yes, we hear many people say it, but love is an action word. And I'm asking you, as I give, I'm going to give from my company. I'm pledging a donation for my company, Knowledge by Design. As I give from my company, I ask you to go with me as well and to give to the people of Florida, the people that are so beautiful. I'm paying back. You guys paid it forward, and now I'm paying back. And I am just so grateful for the love of God, for the love of the people, for Dr. Jody Bear, for the entire team that has spoken. They are people that love and they show compassion.
Michelle, guess what? Your screen may have frozen up, but your message did not, my dear. And what it was is that the message from your heart, that's who you are. That's who you become. Joy, love, giving. Thank you for your generous donation. I can say Knowledge by Design. That's you. You've designed this, paying it forward, paying it again, and paying it upwards and onwards. We're getting to our goal. After our next speaker, who you know, Michelle, Jared Albritton, we will take that tally, Maximilian, and get this. And what I say, that I love you, I honor you. Thank you for having a no problem attitude when we had a little change up in the back. Hey, that's what it's all about. We are here to serve. Much love to you, Michelle. Have a wonderful evening.
Thank you.
So think about it. We've heard love, we've heard joy, we've heard giving, we've heard all of the above. We've had companies like Michelle, her company, Knowledge by Design, giving a generous donation. We'll get an update after our next distinguished speaker, who at the statue and the stature of who he really is a statue like in Clubhouse. I think that was the right word, because guess what? He has one of the largest clubs on Clubhouse. He is known as Jared Albritton. He is an absolute IT genius. So he is a tech and Web3 space thought leader. He has put together startups for people because he serves. This is why he's here. I want to publicly acknowledge that. I know you've got a million things going on in your meetings, yet when we had a little readjustment in the schedule, you came back. A no problem attitude is who this absolute leader in the tech world is. He's also partnered with XP Mentor. He is partnered with MYB Publishing as the executive vice president of marketing for MYB Publishing. And I am just delighted to present to you and to share this moment in our Hurricane Relief Fund with Jared Albritton. Welcome, Jared.
Hey, Dr. Jody, it's great to be here, and I'm excited to be here, and I'm excited to contribute in whatever way I can to convince anybody to contribute to this amazing cause for Hurricane Ian and all the families that have been affected. You know, my heart goes out to them, and hopefully the people I invited here are watching, and I just ask you to go to the link right below me and donate big, because, you know, when it comes to success, which is something I talk a lot about on Clubhouse and at speaking events and just networking events about success, it's really about the more you give, the more the universe gives back to you. And, you know, when people are in need due to unfortunate circumstances that they are not in control of, and, you know, everything happens for a reason. And, you know, at the end of the day, life is 10% what happens to you, 90% how you respond. And when it comes to how I like to respond to things like Hurricane Ian or any sort of catastrophic events, it's how can I serve? How can I give? How can I add value? So, you know, hopefully that is what you in this the viewership, you know, get from what I have to say. But my name is Jared Albritton. I really appreciate Dr. Jody for those kind words. I've been in the tech space for over 15 years, and my goal when it came to Clubhouse is really just increase diversity in tech, help people understand that there are opportunities that you can get, whether you're very technical or non-technical. And that's what I talk about a lot on Clubhouse. But one thing that I also talk a lot about in different spaces, and what I'm going to talk about today is really just mindset, because everything comes down to, you know, your mindset. If you mind, it matters. If you don't, what is it, the phrase, it doesn't matter if I forget the phrase. All right. What you don't mind doesn't matter, etc. Right? It's all about mindset. So let me talk a little bit about mindset real quick, and then also just the importance of being selfless and giving, because that's just two things that have been really important to me. So when it comes to mindset, you know, there's ultimately, whether you think you can or you can't, you're always right. And abundant mindsets are really, you know, abundant mindsets come from a state of gratitude. So, you know, for me personally, I always try to focus on having a very abundant mindset when it comes to what's possible in my life, what's possible in this world. And I want you to think from an abundant mindset when it comes to Hurricane Ian, in the sense of how much can you provide them, whether you have only $1, $5, $10. It could be just you taking this website and sharing it with 10 people, 100 people, sharing it to a Facebook group, a LinkedIn group, your Twitter feed, going posting into your Instagram story. If you want to create a clubhouse room for this, just have an abundant mindset when it comes to what is possible when it comes to this cause, because I'm sure that the people of Florida, I'm actually in Miami, Florida right now. I just came from the beach. So, honestly, I don't do any kind of work on Saturdays or Sundays. I don't even do clubhouse rooms or anything like that. When Dr. Jody asked me to do this, I said, you know what? I'm on vacation. I'm super not in that, work mindset, but I have an abundant mindset in terms of my time. And time is limited, but what you can produce with that time is unlimited. So for me to come from the beach where I was, just kind of living my best life, to pop in here, it's all about intention, and it's all about, like, what do you want to leave in terms of legacy? And the legacy I want to leave when people think about me is Jared's somebody that cares about people, that really looks after people, that tries to add value to people, and somebody that when he shows up, things improve, things feel better, people feel good, right? And I just really just implore everybody in this space to really, think about how can you leave a legacy where you left the world better than than it was before you came into it. And one of the ways you can do that is by taking this link that's below me and seeing, like, challenge yourself. How many people can I get to donate? How many people can I at least get them to understand the impact that Hurricane Ian had on the people's lives in Florida? Because it's all it takes is just that one person, that one seed, and they could be inspired to take this link and share it with thousands, share it at a speaking engagement, share it on a television screen. Maybe they do live television or something like that. So that's my message, really. I want to keep it on topic in terms of Hurricane Ian. I could talk a lot of philosophical stuff, but I mean, really, at the end of the day, this is a fundraiser. We're really just trying to get these funds raised for these families. So in terms of mindset, I could talk about, mindset practices, et cetera, abundance, but I really want to think about mindset when it comes to Hurricane Ian, this GoFundMe, and just really challenging everybody to think bigger than what they thought they could when it comes to getting these donations out, et cetera. And figure out a way to help Dr. Jody hit this goal. So I'm not really good at speaking for long periods of time. I come from Clubhouse where I land my plane in like 90 seconds, 2 minutes, just short and sweet, try to hit that point. But Dr. Jody, please let me know in the chat when my time is up. But, ultimately, all I really came here to say at the end of the day, because I don't really want to talk about tech or Web3. It's not really relevant to me at this point. But at the end of the day, like, this link, go down to this link, donate whatever you can. And what's really dope is going to be the multiplier effect. Blast this out to your text message groups, blast this out to your email list. I know we have a ton of influencers that are lined up to have these conversations. And so I would say, when you get it on Clubhouse, promote the heck out of this telethon, promote the heck out of this link, put the pin link at the top, put this on YouTube, put it on Facebook, put it on Twitter, put it on TikTok, let it go viral, Instagram, Twitter, and I'm talking to myself as well. Like, I'm thinking about the Discords that I can throw this in, or Telegram groups, WhatsApp groups. There's so many different, even GroupMe's. Just throwing this link in there, just letting people know, hey, I know the news cycles move fast. There's a lot of things going on in this world, but don't forget about the families that are affected by Hurricane Ian. Here's the perfect place to donate and see how you contribute. So, thank you, Dr. Jody, for thinking about having me. I really hope that I added some value. And yeah, that's it. So I'll pass it back to you.
You did. You added such value, and I knew you would, because a man of your influence, a man of what you do out there, between you and Stack the Pack, what you do in this IT space. Remember, I'm a health coach. We've talked about this before, Jared. IT is not my thing. It's your thing. You put this together with this vision. And I just might put it out there that you've got a budding career as a motivational speaker. It was pretty darn motivating. Thank you so much, Jared. It was wonderful. So go back on vacation, enjoy Miami, enjoy South Florida, and just enjoy yourself, because you've done something by giving us these ideas. Put it on your groups. Everyone has groups. Everyone. We were talking about this on our backstage platform here. And I said, wow, people say, oh, I've got this group. Oh, I've got this group. Everybody watching this and on the replay. And I want to thank Traverse TV and also Channel 55 in Orlando. That is, they preempted programming to have this on here because they know the need is so great. Everybody has 5 groups. Let's make it go to the groups. And because Jared, you came on, you gave us that great, absolutely great tip, a tip from tech, because guess what? Your intention was clear, because that's your expertise, because your heart is with us. Your heart is strong. Thank you so much, Jared. So this is what I know. We have a great lineup. We have great speakers. Just let's recap this hour, shall we? We know Dame Doria, for a $5,000 donation, you can go ahead and get a free money and you access to cash, a $2,500 value. That gives you access for a lifetime to her trainings, and you get it for free. Jared gave us a great tip about going ahead and just going to these groups, let people know, copy this link, put it there, and you will be all set. You will copy that link, and guess what? When you copy that link, then you can go in and say, hey, who wants to go ahead and give to people that really need it? And then give from abundance. The verse that Jay Nolan talked about is John 5:13. Greater love that has no man or woman than they lie down their life for a friend. And these are our friends down in Southwest Florida. And we're doing it with Joy. As Joy Allen said, as having a name like Joy, how could she do anything less? And this is what I believe, that we are going to restore, renew, and absolutely find the real you. As Dame Doria said, out of tragedy, when you restore comes new blessing. And I will say, after this commercial break, you're going to get a global thought leader from Cairo, Egypt, that will bless you like none other. So let's ignite your foundations of health. Back after the commercial break. back to our featured programming. Yes, we are live on Traverse TV. We are live on my Facebook feed, Jody Nylander Bear. We're live on Wellness Coach Jody. We are live on my YouTube channel, Jody Bear, LinkedIn, Twitter, and we're going to take this live to Channel 55, Orlando affiliate network of CBS in Central Florida. And we're also live on Flagler TV and Flagler County that was also hit. I can say that this is just such an amazing time. I know I've said this many times. All I can say is that we had a comment on the comment section. It said, yes, go back and promote the hell out of it on Facebook. I know. And go and promote the hell out of it on Clubhouse. I know one lady that's going to do just that on Clubhouse, because when she speaks, people listen. She's a lovely soul, an intuitive coach, an author, a healer. And frankly, she's just a tremendous human being. This young lady, all the way from Cairo, Egypt. I just want to know, my first question is, when does she sleep? Does she sleep during our night so she can be on US time? That's what I want to know. But we've had speakers from the UK. We're going to have a speaker later on from New Zealand. We'll have 3 from Hawaii, not just Dame Doria, but 2 more coming here. And now we're going to Cairo, Egypt. When I said this was a local event that has gone global, I mean it. We just got another $1,000 donation in our PayPal account. It's coming, it's coming, it's coming. And so I'm going to bring up on the stage and unmute this mic. I think you've got to do it on there we go. The beautiful Imam. My goodness gracious. Welcome to our telethon, my dear soul. And when you promote the hell out of this on Clubhouse, people will say yes. Give this your most heartfelt words, because they always are, for the next 12 minutes.
Dr. Jody and everyone, hello. This is Ian from the other side of the world. And this world is not that big anymore. I believe in that because I've been pleasured and honored by being one of the great movement of XP Mentor. And when the first beginning that happened, I had that felt heart of every one of this team, how they wanted to change the world, how they wanted really to impact everyone's life. It doesn't really matter if you are in the pro membership or in the free membership. You have to come and learn, and they are mirroring the movement, the impact. Let me tell you guys about myself a bit. I'm a mother of 2 beautiful boys, and raising up young man to be a great person to the world and to himself and to his community takes a lot of effort. It's not only about school and education. It's not only about what you say to them. It's all about how you teach them by modeling. When the hurricane of Florida happened, it broke my heart. And I usually a person who's not into the news, but because there is a beautiful soul, a gorgeous friend and supporter, and everything that you can believe when it comes to be in that one person, was Dr. Jody Pierre. She's there. And I really felt horrified because, my God, I just saw the videos and I got panicked that I don't care. I don't care what time is it. I just stayed up to be able to make sure that she's fine. My little kid come and saw me crying, and he said, "Mom, why are you crying?" I said, "One of my friends are there in the hurricane," and he's very innocent and said, "Mom, how can we just help her survive?" And at that moment, I got the feeling of how we should make people survive. Jay used to say, Jay Noland, my salute to you. Jay used to say, "Give me the man, give me the kid until 7, and I'll show you the man." And this is really resonates with every and each one of us. What I'm here today to say is I'm, as a mother, I cannot take it. I can't help feeling the pain when one of my kids having any sort of pain or an anxiety or anything while I cannot help him. How many mothers are there without clean water, without electricity? I used to put people in, put myself in the people's shoes to be able to feel and understand their feelings. Let's be mirrors. Let's mirror the good act of kindness with our kids, with our friends and families and spouse. Let's do it together. Go to your son and your daughter and say, ask them to pay a charity. Doesn't really matter, big or small. Every single penny will help. And I promise, if you can do that, you will keep their hearts clean. You will save them from hate and from being selfish. Because this world needs an act of kindness each and every single day. It's really important how people can make you feel different, feel special. If you just come across them and they smile, what if you can really make a lasting impact? What if you can be the share of the goodness in your day, in your place? What if you can be the blessing? And we are blessed. We are blessed by being together, by being able to be together, able to see each other and feel each other, even if you are like me on the other side of the world. We still can feel the souls. We still can heal the pain, because only love can heal every single pain. From the immunity system to the grave, everything is possible with love and faith. Every single thing is doable and figurable. You just have to navigate how to do it, how to reach your destination. And I remember that Benjamin Franklin said, "You don't want to be forgotten as soon as you die. Write something that worth writing." write something that worth reading, or do something that worth writing. And you guys are not leaving legacy. You are making and recreating lives. And nothing is more beautiful or more important to keep people's life going better and impact their lives with the good act of kindness that you are doing. And again, be the mirror. Send this link to your friends and your family and your kids. Make a competition. Ask them to show you. Help to inspire them. It's not only for the world, it's for their own advantage. They're going to be a very human, and I mean very human beings, because not everyone is a human, and not everyone, and not every heart is able to love. Where some people have hearts to function, there are some people have hearts to keep them alive even when they are dead. This is me, man. I'm done speaking. I'm always evolving, always work in process. As you all, we are all always work in process. And we are going to be, as long as we keep this good hearts and this act of kindness. It's all about taking action. Please take this action. Challenge yourself and take the action. Click the link under my picture, and you go paste it on the social media and send it to your family and friends and your kids, especially your kids. See how they do. Be the mirror, be the role model, because only this can change the world. Back to you, Dr. Jody. Thank you so much for this.
Thank you so much. Your melodious voice, Imam, I just have to tell you, it just fills my soul. When you said, feel the souls, feel the pain, love and faith, let's be the mirror. And we'll be the mirror back to you in Cairo, Egypt. Thank you for staying up all night, or whatever you do, staying up all night so
Yeah,
you can be with
it's
us.
2
Yes.
o'clock here in Egypt, but I am all yours. My heart goes out to you in Florida, and I can stay up 24 hours just to be with you and support from any time in any part of this world. We're all coming together because we are all supporting each other, and
yes,
we are all building legacy and impacting this world. Against the dark shows the light, and you are the
yes.
light. You are the light, guys. Don't ever underestimate one action. One act of kindness can change the world, change somebody's day. It takes one hand, it takes one soul to teach one, to help one. And we all are working as one, because that's what we are. Back to you, Dr. Jody. Thank you so much.
Each one taking that dollar bill, taking that 100, taking that 10. Thank you, Mom. We will see you in Clubhouse. I love you with all my soul. Taking that dollar, knowing that we've got challenges out here galore. I just want to take a minute and just wrap this up before I bring the lovely, lovely, lovely author soul up, Cynthia Fontaine. We've got a $50,000 match out there. We haven't gotten there, but we will. We have got, what else do we have? We have a $500 and Forbes and everything that you can do. Forbes, who knows what she's going to throw in for that $500 donation. We have $200 for anybody that does $200. They get a free coaching class. If you weren't here this morning or early afternoon on East Coast time and heard Christopher Rausch, raw and unscripted coach, he gets it done.
you'll be good to go. So your $200 donation gets you your absolute amazing opportunity to give the 5,000. You can have a access to cash, free tuition for your $5,000 gift. All you've got to do is just email me at drjody.com. You'll find my email address in there in the contact page. Easy to do. And I can say, when we have 100,000 people giving that $10, that may be it. But like what Jay Nolan said, give from abundance. As greater man or woman has love than gives and lays his life down for his friend. And the life you're living down, because we're going to save lives. We're going to make the difference. We're going to go and do something that in the private sector, I'm not sure that it's been done that much. It's usually companies, it's usually corporations, it's usually the government. Well, this time with those things, because it's so ginormous, it's the word of the day. There's been a time lag, and with these people in Southwest Florida are running under the gun. They're working under the gun, and we can make that difference. And one of these difference makers is Cynthia Fontaine. When Imam said, do something worth writing about, then do something worth living. This woman has done both. She is a best-selling author with Ignite. She is absolutely an intuitive coach and medium, and she has an absolute servant's heart. When she said, oh, no problem, I can switch with whomever. Who does that? Well, Cynthia Fontaine does. So the next 12 minutes, my dear, is yours. Welcome to our telethon.
Oh, Jody, thank you so much for having me. And thank you for this incredible day. I have been watching and in and out the entire day, and it's been so powerful. And it's really, really touching my heart, from the incredible Les Brown to beautiful Dame Doria. And I know we have the Manny Lopez coming up, and of course, the beautiful JB Owen as well. So thank you. And thank you to all those who are behind the scenes, who are putting this on, because you're bringing hope to so many, to those who may not have hope as they are struggling so much with the events of their lives and with the events that we all watched on TV, on the news, as we see the videos. And as you've seen, as you're watching our telethon today, with the videos from Hurricane Ian as it battered Florida, homes filling with water, being washed away or reduced to rubble with, from the over 150-mile-an-hour winds, cars completely submerged, roofs flying through the air, and seeing boats where boats don't belong. For a while, we did continue to see updates on the damage and the effects that our fellow humans were dealing with. But as Hurricane Ian became old news, we have seen less and less of what is happening in the hardest hit areas. I have been getting updates from my family, who I have lots of cousins and my uncle in the Fort Myers area, and I have lots of friends in the areas that were hit hard in Florida. And I just spoke with one of my cousins this morning, actually, who has about $70,000 damage to her own home and her roof. She considers herself to be really lucky and blessed to have a roof over her head and her family's head today, because she knows, as she drives around the streets of Fort Myers, how many people don't even have a roof left over their home, or a home that they can go back home to. Now, my cousin doesn't know when her house is going to be fixed, because there's so much damage around them. And of course, the challenge of finding contractors and that, is always going to be a challenge because the devastation is so wide there. The other issue is they've been denied help from FEMA, as many are finding they are also being denied. They say they don't qualify, and tens of thousands of Floridians couldn't afford insurance because of the ever rising premiums. And sadly, many of those people have lost everything. it's difficult as we see so many challenges around the world now, and maybe you have had some significant challenges in your life as well as I have. There was a point in my life where I struggled to keep a roof over my own family's head. Some days I didn't know if where our next meal was coming from or if we would have a meal. We were really blessed at that time in my life to have friends and even strangers provide food for my family as I recovered from a serious injury, not knowing when I would be able to return to work. And that was an almost 2-year period. So I've experienced some difficult things in my life, as you probably have too, or you may know someone who's gone through a challenging time, a life altering, changing time. It may even be a family member of your own, or you may have friends or relatives in Florida who's been affected by Hurricane Ian. So, from being in a place of being so blessed and grateful for having people help me, and having my cousin being so blessed and grateful, even though she's struggling at this time in her life, I ask you today, as we come before you, to think about how you can help in whatever way. We are here to raise money. That's why we're here in front of you today. And so I am, as my fellow telethoners have been asking you to donate, and I too am going to ask you to donate. But don't just stop there. Share this with your friends. The link that you see on the screen below me, please go to that link. If you can give $1, give $1. I have a story about giving $1. So after going through that period of time in my life, I was really lucky to have found a mentor in my life. And that mentor said to me, "To receive, you must give." And at that time, I did not have a lot to give. In fact, I had $1 in my wallet and only $1 to my name. Now, I trusted this mentor so much that a couple of days later, after I had this mentoring session with this person, I found someone by synchronicity who needed that $1 bill. And I gave that person, as hard as it was, that $1 in my wallet. And I questioned it when I did it. But I'll tell you, looking back, that giving that $1 changed my life, because it opened my heart to what real giving is and how it feels. And I drove away from that person that day with a smile on my face, and knowing in my heart that it had been the right thing to do. So I'm asking you today to please reach into your purse, your wallet, check your Venmo, your Cash App, your PayPal, see what you have. Go to your change jar if you have one. Give what you can, whether it's $1, $10, $50, $100 or more. Why? Because you give someone hope today. Hope is what we really can live on. Hope and money, because it takes money on this planet to live. Now, how can you make an impact and make an amazing difference in people's lives with the trail of destruction that is still lining the streets of so many in Southwest Florida? You can give today, and you can share this with your friends. Share the link. Have a party. We have Halloween coming up here in the US. So maybe have a Halloween party and ask everybody to give some money, have a donation bowl, and then send that money to our efforts. We are asking you with all of our hearts to make a difference in the lives of these people in Florida who are struggling today by donating. Now, our ultimate goal is to raise $1 million. And that's $1 million of hope And we can reach that goal with over 260 million adults in the United States. Can you imagine if everybody just gave $1? How do we make the world work for 100% of humanity in the shortest time? We do it by giving. Now, I've come really far from the days when I was wondering if we were going to eat or not. And it's taken a lot of hard work, both mentally and physically. How did I do it? I always had hope. And I always had people who were there ready to lend a helping hand and pay it forward. So today I would like to give to you because I have become a big giver. I give generously with my time and with my heart. And today I would like to give a little something to you. I'd like to give you a couple of techniques that can help you when things might be difficult in your life. I'd like to give you a couple of grounding techniques that will help to bring you to your center and to calm you down, because we all have times in our life when we have anxiety and stress. And so if you just take a moment, if you're driving a car or not in a safe place, please don't close your eyes. But I'm going to ask those of you who can, close your eyes, take a nice deep cleansing breath in. And if you can put your feet on the floor or on the earth, put them down with your legs uncrossed and feel your feet solidly on the ground. Breathing in, being supported by the earth under your feet. Dropping your weight down into your body, into your feet, knowing that you are safe in this moment. You are safe and you are loved. We are loving you. And we hope that you can feel that. And I hope that you can feel that. Now, breathing in, just let your worries float away just for a moment, because you can do this. That's a really quick grounding technique that you can use anytime. And you see how quick that was, right? So I'd like to offer you that. And I would like to also offer a poem that I've written. And this poem goes like this. When you give with all your heart, you risk it all. When you withhold, you have lost nothing, yet everything. For your heart has never had a chance to experience the potential of the most wonderful vibration of all, the expansion of the heart, feeling joy, your heart leaping, your face beaming with happiness, wearing a smile so bright, your body glowing with the freedom and abundance of giving, pouring out of your every cell, lighting the way, guiding all those your life touches with the compassion and generosity, holding the torch. So please give generously today. Feel the expansion of joy in your heart from giving. Allow others to feel that joy and love in their hearts by giving to them as well. We so appreciate you all so much. And please share as we're waiting. I can see Jody is getting ready to come back. And it looks like there's a little connectivity problem. So, and Jody, I know there have been, Jody, there have been so many people that have been so generous in giving, with Dame Daria offering her course for $5,000. If somebody gives $5,000, I'd like to give also for the people who have smaller donations to make. And anyone who gives more than $50, I would like to invite them to a Messages from Beyond private Zoom with me for any donation of $50 or more. And that will be later on in the year when we get all those names together.
Absolutely, because you are just a giver. Obviously, when you said this, that you're this is $1 million of hope. That was a real thing for me to write down, even as we're approaching hour 8. Thank you, Cynthia, for sharing. Thank you for all you just, so it's that $1, ladies and gentlemen, it's that $1. We'll see you soon on Ignite Live for sure. But it's that $1. That's $1 when you give it all. Jay Nolan says it, when you give from abundance, you're giving out of service. When you're giving this way, you're giving from maybe your lack, but you're giving more. And this is what we're looking at for real, for real. So we'll be back with a dynamic duel after our commercial break, starting with our hurricane video. And then we've got a surprise for our 2 next guests.
Now, more than ever, we need to come together to connect with one another. We need to feel the truth in who we are and let go of everything that's happened in the past. We need to empower every person on the planet and awaken hearts, enliven souls, come together, laugh, play, rejoice, connect, create, and love. It's time to ignite humanity. We want you to be a part of something that will impact the future for everyone. We want you to tell your story, share your Ignite moment, show people who you truly are. Be a part of igniting humanity and making a difference in the world and all of our futures.
Tell your story, transform your life. Join the movement. Thank you, Ignite Publishing, for being one of our amazing sponsors for this telethon. Thank you for giving us that wonderful video. But isn't that a great message? Transform your life. We're going to be transforming lives one after the other with this money, the donation. Money does things. We are good people. We do good things with money. And this next guest is one that does great things with money. Manny Lopez is absolutely known as the from orphan to CEO because he was. I've had the honor and privilege of working with him in his Manifestation School of Business and his networking that he does once, twice a month. And he just has a flair and a style, but you see, it is absolutely from his heart. He is creating this Manifestation School of Business for foster children to extend them into entrepreneurship. As he says, he's always too blessed to be stressed. And you are going to be blessed right here and now with the one, the only Manny Lopez. Thank you. And you've got your spinorama reel in the back of you. There we go. There we go. There we go.
Spinaroonie, yes.
Yes, the spin around. Listen, the next 12 minutes is yours. Isn't this an hour to have you and JB back to back? That's all I'm going to say.
Awesome. It's meant
Take
to
it
be.
away.
Good energy. All right. Well, welcome. My name is Manny Lopez, and I'm an event producer. I work with a lot of entrepreneurs, and when Dr. Jody reached out and she said, "Hey, Manny, can you do something in the realm of just inspiring our people, bring some hope, talk about some things that can get people excited about life?" Because there's a lot of people right now that are suffering. They don't have a lot of hope. They have lost a lot of their faith in really what's been going on. And so, we are coming here to bring awareness, bring ideas, and bring people together to solve challenges. And the biggest challenge we have right now is getting to that next goal. So super excited to be here and help you guys just see the excitement of life and what it's about. For me, it's, a constant blessing to just be alive, have electricity, have food in the fridge, and looking at a lot of, what 1 million people displaced from their home because of Hurricane Ian. And it's, devastating to see just out of nowhere, your life can be flipped upside down and you can lose everything. I've lost everything a couple of times in a realm where, I was homeless twice by the time I was 25. And it took a lot of support from other people around me, believing in me more than I could believe in myself. And right now, we've got to come together for a lot of people that understandably have lost that hope. And what does hope truly mean? To me, it's an understanding that there is a way out. There is that light at the end of the tunnel. There is, a better road on the other side of this chaos. And a lot of the ways we can do that is just by finding that excitement of life again, where we have really had the difficulty in seeing what's in front of us. So, what we can do today, by supporting this, sharing this message you're watching right now, tagging people in your social media that would love to see and support others, finding that idea of serving your way to success by helping others out of the chaos that they're in right now. Whether you're donating, whether you're supporting, whether you're speaking, whether you're sharing the message, you're bringing awareness, all of us together have created this movement that we have right now. And the goal of us is getting that $1 million raised in this 24-hour telethon. And it's really amazing how we could see all of this come together. We're almost 8 hours in. This is pretty exciting. So, loving what Dr. Jody's put together and her just, heart of gold to want to give back, to want to serve, and to help others in need. So you guys see this link right here, hurricaneian.world/GoFundMe. Get to that link, share a small donation, share a big donation, do what you got to do, right? Dig deep a little bit, and find a way to help others by simply sharing it on your social media. Every single person here can reach at least, maybe another 5 to 10 new people that are like, I would love to support that idea. You don't have to be huge. You don't have to have this huge, giant social media following to make a difference. All you really have to do is find that one extra person, because it's a ripple effect, right? You send it to a couple of people, those, let's say 5 people say, all right, yeah, I want to support that. They're going to go share it themselves. They reach another 5 themselves. That's another 25. Then it's another 125. Then it just has a massive ripple effect. So don't think playing small or what you think is playing small doesn't make a difference. It truly does. So yes, definitely excited about that. Now, looking at what we've been doing throughout the day, you've got some amazing speakers. Dr. Jody's put over 80 speakers together for this event. Super excited to be a part of it and sharing this message. And again, hope. What does hope truly mean to somebody in need? Hope is an answer. Hope is a smile. Hope is a message that just says, you know what, it's possible for you to truly come back from this chaos. I don't know if you've ever been in that scenario where you've had difficulties in life. You didn't know which way things were going to go. You just kind of hit a wall, or, something just chaotically happened and you weren't expecting it. And now you're trying to pick up the pieces and figure out where to go from there. We can be that answer. It could be a small small movement of somebody showing that, hey, you are worthy, you are thought of, you are important enough for us to want to make sure you're okay. And right now, that's all a lot of these people need, is the understanding that it's going to be okay. Someone is going to be on the other side of that chaos to help support them, to help pick up those pieces where they haven't really had the strength to do it themselves. And, you know, I'm hearing stories. I had somebody had lost not only their own home, but their own personal home, but they had other properties that they were taking care of and they've lost those. I've heard of people that have just had a devastating effects on their business, their livelihood, their family. And, you know, right now it's a time of giving back. It's a time of truly supporting our neighbors and finding a way to be that help that they need. So looking at, you know, how everything kind of builds right now, I know with the economy and chaos that we've been dealing with and the uncertainty of everything moving forward, the certain thing that we do have is that you're listening to this message right now for a reason. This message isn't just getting on your social media feed or on your video platform, wherever you're watching this and seeing that, you know what, maybe I can do something. Maybe I can impact in some way. Maybe it's just locally in your own backyard to be able to make a difference. Right now, there's over 1 million people that have been displaced because of just this hurricane alone. And, you know, we want to see if we can do just a little bit more than what we're living in right now. And that is very easy for you to do. Again, all you have to do is go to hurricaneian.world/GoFundMe and show your support and get this out there. Share this link on your social media. Go right now in the comments and tag 3 friends that you think would be an amazing support that you could bring in part of this community, because this truly is a movement and we want to see this impact reach globally. We've got a 24-hour marathon that we're going to get this going and really want to see the impact that we can do. So super excited to see where this can go, my friends. Now, looking at, you know, kind of how the day goes and what you guys been up to, you know, I'd love to see, you know, what kind of impact do you think you can make by the end of this year, right? We are what, just a little over 2 months away from our new year, 2023. And, you know, with that in mind, how is that going to turn out for you? What kind of effort are you going to be putting in to truly make a difference in not only your own life, but those around you, your small circle of friends, your small circle of family, the people that you want to impact in your business? If you're an entrepreneur, maybe you're out there wanting to go build your own dream and you're like, how do I go about doing that? Because if we can impact more people by having more resources, why not be able to, right? So a lot of the times that I'm working with people, they ask me, Manny, you know, how can I create more resources? How can I go out there and make an impact? Sometimes I want to help others, but I just don't have enough time. I don't have enough resources. I don't have enough money, right? How do I go out about doing that? Well, look at just what you already have right now. I'll give you an example. My dad, so he loves beef jerky, okay? Loves beef jerky. And he gets really annoyed at how expensive it is, right? I mean, I was just at Target today looking at it, and I was like, $11 for just a little tiny bag of beef jerky. It's crazy, right? And so he, having this love for the idea, decided, you know what if I just made it myself, right? He was spending money every month buying beef jerky from places he didn't really like, right? He started mixing up his own flavors, making it himself, and before you know it, not only is he saving money by not having to buy his own beef jerky, people are buying beef jerky from him. He's creating more resources because he's doing something he loves to do. I'll leave you with this. There's a little formula I use when people want to understand how to create more in life. I call it the 3 E's. Easy, exciting, experience. If you want to get paid to do something you love to do, make sure it's something that's easy for you to do. It's exciting for you to go learn about and talk about, and you have experience in getting results. The people who are going to pay you to teach you that or to do it for them is going to be people that cannot check off those 3 E's. It's not easy for them. It's not exciting to go learn and do themselves, and they have no experience in getting results. You want to create more resources? You want to be able to give back in a bigger way? Follow that small formula of life, and you'll be able to find something that you love to do that you can go and build your own dream with, versus waiting for permission to build someone else's dream. So love that this awesome community of superstars that you guys have here are all just about giving back and finding ways to be of value. And I love it. This is really cool stuff. So yeah, again, hurricaneian.world/GoFundMe. You see it right here on the screen. Go ahead and follow that yourself, share it with your friends, get it out there, and let's support some people that really need the help. Right, Dr. Jody?
Absolutely right. Manifestation School of Business. Yes, you manifester you. Let's just manifest these millions, this $1 million of hope. Let's just do it. And we can do it with databases, with what we've heard today. As Stack the Pack has 3 million followers on TikTok. You have millions on Facebook. This is going to be the start. This is one of 3, Manny. We're doing it on the 17th and 18th, and watch us roll through that as well. So thank you for who you are, what you've done for me, giving me this platform and the places that we'll speak, because we're just getting started, and we're just getting started with this influence. So thank you, Manny. Thank you so much for what you do, because just keep that in mind. I'm going to give the Manny quote back and let you say it as only Manny Lopez to give a word of encouragement to our hurricane people in Southwest Florida. It's I'm too
blessed to be stressed.
Thank you, Manny. Bye for now.
Bye.
So from Manny Lopez, who it's always a 2 degrees of separation. I was speaking on a summit stage with our Ignite the Hunger in You, the book that G.B. Owen co-branded with Les Brown. I was speaking as an author, as a recent best-selling author, and I was before Manny Lopez. And he kept reaching out to me, and he said, I've never seen somebody that excited about health. I've got to work with you. And now we are. You see, that's how this is going to come together. That's how these relationships have all fit together. I said, when I introduced Jay Nolan at first, that all roads lead back to Jay Nolan. For me, in this writing world, all roads lead back to JB Owen. And she is absolutely an incredible human being. Spending those 6 days with her in Florida was absolutely life-altering. It was just fun. It was fabulous. And it was just a fortunate time that I could breathe her same air. JB is known as the Pink Billionaire. I could go on and on and on about her awards, because she's now a Lady JB since I've known her. She's had several humanitarian awards, that Ignite Humanity Project. Check out my TV show on Traverse TV Thursday at 6 p.m. Lady JB Owen and I will be going in to her Ignite Humanity and this absolute forum that she's created as she's going to India. But right now, she is here as a humanitarian, again, pouring into people and just doing the thing that only JB can do. Like we said, we had our Ignite Wisdom book, the one that I was privileged to say, yes, my name's on the front cover because I was a project leader. And then she says, as JB only does because she's a B best person, oh, why don't you do Ignite Your Foundations of Health? Well, then Melanie goes ahead and writes in wisdom. And the next thing you know, JB is a next thing you know person. I even absolutely think we better put on our seatbelts again for the next thing you know woman, because she is going to bring it as we do Foundations of Health, our book that we are co-branding with Ignite, with Melanie. And she goes on and on in her empowerment series and also in other venues in her life. Ignite Humanity is going to be a monster project, but she's going to get it done because the next thing you know, she's in India. The next thing you know, she's probably going to be on the space shuttle. Never underestimate the Pink Billionaire, from the CEO and founder of Ignite Publishing, our sponsor here today and tonight. She is absolutely
a humanitarian movement maker, because she is a change maker. And it was with great honor and delight that I bring JB on to our stage. Welcome, Lady JB.
So blessed to be here. And I loved what you said about getting on the spaceship. I hadn't thought about that yet.
There you go. There you go. The next 15 minutes is yours, my dear.
Thank you so much, and just blessings and honor to you and all the team who are putting this together. And Jody, just you and your tenacity and your perseverance and your dedication, gathering all these powerful people to be speaking. Well, they saved the best for last. I'm just kidding. They saved me for last, folks, because they wanted me to come in and really speak to you in a heightened way about the ways that we can ignite humanity. And right now, more than ever, we need to be stepping into how we can ignite lives and inspire others after the tragedy that has happened with the hurricane. Now, I was very blessed to spend some time in Florida recently, just in June, and I absolutely loved it. I talked about buying a house there and moving down there, how beautiful and gorgeous it was. I met so many people. Jody joked around that I saw more of Florida in the 6 days that I was there than some people see in 6 years of living there. I got to go to all the different cities, meet so many fantastic people, see some of the monuments and the wonderful parts of the cities. And then to hear that the devastation had hit with Ian, it was absolutely horrifying. And to see the photos and everything that was going on, and to know that that was happening to many of the places that I had seen. And so I was 100% yes when Jody asked me to be a part of this, to sponsor, to step in, and to be igniting you watching this telethon. Now, I hope that you've been here all day long, hearing everything that many of people have said. And what I want to say, and I've been listening to others also, is that it is time for us all to give a little bit, not just a little bit, but a lot. It's time for us to give more than we've ever given before, because how we give is how we receive. Now, think about that for a moment. If you just give $1, or you just give a little bit, or you just give a tiny amount, in all honesty, when you really need it in return, that may be all you get. Now, I say that because a few months ago, my mom's business of 42 years caught on fire and burnt down. Now, it was devastating to her. Can you imagine 42 years in business in the community, a pillar of the community, and unbeknownst, in the middle of the night, her building caught on fire. Her entire livelihood gone. Everything she knew disappeared. Hundreds and hundreds of people were connected to her business. She had been, again, a pillar of the community for decades. Students from the schools had come to her business. Athletes, celebrities, everybody around the province, around the country had been a part of her major domain that she has created to help others, to inspire them, to bring them greater health and greater awareness. Now, when her building burnt down, of course, we asked for support, because there was such a piece of her that was lost and displaced and alone and scared and angry and resentful, like all these emotions brewed up inside of her. Now, I can only imagine witnessing her and the devastation that she went through, the millions of people right now who are feeling those exact same feelings: lost, devastated, unsure, unclear, not knowing what is next. You know, the time right here where I am is 6 p.m. Where you are maybe is later or earlier. But I'm sure within the last hour or hour to come, you have probably sat down to eat a meal. You have probably lovingly been in your home, with your lights and your warm weather and the walls around you and support and food on your table. There are thousands of people who don't have that tonight. And there are thousands of people who are not sure what that's going to look like tomorrow. And the reason I tell you the story about my mom is because I saw the emotional impact that it had on her. And I also saw the emotional impact that it had on her when she felt like no one cared. No one helped her. Not a lot of people showed up. We raised money, but not a lot of people gave. We did everything we could to rally and fix and do and resurrect what had been damaged, but it was beyond repair. And even though she lost her livelihood and she lost her building and she had to, all of her staff lost their livelihood, the thing that hurt her the most was she just felt like people didn't care. They cared in like, how are you and how are things are doing? But they didn't care in a way that was really helpful to her to pick up the pieces. And so, not to speak for her, but to speak for me as a witness of her, What I know is there are so many people that are needing our support. And so I'm here to say, give big. Give in a way that will make an impact for somebody, that will literally change their lives, like really make a difference. I know that so many of us have said, just give $1, just give $5. But let me ask you, in all honesty, what will $5 do? Let's give big. Let's put it out there. Let's go all the way. Let's give in a way that if something were to happen to you, and if you were in need of it, you would want someone to give to you. So how you give is how you receive. And so, folks, I want to ask you today to give in a big way, in a way that you know will make a difference in a family, in a community, for a child's life, for some parents, for a father who's trying to take care of his kids, for a mother who's trying to feed her children, for people who are trying to put back the pieces. Give in a way that will actually truly make a difference. Now, you know, and I know that when you give in a way that makes an impact, it changes the trajectory, it moves the molecules, it expands the velocity of what is possible. Everyone in Florida that has been impacted by the hurricane needs to feel that it's possible for them to once again have more or less, not more or less, but get back to what they had. And when I say that, what I mean is that we all have a dream, we all have a desire, we all have a wish and a wanting. And many of us have that spark in our lives of where we want to go and what we want to do. And for some people, that has been taken away from them momentarily. And as we come together as a community and as a collective, and as all of us who are showing up today and all of you who are witnessing, we can bring that back into people's lives. I like to call these things ignite moments, these moments that change us, these moments that redefine us. You know, Ian has been an ignite moment for many people, and right now it doesn't feel very good. But I can assure you that in moments and months and weeks and years to come, people will look back on this and realize that this moment was defining. Recently this summer, my husband and there was an attempted robbery on us. And I wanted to find the person after the robbery. My husband chased him away, but I wanted to go and find him and ask him, why did he do that? What was the reason? Because maybe he had children at home. Maybe there was something deeper and bigger. He wasn't just a bad person. But the reason I tell you that story is because for a little bit after the robbery, I felt smaller. I felt weaker. I felt deterred from my mission, until suddenly I realized that I wasn't going to let him stop me. I wasn't going to let that moment define me in a negative way. In fact, I was going to use that to do more, to speak out more, to make an impact, to help more. And I feel like Ian is the same. This telethon is the same. All the people who've showed up here are the same. Something devastating has happened, but from it, so much good has grown. So many people have band together. So many lives have been transformed. So many friendships have unfolded. Communities, organizations, committees, new policies have been adapted because of this moment. And so let's see the good in that. Let's realize that from this moment, so much more has unfolded, and you can be a part of the positive, impactful, beneficial impact of that. So give big. Give what you can. Give more than what you can. Like, give so much that you know that it will mean something. Do something to ignite someone else's life. I've heard Jody's dream about driving down to Florida with the money that we've raised from this telethon and be able to like knock on the door of people's homes or show up where people disperse and actually have an ignite moment to give to them so that they can get back on their feet and start living back the life that they dream of. And I want us all to support that vision of giving, that vision of magnanimously sharing, that vision of holding people up and helping them stand up again and get back on their feet. We want to do that. And you can be a part of that. You can absolutely be a part of that. I was thinking today, Ian, I-A-N, I wrote intentional amplified newness. Ian stirred up so many new things. New businesses, new support systems, new groups, new friendships, new connections. There's a huge amount of newness, amplified newness that has come through this. And yes, many people are living without their base needs. They're living without their memories and the things that are so important to them. And so I want you to think about if you were on the other side of that. If you were over there and I was here and I could help you, give big, give grand, give with all your heart, give in a way that you know the vibration and the energy of what you're giving will make a massive impact. And maybe it'll be some food or some clothing or something so insignificant to all of us, but to those people who need it so much, it will be like an absolute beautiful lifeline. I really want you to encourage you to realize that you have the power to ignite someone's life through this telethon, through your giving, through your support. And you don't have to just give in ways of monetary. You can always be a part of what we're doing. You can reach out to the team and be a part of supporting the next event and the next event and all the things. And you can give in so many ways. But just know that here today, we're asking you to give financially to support those people who need it. Now, I want to share with you, I've listened to many of the speakers today, and each and every one of them gave you a golden nugget, something you could take with you and have hope and happiness and inspiration in your life. And so if you are right now, if you're a survivor of the hurricane, I just want to share with you your bravery. Congratulations on your courage. This is going to be a monumental moment in your life that is going to define you in such a beautiful way, and you have yet to see it. And it will unfold itself beautifully and magically when the time is right. And for those of you like me who are living on the other side of the country and we're not affected by this at all, except by watching it on the news, I ask that you open up your heart to know that you can help so many people by giving in a way that has no limitations, other than the expansion and the alchemy that it can grow into even more. I want to thank the team who put this all together. And I want to encourage each and every one of you to realize that many of us have had ignite moments in our life that have taken us to our knees. Many people around the planet guaranteed have moments that have shook their lives in ways like the people in Florida are feeling right now. And those people, the human condition with so much perseverance and tenacity, they get through it, and they get through it with the help of others, by locking arms and creating a community, by leaning on the people that they need, by asking for help, by putting up a hand. Be that person to support them, because when you need it, you know someone will be there for you. It's such a joy to be here, and I just want to thank each and every one of you. Blessings to all the people on this call, on this show. Blessings to Jody and the work that she is doing. It is absolutely wonderful to know that tonight, tomorrow, and going forward, what we've done here is going to impact and ignite lives. And I just want to thank you. And from a humanitarian side, I will share just in closing, Jody, that we always have something to give. We have talents, we have wisdom, we have knowledge, we have information, we have skills. There is so much you can give. And if you're not able to open up your wallet, which we know that you are, because even the littlest makes a difference, please give a part of yourself. Say prayers and positive feelings for the people who need it. Give hope and ask inspiration to those that require it. And if you have the opportunity to be in the area that is needed, go give a helping hand. We all have a ripple effect to help one another and to ignite humanity that comes from each and every one of us reaching out to someone else and giving them a little bit of what they need. Blessings to all of you.
Blessings, JB. My goodness gracious. Yes, this is an ignite moment. And you are not the last speaker, my dear. We have 4 more hours to go, remember?
Yes, I know. It's true. I know we're not the best at the end, but I'm like, and I really want to commend you for going late. I know it's going to be late for you, but I just wanted to share that they kind of brought me in at dinner time to like rock it out and to really show people that, you know what? And Jody, I want to say this in the spirit of giving big. For anyone who donates over $5,000, I will give you a chapter in one of our upcoming books, Ignite Humanity. That will be my gift to you for people who give big and give over $5,000 donation.
So, JB, we've got your $5,000 match with free. We've got Dame Doria's $5,000 match with free. We've got, this is going to be easy. 10 people, 5 are going to take up on each one of these
This is how we're going to do this. And we'll have our $50,000 that's going to be matched and doubled. And then we've got Christopher doing the 200. We've got another 375 that's just come in just now.
Fantastic.
And it's just the way it goes, because this is the beginning. As I said, JB, the plane is taking off and you gain momentum, then you keep momentum. Once you've got that momentum going into sponsorships, if you're listening to this, if you're seeing it on a repeat, just know that you can go and be a sponsor. You will get free advertisements by some of our participating TV show hosts on Traverse TV. It's going to be everywhere in Florida. And keep this in mind. Keep this in mind. We're coming back on the 17th and 18th, and we're doing it again, but we will have you back, because guess what? You're going to be in India, but you're still going to be here. So thank you, JB. Thank you for your heart. I know this was a doubleheader for you as well. And I just decided the number 12, going from noon to midnight, everybody would remember. So much love.
Good for you. And Jody, I just want to just pour into you, girl. You're doing a fantastic job, a fabulous hostess, just a divine sharing. It really, you are in your, in your magic. And I just want to say, for you to be giving your time and your effort and your willingness and your heart, it's just so beautiful to watch and witness you. So thank you for being you.
Don't you do that. It's beautiful to be with beautiful souls. And that's who you are. Because when you said, I'm going, okay, here we go. When you give, you receive. You gave this, I receive it. Let's go. As Stack started out at 11 o'clock this morning, we're going to be hot. Let's just do this. Okay. You give Peter my love. We'll be talking in a couple of days. There's some more Ignite moments that we're going to have, and Ignite advertisements. Much love to you as always, Pink Billionaire JB Owen. Lady
Blessings,
JB.
everyone. Blessings to all the team in the back. Good job, everyone. And may your hearts and your lives be filled with Ignite moments.
Ignite moments. That was an Ignite moment. And this is going to be an Ignite moment for you right now. Our Max Fregosa. Okay, he is an IT expert. Didn't matter now for you and I, if the computer screen was cracked, I'd be out of commission. He said, oh, Jody, just give me a minute here. I'm going to hook up this external monitor to blah, 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 sis boom, bah, okay, whatever. But check this out. That's what he does in his day job. What he is giving to us right now, being the IT expert of this event, he is giving us his Max Flow Yoga. Yoga cleanses the body, just like we've been breathing. We've had 2 breath exercises. Now he is going to give us the flow to de-stress right here, right now. And it is absolutely with great honor, but he's going to have a 3rd title very soon, because he's writing his own chapter in Ignite Your Foundations of Health. Maximilian, there you are in your Zen moment. Take it away, Maximilian.
What is up, everybody? Super grateful for all the tremendous speakers that have been out here. Yeah, I was getting a little too rough this morning with my dog walk and cracked my MacBook Pro screen, but made some audibles and was able to hook it up to the TV and, be a part of this great event today. And we need to just understand that we need to come together. We are part of the same body. So just like the war in Ukraine, we've been impacted on our border, our ecosystem. Just like if we had a wound in the body, all the cells need to come together and mend it so that we can have the same homeostasis. And life wouldn't be worth it if we're solo here. So it's about a community thing. When our cup gets to be at the point where we can pour into others, then we need to do so. So any contribution, whether it's sharing the link, whether it's donating anything you can, we need to seize that opportunity and just understand, put ourselves in the perspective of these people that have been impacted, that they're going to be under stress. I've got family that's Puerto Rican. They've been impacted by the hurricanes, and it's been, several years without power, without, a roof over their head. So the quicker we can do things to help out, our community that's been impacted down here in Florida. I'm here in Miami right now, so I'm tremendously grateful that, we weren't impacted, because there wouldn't be people out and about. There'd be mud everywhere. It's, like with Noah and the flood, God brought the flood water for a reason, because it just can wipe out everything. So imagine all your belongings, being gone. I've been traveling the last 2 years down here in Miami with just a book bag and a duffel bag. But it's tremendously hard. Like if you don't have the strength, if you have medical conditions, so we need to do things to alleviate the stress, so uh, working on the hips. If you're out and about, just doing these figure fours. Biggest thing is coming to the breath, just understanding that there's the inhale, the exhale, and the retention, and the things that we can do mentally to bring in those positive thoughts as a collective. Then that'll help everybody else be a lot more better off, so that we can help each other out. Going back, there's a lot of great business speakers that say it was a complete stranger that was the person that was the catalyst to help them find a better possibility in their life when they were down, so they avoid any type of issue of destructive behavior, or hopefully not getting to the point where they would lose their life. But we want to do everything that we can to prevent that, and we want to fill everyone up with positive thoughts, because only one thought can occupy us at the same time, positive or negative, creating or destructive. So the better we can do to, put a smile on, help the people out. Like the first speaker who spoke today, they had a boat and they were going to Sanibel Island back and forth, and they ended up just, being a ferry essentially for people more than they were to pick up their own things. So if we have the opportunity to help each other out, we need to do that in any way possible, donating clothes. I grew up from food stamps to Clothe a Child, from Sears. So any of those programs we can do to contribute. If we know someone that's affiliated, tell them about the link. Go to hurricaneian.world, hurricaneian.world/GoFundMe. Go to Jody's website, reach out to anybody, and let's get this thing going, because people are going to be impacted for over 2 years. So we need to do everything and make sure that they're calm with their breath. They're releasing good chemicals throughout their body, nourishing their body, and then balancing their macros. So we all need to tighten the hatches as these recessions coming about, and just, get rid of all the excess. And whatever we have in excess, we need to share with other people so that they can contribute, so that they can get the nourishment, that they can, better themselves, better their family, whether it's monetary or with food or shelter and clothing. Even baby Jesus needed somewhere to stay. Even, Christ needed someone to help him carry the cross. And we need people to help us. We can't do it all by ourselves. We go through ebbs and flows. And this is the time when we're high, we need to help someone who's at their low, so that they can go in there and be prosperous, because there's that one connection of saying hi to someone that reverberates, like JPO and saying, let it ripple and help each other out. So if everyone's releasing positive thoughts, positive actions, then everyone can help benefit, and it all compounds. So $5 from me, $10 from her, $15, it all is going to compound. And the more action we take in this present moment, then we'll help, get to this overall goal quicker, and hopefully eliminate people from dwelling on negative thoughts, and, being susceptible to distractions, which are going to deter them from contributing to what our main purpose is in this life. So anything we can do to help out, if you have the opportunity and that thought comes across your head, seize the opportunity and help someone else out, whether it's giving them a ride, giving them a gas card, anything you can do to contribute to, the people that are impacted, because it's going to impact all of us, whether we want it or not, from people having to migrate to our cities, or, taxes increasing. So we just need to understand that, this is our country, this is our homeland, and this is, our opportunity to help each other out. So just take care of the spine, deep breaths, nourishing breaths, understand, with good faith, asking you shall receive. So the more positivity we can release, and the big neuroscience was out there, like the summit, a lot of tremendous speakers were saying that positive thoughts, think and it will happen. We don't want to, good thoughts can, or thoughts in general, they can either decay us or they can build us up. So you want to, nourish and cultivate the positive thoughts. And with that, your community, our ecosystem, our network, I can't go to the gas station without someone working the gas pumps, and they can't do anything without someone filling the gas pumps either there. And, some work in the convenience store. So we're all part of the same ecosystem. So anything we can do to contribute is greatly appreciated. And the least thing is if you're hearing this voice, you have the opportunity to give back. So this is our opportunity to help and show that we are better than, being selfish. And we have the opportunity to sacrifice, going out one fearless night to contribute at least a little bit here to sort of just keep that momentum. We want to keep the momentum, even if it's a little bit, like we have the opportunity to wake up in the middle of the day, or just, in general, from any type of devastation. We need to take just that momentum and keep it going. We can't get stagnant, and it's better if you have a friend to help you out. So I appreciate all you guys. Please reach out to, Dr. Jody Bear. Please reach out to Ignite. Please reach out to any of us in the contacts, and cumulatively we will get this. So visit hurricaneian.world/GoFundMe, and let's make this happen, because it's not going away. And if we don't pick up, it's like a mess. If we don't clean up right now, it's still going to be there next year. It's still going to be there. And it's, we need to address it. So anything we can do to contribute is definitely greatly appreciated.
Maximilian, I have one question for you. I would love you to throw up, and Dan will type it in that banner, because you have this is somebody who's done yoga for 30 years. You have some of the finest videos. I want people to know where they don't have to do crow position on the ice. Okay. They don't have to do it that way, but where can they find your videos? What is that link? And if you can just go ahead and throw that up so people know, just give it, and Dan will type as you're speaking.
Well, you could just go to, maxflowyoga.com, or just, I've got plenty of Max Flow Yoga podcasts. So if you type in just Google Max Flow Yoga, you'll find plethora of all my stuff: Instagram, Twitter, Patreon. So don't worry about that. Just type in Max Flow Yoga and you'll find me. I'm out there to try and help you guys out, stay sane, because, I've been everything from homeless, sleeping in the car, to, working all types of odds and end jobs. And we need to take care of the body. And when we don't have a lot of money to take care of it, like if we're going through hardships, then just stay hydrated, get back to basic macros of, protein powder to help save on buying a bunch of meats that you don't have to keep in your refrigerator. And then also your macros, you can probably cut that down to just oatmeal and some rice, and then everything else from there is bonus, but that'll at least give your body some sustenance, and, give you the ability to have energy to rebound and rebuild. But, balance your macros, drink plenty of water, stretch, and just keep that positive thought, and just keep compounding good thoughts and good actions.
And go to Max Flow Yoga and just do the thing, because to do the thing is how we're doing the thing. Thank you, Max. You're amazing. Back to your other job at Backstage, and keep track of those donations. Thank you so much. And now we're going to have a commercial break. I just figured with Lady JB going out and Maximilian being an author, I know we have another wonderful video from Ignite Humanity, one of our corporate sponsors.
Now, more than ever, we need to come together to connect with one another. We need to feel the truth in who we are and let go of everything that's happened in the past. We need to empower every person on the planet and awaken hearts, enliven souls, come together, laugh, play, rejoice, connect, create, and love. It's time to ignite humanity. We want you to be a part of something that will impact the future for everyone. We want you to tell your story, share your Ignite moment, show people who you truly are. Be a part of igniting humanity and making a difference in the world and all of our futures.
Let's just join the movement, shall we? Joining the movement. And I didn't realize how apropos this was, y'all, because Michelle McLean is now soon to be taking off her vision board, best-selling author with Ignite Publishing, as they bring out Ignite Your Forgiveness here, probably somewhere around November, 1st of December. Michelle McLean, I met through Clubhouse, but she's a woman, a professional, and a heart-centered leader that you will not soon forget, like ever, 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 ever. She's an intuitive coach. She is a megapreneur, mega successful, even in her young age, expert entrepreneur. She's a healer, but she has an amazing, amazing message to pour into people, because that's the only way she knows how to do. So pour into us, Michelle McLean, pour into us as only you can do, because this is the way we're going to up our level, giving great, just like J.B. Owen said. Michelle, my vision, Miss Vision Board Woman, is to say to give that check to those people. So your big donation is part of giving that check, because all proceeds, I've been saying this all along, all proceeds go straight to the Hurricane Ian absolutely affected people that are rebuilding. I'm not going to call them the victors anymore. Michelle, you know what I'm going to call them? The rebuilders. Okay, I'm going to call them the rebuilders. The Hurricane Ian rebuilders, Southwest Florida strong. I got it. You just inspired me. And then you can be a part of your small or large donation, seeing me hand that check. So Michelle, my dear, the next 12 minutes is yours.
Oh, thank you so much. Oh, Jody has been such a blessing. And so I just want to say shout out to Jody and everyone else that's doing a part of this, of the hearts that it takes to be a part of this. For me, the second I hear about loss, I'm like the first one really to be like, I'm there, just because of the losses that I've been able to experience. And I said I'm grateful for the losses that I have experienced, because it has built my life understanding. It has built my heart. All of the losses that I have gone through have really just built who I am. And that's kind of what I want to bring to you today is I want, if you will go with me in a journey of time and humor me for a second. I want you to put your hands on your heart, close your eyes for just a second. And I want you to time travel with me back to a time in your life when you lost something. Maybe it was a job. Maybe it was a family member. Maybe it was a car, something of material. But I want you to connect with your heart, your soul, in a time of loss, of when you lost something that meant a lot to you. For me personally, two things come up: when I lost my brother and when I lost my job. And I remember just being down on my knees asking God, like, how? Like, how am I here? Of all of what I've done with my life, I'm trying so hard. How am I here? And so you have that version of your story, right? We all do. And I want you to connect with that feeling and emotion of when you lost something. Right? The feeling of like, how, of what, how could this, how, like that's what comes up for me when I connect back to that moment of loss, of how could this happen? How am I here? And you can feel free to maybe come back to this space, but what most people experience, the first part is shock. So all of these people, the majority of them are going through a time right now of shock of how. So just like maybe you lost a loved one, maybe it was COVID, maybe it was something else, or maybe it was a job, whatever it was that you lost, right? We have that moment of shock where we're like, no way, right? Especially if it's somebody like, for me, it was with my brother. It was like, how? There's no way, how? You know, so I want you just to be able to connect with what we're doing here is we're connecting with the hearts of these people who have lost everything that they have. And when you go through this time, there's stages of grief, right? I have a background in trauma healing. And one of the stages to move through is shock. And so that's part of where a lot of them are right now, is just in shock of like, how did I lose it all? How, right? Of just trying to get past that part alone. And then having to accepting what is gone, accepting what we no longer have. You know, like if you lost someone you love, like accepting that they're no longer here, sometimes that can take years. Still, you know, still to this day, it's hard. I'm just, you know, I still go through moments of like, he's really not here anymore. So that's another stage, right? Is just accepting these people lost everything. I mean, and to be honest, I haven't been to a place, thank you, Lord, that I've lost everything. I've come close. So it's like, it's hard to fathom. So if you haven't lost everything, right, you're with me. Like, I couldn't imagine where the majority of these people are. Like, how terrifying, how scary to wonder, like, where do we go from here? How do you lose it all and then have to rebuild everything when you're even in the stages of grief, of shock, of like shock acceptance, right? Because a part of like the shock stage is where you're almost robotic. And especially if you've lost a loved one, if you've gone through some trauma, you can recognize that stage where you're in shock and you're almost robotic of like, how? So even decision making gets hard, right? So we're thinking of these people trying to even make decisions, life decisions. Where do we go? What do we do? How do we create a life now from nothing? Where do we go? What do we do? You know, and then going through the grief, going through the sadness of like having to accept what happened and then trying to rebuild while going through all of this process of the grieving stages. And if you've lost something, you understand too, there's also an identity piece, right? Where when you lose something major to you, something that can mean the world to you, maybe you lost a spouse, maybe you've lost, like I said, it could have been a career that was like your identity was rooted in your career, grounded in your career. So when we have a major loss, it can mess with our identity of like, who am I without all of this? Can you imagine losing like nearly your world? Right? Like that's where these people are, of like the identity of like, where do we go? Who am I now? Kind of thing, needing to rebuild. So that's my message of wanting to connect with that part of, for one, your heart to their heart and understanding, right, where they are. And the rebuilding stage is what, when a lot of them can get out of the shock part, is like rebuilding a life. And so this is a huge part where your heart can come in to give, literally, even if it's $1, $5, giving whatever it is possible to sow into these people's lives who are going to have to rebuild at some point. Like, it's so crazy still to me to just wrap my mind around it all, of like the idea, right? Sometimes whenever you personally, we're in our own little world, right? We're in our own little world. So to connect and get into someone else's world, because that's part of my intention, is to help you get into someone else's world while we're in our own, you know, we have our own things going on, but to like try to touch into someone else's world, into their world and what they're going through, and connect with that. It opens our hearts and helps us see that like we all need each other. We literally all need each other. And there will be a day where you need something, I need something, we need something. And what we sow, it's biblical. What we sow shall we reap. So whether you can give anything, literally giving a prayer is a huge part of this too. Sending any type of prayer that you can send. And then sending an energy exchange, like financially, things are like these, you know, like they lost everything. Sending that piece to support in the rebuilding phases. And like I said, if you can visualize this being your life and getting to rebuild a whole new, you will be a pillar for that rebuilding stage. And I invite you to sow with the idea. And like I said, even if it's $1, if it's $100, whatever it is that you can possibly give, I want you to sow with the intention of sowing comfort into someone's life. Someone who has lost it all, and visualizing one person, even sending to them with the intention from your heart to theirs, to sow love, to sow comfort, you know, because in those times of need, what you give, you will receive as well. And I'm thinking of different times when I was on my knees, you know, and it's in the, ignite forgiveness when I talk about the losses that I had, and being on my knees asking God, like, how, begging, needing someone, anything, like, send me anything. And in that asking, I received help. I received support. I always said, God doesn't close a door without opening another. There's always a way, right? And I believe it's also continuing the cycle and circulation in our lives. Like, when we give, we receive. It's law. It's a universal law. It's a universal law. It's biblical. What you sow shall you reap. So especially if you're seeing this right now, I don't think it's an accident. If you can give anything, or anything you have, literally, if it's $1, if it's $100, I just invite you to kind of tap in and just, feel into, if this was you, what would you be grateful to receive, right? Because at this point, it's like anything would be, like, when you've lost everything, anything will be like oxygen. Because I don't know if you've ever been a place where you where you have nothing, or maybe where your checking account is in the negative, right? It's almost like, I don't have oxygen, I can't breathe. I've been at that place. When I lost my job, it was like that. I was like, I don't have oxygen to breathe right now. That anything would help me, because that's how it is when you don't have the finances. It feels like you can't breathe, right? It's like oxygen. It's like needing it. And I want you to feel into, that's where these people are. Is it a place of just anything, needing anything? So I invite you to, cheesy as it sounds, be the change, being who you need, being who you would need, and being who you might need in the future. We're all going to still be hit by the waves of life, right? Like, none of us are going to get out of this thing alive. You know what I mean? Jim Rohn says the same wind blows on us all, the same pains, the same traumas. They show up differently with different faces, different occurrences. But as humans, we go through the same pains. Like, pain doesn't look different on, like, we all go through pain. Pain doesn't, like, color, age, whatever. It doesn't matter. Pain is pain. Suffering is suffering. Grief is grief. So I invite you to be open-hearted, loving, unconditional, non-judgmental, and being willing to see who you can serve. Pray into it, ask into it, and I invite you to serve and to sow into other people's lives. What you give, like I said, it's biblical. What you give shall you receive. It's literally it's karmic, So with that, I'm going to pass it back. And I'm just grateful to be in this experience with you guys, and sending prayers, and excited to see what comes from this for everyone.
Well, and Michelle McLean, since you are the fireball of Clubhouse, earlier on, I know you had a previous engagement, but somebody said, let's just promote the hell out of this on Clubhouse. I know you will mandate this everywhere you go, because you are sunshine, you are fire, you are soulful, you are true, you are a true healer. I am just so blessed to know you because of what you do. I've said this a couple of times, and kind of I feel this about this tribe. When we did that Zoom together, I was like, this is what we do, but it's who we are. So like JB Owen says, I want to end this. I want to say this again. See, you can be a part, ladies and gentlemen, of Michelle's inspiration of losing it all and then gaining something, to go to hurricaneian.world/GoFundMe. You can be a part of that. And guess what you can do? When I hand that check, as we go through Kevin, who is Kevin Rain, who we heard at the very beginning, Michelle, who is a pillar of the real estate community down there, and say, who are the most in need? You just wait. You will have a sliver of that. And when you see these videos come up on social media, you will know that you were there. And I know there are people that were inspired by you to do just that. Michelle McLean, I love you so.
I love you too. Grateful for the opportunity, and just bless, ignite everything that you're doing. This is just an incredible opportunity for everyone to be a part of, and to see the magic that comes from it. So.
Yes, we're just begun the magic. You just wait. 12 days in the making. You just wait. You just wait. You just wait. 18 days, 2 weeks in. It took us a little while, but 2 weeks into Ian, we figured it out. See you soon, Michelle, as we always do. So our next speaker, Ebony Totora. I love what she has on her social media. It says, do not disturb. Well, what does that mean? Do not disturb my peace, my joy,
my whole vibe. I know she is going to come alive here. She is absolutely just a real Renaissance woman, but she has a podcast called The Acoustic Chef. So I hope she's going to dish up some real good auditory vibes. I've got a feeling it's going to be one to remember. Welcome, Ebony.
Hi, Jody. Hi, Jody. My podcast is actually called Soul Chat, but I love the name of that.
Well, on your Clubhouse, it said Acoustic Chef Podcast. So I don't know.
That's it. It's okay. It's okay.
Maybe,
We're rolling with
maybe you're gonna go and you're gonna get a second one. You never know. But the next 10 minutes is yours. Take us away. Inspire us with your vibe, Ebony.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. You know, I think there's it's so perfect that Michelle just spoke, because as I was listening to her, I was thinking, you know, God makes no mistakes. So what I'm about to say is just a follow-up on everything that she said, okay? So hi, everyone. Good evening, grand rising, wherever you are in the world today. My name is Ebony Tatora, and as a spiritual wellness coach and meditation teacher, I'd love to leave you with today some hope, wisdom, and inspiration. So, but before we begin, I'd like to start by asking you, have you ever lost anything? You know, maybe your keys, your phone. Sometimes we lose our phone while we're actually on the phone. You ever done that before? Sometimes your sunglasses, right? These are small things. Maybe you've lost something bigger, right? Money, car, a home, or even a loved one, perhaps. What I've learned in life is that sometimes the bigger losses can be harder to recover from. Sometimes the bigger losses are the hardest ones to cope through, as they have provided us at some point with a sense of security, familiarity, and comfort. The bigger losses tend to hit our minds, our hearts, and our spirits in very different ways, sometimes causing us moments where they make us really, really forget really important God-given things that you can never lose. Those God-given things can always anchor you in deeper truths that will always pull you through any loss, and I mean any loss. I'd like to share with you those deeper truths today, in hopes that I will spark a sense of remembrance within the spirit that is within you. Firstly, as I stand on the belief that we, you and I, we are spirits having a human experience, may you remember to stay grounded in the truth that the eyes can deceive us, and actually remembering the possibilities that always exist, always, when we approach life with that thing we call faith, you know, the belief in the things unseen. Next, may you stay anchored in seeking the divine order in all chaos, knowing that even in the midst of the storm, we can find peace. We can find peace in knowing that just like the sun, we can rise again with faith, belief, and persistence. Truly, anything is possible. And lastly, may we stay anchored in the words of the late Maya Angelou, one of my favorite quotes. You may not control all of the events that happen to you, but you can decide not to be reduced by them. Even through these moments, for those who are experiencing loss from Hurricane Ian or loss of any sort, may I remind you that what you have not lost is your breath. Because if you can breathe, you are watching me right now, then that's proof that you have purpose and that you have something left to give to this world. What we can do next is simply shift our perspectives to see loss as a reset button, given to you to become wiser, stronger, and better. You can use this reset as a blank canvas to create, asking yourself, what more can I give while I'm still breathing on this planet? In these moments, myself, all the other speakers, Jody, thank you so much for this. We are coming together as a community to remind each other that we can get through this, we can thrive, and we can focus on the possibilities to build a new, rising, better than before. So I'd like to again quote one of my favorite people, Maya Angelou, and she says, I'm convinced of this. Good done anywhere. Good done anywhere is good done everywhere. For change, start by speaking to people rather than walking by them like they are stones, like they don't matter. As long as you're breathing, it's never too late to do some good. So with that being said, if you are listening to me today, if you are watching this right now, there is a link right below me, www.hurricaneian.world/GoFundMe, okay? And I'd love for you to donate whatever you can. Like Michelle said, you are planting a seed. And then I want you to also send that link to 5 people and inspire them and tell them, hey, Ebony said if you're breathing, if you are breathing, then you still have purpose. We are not only sowing seeds of faith, love, and hope. It's beyond the money, right? We are sowing that for those who need it the most. And this is one of my favorite quotes from Walter Anderson. Bad things do happen. How I respond to them defines my character and the quality of my life. I can choose to sit in perpetual sadness, immobilized by the gravity of my loss. Doesn't loss have a gravity? Oh, it definitely does. Or I can choose to rise from the pain and treasure the most precious gift that I have, life itself. So before I end this, especially with the gift that we all have here right now, sometimes you will be at a space in life where you lose everything. But what I wanted to remind you is there are certain things you can never lose. And more importantly, more than anything, if you are looking at me, if you are breathing and able to see me right now,
Oh, maybe you're going to unfreeze up when you said, we can see you, but we can't hear you, my dear. Uh-oh. So I'm going to give Ebony a little bit of a time. And if she wants to put in the chat what she was going to give, because I'm sure it was like, I was on the cliff. We were on the cliff. Come back, Ebony. Come back, come back. I'm going to take you down and maybe put you back up and see whether that works sometimes.
through your nose.
Oh, there. Oh, okay, Ebony. Honey, you froze up. We could see you, but we couldn't hear you. So rewind. Take it back. I saw you going something. Okay, take us back. Let's do it.
Absolutely. So I wanted to leave everybody with the simplicity of knowing if you are watching us here today, okay, there's a lot of times in life where we are going to reach places that we lose everything. But if you are watching us and you have breath and you can breathe in and out, we're going to kind of just put our hands over our hearts just so we can really feel it. Close your eyes, take a deep breath in through your nose and breathe out through your mouth. One more time, deep breath in through the nose and breathe out through your mouth. And truly know, no matter where you're at in life, you get to center yourself on God-given truths. That if you still have breath, you have life. One of my meditation teacher partners, she said this in one of our meditations. She said, when the breath stops, you stop. So never forget the gifts that you have. And if you can sow a seed today, and if you could share that with everyone you know, you're sowing so much more than money. You are sowing faith, love, hope, humanity. And it reminds people that we are actually truly in this together and you are not alone. One of the greatest lies ever told is that we're alone. So thank you so much, Jody, for allowing me to share the stage with amazing people and to share my truth.
And did you see what happened, Ebony, when you were done?
I didn't.
I have this manifestation. I had to itch my nose. When I itch my nose, it means it resonated with me. I'm a nose itcher.
Okay.
Yes, because I energetically feel that. Thank you, Ebony,
You're
for
so
sharing.
welcome.
A new best friend that I have, a do not disturb kind of spiritual coach. Don't mess with my peace, my joy, my vibe. And we won't. And we are not going to mess with getting to this hurricaneian.world/GoFundMe. Let's do it again. Ciao for now. So we have yet another Ignite author, and I want to bring this up. This book you saw earlier on, Ignite Your Wisdom. It says here, J.B. Owen with Sarah Cross. It was Sarah Cross that inspired J.B. Owen. Now that's a big task. She inspired J.B. Owen to write Wisdom. She is a multiple bestseller author, international best-selling author. She has a whole storytelling genre. My goodness, I absolutely am amazed at what she does. She's a wife, she's a mother. But check this out. We've gone from the UK to Egypt to Canada. Now we're in New Zealand. Remember when I said this was a local event gone global? I wasn't kidding you. Sarah's having lunch right now in New Zealand, but we are having dessert with Sarah, the absolute fabulous Sarah Cross with her message of hope.
Hello there, Jody, and thank you so much. It was just such a privilege to be part of Ignite Your Wisdom, and like you said, it is not always easy to ignite JB Owen and to inspire her. And I am so inspired today by what you have done. The idea that you came up with and how you have pulled all these people together to really raise money to make a difference in other people's lives. So I would just like to say thank you so much. What you're doing is incredible.
And what you're going to give will be incredible too, but they have to give in US dollars. So the next 10 minutes is yours, my dear. Give us some of the best of Sarah, which is always the best.
Thank you so much. And yes, I am coming from New Zealand, so the other side of the world. I'm actually originally from the UK. I'm a storyteller. I have a podcast. I'm all about hope and possibilities. And so I am so privileged to be here today, to be part of this amnesty, to be part of this outreach, to really help people, because I lived in Florida for 2 years and I feel so connected to the people in Florida. They are some of the warmest, friendliest people I have ever met, full of smiles, people that often have come from other parts of the world. And to live in this little part of the world that's so sunny, and I so relate to that because I live there. I know these people. And so to be able to be part of this cause today means so much to me. And I would also like to share a little story with you, because part of the story I shared in the book, Ignite Your Wisdom, was on a particular day, 2004, Boxing Day. It was a day that I will not forget for the rest of my life, because it showed me that there are so many things beyond our control. It was a day when I had been shopping, I had been super busy, and everyone was calling me back because I was a chef on a boat. And hour after hour was passing and I couldn't get back fast enough. And everyone was calling me, we need you, we need you. And just as I arrived back on the boat and I unloaded all this shopping, And suddenly there was this slight mayhem. There were people running around saying, watch out, there's a big wave coming. But I didn't know what they meant. I was just unpacking all these boxes, and then suddenly the boat we were on just lurched up and down. I reached for everything, but I couldn't catch things. Everything, fortunately, was okay. I stacked away and I ran up to the foredeck. I ran up to the front of the boat and I looked, and in front of me was this chaos. It was like an orchestra, all offbeat and misaligned and out of tune, as I watched these boats in front of me just literally flying in the air and sinking into the water. I watched as they crashed together, as people who had sold everything and put everything into this boat for their retirement had just watched it sunk. It was something that my mind just couldn't fathom, something that was beyond me. And it was like you were in a dream that you just wanted to wake up from, but there was no waking up from. This was the results of the 2004 Indonesian tsunami. It was a huge force, a huge magnitude that killed hundreds of thousands of people and left many, many homeless and without anything. And this event touched me so much because I was there. I saw the devastation. And so when Hurricane Ian happened, I knew what it is like when you just wish you could turn back the clock, when you could just wish you could open your eyes and it all be gone and it all be better. But sometimes we just can't do that. We can't turn back the clock. The only thing that we can do is to step forward and say, I can't change this, but I can do something about how I react. And after that tsunami, I realized that we all get to choose. We all get to choose how we react to events, because so much in the world, we know after COVID, we know after so many things, that sometimes these things happen and we don't know why. That day, Boxing Day, for me, so many whys, what ifs kept circling in my head. What if I'd been back earlier? What if our boat had been in a different position? What if we hadn't survived? And I had this immense sense of guilt for surviving something that many people didn't. But I realized that sometimes we survive for a reason. Sometimes it's so that we can help, that we can reach out our hand and help those who haven't. And so we formed this amazing relief operation afterwards. And we got together people and we sent them off to Indonesia. And what I learned is that people had literally lost everything. An entire village was wiped away so that you wouldn't know it still existed. And I thought naively at first that like everyone was getting help. It was all over the news. It was everywhere. And I thought everyone was getting help. But what I learned is that so many people a long time after the event were not getting help. There were people just down the roads because the roads were out of action. The transport, all these people that I thought were being helped were merely surviving. And so I know what it's like now in Florida. I know that there's people out there still who are merely surviving, who are just getting by, who have lost everything. And one of the greatest gifts that we can do today is to give something. The greatest gift that I was able to do then was to show those people that people still cared, that there were people out there that hadn't forgotten them. Because weeks after, it's so easy to feel like you're forgotten because the news stops portraying it and people move on in other places of the world. So I absolutely love that this opportunity today is for us to step in and say, you're not forgotten, you're still important, and we are here to help you. And we can do that today because anybody watching, I realized last night, I am a mother. And I was folding the clothes for after the laundry. And I must admit, sometimes I really don't enjoy this job. But as I was doing it, I thought, oh my goodness, what a privilege it is to fold these clothes for my children, because I have clothes for my children. There are people out there right now in Florida who don't have clothes for their children. And as I folded them, I thought, you know what, how lucky am I that I have a washing machine, that I have power for my washing machine, that all these things that sometimes I take for granted, that even seem like a bore, for other people right now, they would give anything. And I know that if we have the internet right now, if we have power, we are one of those privileged few. And so we can all do something. We can dig deep. We can give generously. And that is what I did today as well. So I know that these links are easy to use. You can just go straight to them and you can make a contribution too, because it means so much. We are standing up and we are saying, you still matter. We still care. You are still important. And I think for the people out there, they need to know that. And so for people who are looking for a little bit more inspiration, you can go, I have this podcast called Stories That Wow, and it's all about possibilities. It's all about hope. It's all about people who have been through challenges and how they've come out the other side, because we all face challenges. Some are greater than others, some smaller, but they're all challenges that we go through on a daily basis. And sometimes we just need that hope, that inspiration to know that somebody out there can hear us, somebody out there can relate to us. So thank you so much for everyone that has gone forward today. Thank you so much to everyone that has given their biggest contributions. I know from everyone that today is this immense opportunity to say that we can't control many things beyond our individual situations. So much happens to us in life, but what we do get to control is our choices. What we do get control is the way that we react. And today you get that choice. You get that choice, like me, to react and say, we're here for you. We're going to help you. We're going to help you get back on your feet, because through this tsunami effort, I got to see that. I got to see and hear the stories of the people, of the smiles on their faces when they received the groceries, when they received the foods that they'd asked for. I got to hear of the smiles on their faces as people got to have shoes because they'd lost all their shoes. And then you got to hear slowly of the recovery steps, then of people reaching out, how am I going to rebuild my life? What can I do? And we sent out sewing machines, so that people could actually, because people want to be able to provide for themselves. People want to stand up for themselves, but sometimes you just need that outstretched arm. And I know this is what we can do today. We just can help people get back on their path so they can help themselves. And so whatever people can give today is just immense to someone out there right now who wants to be known that they're not forgotten, that they are important. And I know that, and I feel so privileged now that I got to survive a tsunami, that I got to come out the other side, and I got to be a part of the relief effort, like Jody is standing up here today, and she is leading this relief effort. She is she's helping so many people today. And I am so grateful for this opportunity, for everyone who is a part of this great force. Jody, thank you so much for allowing me to be here today and to just inject a little bit of love.
Well, and I just, with that beautiful, beautiful accent of yours, I just want to make sure that everybody hears you survived it on a boat.
Yes,
a boat,
absolutely.
A BOAT, on a boat. And here she is in Southwest Florida strong. She survived it on a boat, and so can you. You did. And the gratefulness and the thankfulness that we are here together. No wonder you gave wisdom. No wonder you had vision. And I'm telling you, Sarah Cross, just have a great lunch. Think of me when you have your lunch. Is it 1 o'clock there?
It's nearly 2 now. So
okay. So
yes.
I was pretty much in there close. So thank you for your heart. Thank you. You will be there with us as you were folding your laundry. You were seeing the smiles, giving that sewing machine. You're going to be there in part when we give these people this check, because all proceeds go. Thank you, Sarah. Have a wonderful afternoon. Hug those girls for Miss Jody, okay?
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Jody.
Bye-bye now. So, Sarah, and now we're going into, think about it, confidence tones. You can go to confidencetones.com, or you can check it in on my website, The Immersion, to get body, mind, and spirit all connected, not only preventatively, But after something like Hurricane Ian has jarred everybody's, not your spiritual life, physical, emotional, mental, social, and of course, financial. Take a listen.
Welcome to Confidence Tones, where we use a proprietary audio development formula called audio immersion to provide an experience that's designed to help quickly and effortlessly generate positive change in the subconscious mind when used correctly. This experience is achieved using 4 primary building blocks: brainwave modulation, invocation of positive emotions, immersive imagination stimuli, and developmental suggestion. We know of no other source in the world that provides the synergistic combination. With a good pair of headphones, you'll be able to immerse yourself into audio that's designed specifically to help you feel better, do better, and live better.
Do better, feel better, and be better. That's what we're doing here. And we'll be giving a grand total. Remember, what do we have going here? We have, not only do we have a $5,000 gift, gives you free access to Dame Doria. As she said, her new world is, it's wealth gives you access. Wealth gives you access. And you're going to have a wealth access to a free Money and You seminar forever. $2,500 value. You've got JB Owen that says $5,000 donation, get a chapter in one of her books, which is a lot more than $5,000. So you're getting a bargain and you're helping others. And then you get things like Cynthia Fontaine's medium read, just for a $50 donation. For a $200 donation, you get Christopher Rausch, primo executive coach. You get an hour from him. And remember, Forbes $500 Forbes a t-shirt, a spin gym, and a bracelet. But you know what? More than that, you're giving part of these checks that we're going to be giving to Southwest Florida, Florida Strong people that are, we're calling them resetters in South Florida, resetting their lives, and you can be a part. And right now, this woman that is coming up, this fabulous Camille Robb, Tom Cheshire calls me up and I say yes. He's one of these people you've got to say yes to. But he said, I've known Camille for 25 years. Now, I want you to think geographically. Sarah talked about the tsunami from country to country. In Florida, Naples, Florida, to where we live in Orlando is almost 300 miles. Camille is going to talk today, not as the CEO that she is. She is the CEO of the company, Just Fabulous Care Corp. She's been an advocate for children for over 25 years, which just warms my soul. Les Brown says, children are 40% of our population, but 100% of our future. But she is coming to share her experience 300 miles later up on I-4. What happened northeast. I live northwest of Orlando. She lives northeast. And it is my privilege and my honor to bring you up Camille Robb to share your experience. The next 10 minutes is yours. Welcome, Camille.
Oh, hi, Dr. Jody. Thank you so much for inviting me here. Now, I wouldn't even want to say I experienced anything as hard as the other people did. But one thing I know what Hurricane Ian did, it came in like a thief in the night, and it snatched people away from their lifestyle. It took away homes. It took away everything that you know different. It changed the whole way how you see stuff. I was complaining about my house have a hole in it. My chimney's leaning to the left. I was crying because it took my screen down, worrying about all my crops that my husband and I lost. But we got a phone call and said, there's people that need food. And my husband and I decided, okay, one of us have to go because one of us have to stay back. And I did. I left my home at 3 o'clock in the morning. And when I left at 3 o'clock in the morning, a regular 3 hour drive took me 6 hours to get to Fort Myers. Now, I don't know about you. I didn't want to drive for 6 hours. I just wanted to drive for 3. The pain that I felt when I saw the police and the devastation that I've seen, looking at it on the television is not as simple as it is, but experiencing it, walking in and feeling and listening to the people and the pain. My team and I went up there with bags of food to feed. You walk by where the houses were. There was no home. I had a home that I can go to. I had somewhere that I could call a home. I had a roof over my head. These people had nothing, nothing. Now, I want to talk about being a blessing to others. Now, in the dictionary, being a blessing defines God's special favor and protection that gives a benefit. If someone needs help and you help them, that means you're given to God. How many of us know that? Now, Luke 6:38 says, "Give to others, and God will give to you. Indeed, you will receive a full measure, a generous helping, pour over and overflow in your own hand." The measure of God is so different. If you can understand what it is when a next person hurt, being a blessing to others is something that I've known and I've been doing for a long time. But when I saw the people that needed food and they had nowhere to go, we made up bags after bags. We run out of stuff. Now we have to go back the end of the month, which is next week, to go do another feeding. I'm still feeling the pain, but the worst part of it is when I was coming back home and they redirect us. I have to come home by myself this time. I cried like a baby when I saw the homes that were crushed like a piece of foil paper and thrown down. I saw cars on the ground covered with sand. I saw 7-foot building that the bottom of it was all, everything was outside, piled and covered up. I'm still crying because I was worried about my home that I still have. Yes, my chimney's leaning over to the left, but I still have a warm bed that I can go into. I have people that need more than I can give. So if you're here and you're listening to me, do me a huge favor. Just donate, help. I don't want you to give a little. Give more than you can. There's a child out there that needs some clothes. There's a mom out there that need to feed their child. You have it. Give it. We always said, "Oh, I'm not going to worry about the next person because it never happened to me." Never said it never happened to you. What we're doing right now is gathering so we can make an impact on the world. How many of you have done something different in your life? Have you ever woke up and realized that you don't have a roof over your head? No. But I've seen it and it was not pretty. I'm still feeling the pain from what happened. But how can you be a blessing to others? If you can put yourself aside, don't worry about how you felt. When I got the phone call and my team said, "Hey, we're going to Fort Myers," I was like, "Oh Lord, I know it's going to be painful because I've seen it on television. And people say, when you see it on TV, oh, it's no big deal. But when you see it in person, then you start feeling the pain. Okay. Now, being obedient to God, you don't have to be religious. Not today, but just make an impact on somebody else's life. I told a girlfriend of mine, she said, how can I help? I said, I know you have a lot of clothes in your closet that you haven't worn that still have tags on it. Put them in a bag. Bring them to me, or I'll come and pick it up. Let's be a blessing to others. Let's stand up, step out, and offer some service for someone else. In order for you to feed a need, you need to listen to what I'm saying. Sometimes there's a need that we just don't know how to do it. We don't have to be wealthy, okay, to help someone else. I could have stayed home when I heard about the storm because I had my own problems. But I didn't do that because we all have a purpose. Volunteer for God's work. God equipped us with everything that we need. We have talent, we have skill, we have different stuff that we can do. But God placed human on this earth to beautify the earth and to be responsible for each other. Each one, teach one. All the speakers that are here today, they're telling you, you can make a difference.
Yes.
Every one of us have that little bit of something that we can do to make a difference. I can't feed everyone, but everyone can feed someone. I can't teach everyone, but each one can teach one. So let's go out there. Take this sign that we have, come together as one, and help somebody else. Be a blessing to somebody else. Thank you so much, Dr. Jody. You have been a beautiful light. You don't understand. We cannot wait for the government to take care of us. FEMA already told me, oh no, my insurance said I have to wait. We have to help the people right now that need it. We need help. And you're doing something that I think the government should be doing, jumping in and trying to see how they can get us together to help each other. What you're doing is priceless. I thank you so much.
And what you have done is priceless. So guess what? You didn't even know. My coach and mentor, one thing he said about me when we were on our Feast of Tabernacles spiritual retreat, he goes, Jody Bear. Now you can imagine this came from an ex-professional baseball player, so it doesn't have exactly the same movement with me, Camille. But he said, when she meets somebody, she says, come on, you're not getting out of my sight. All right, that is you. We're going to go down to Southwest Florida together, my dear. So just you wait. Let's do those checks. And it's giving, I'm getting in. Now, not everybody here. This is just the speaker group because I have a full garage already of things I'm taking down. So we are going to be doing this. I'll be in touch. Camille, thank you for sharing your story. Thank you for your heart. Thank you for what you're doing and have done. And we'll do it together. Blessings, blessings, blessings to you, my new friend.
Thank you.
And now, I mean, it's just getting better and better, isn't it? Because remember, just like you heard, this is a gift of love. HurricaneIan.world/GoFundMe. This is where we're giving the money. This is what you're going to do. You just heard Camille say, we've got to go. She will be with us on our posse to Southwest Florida, videoing this, bringing this together. Tom Cheshire, that's just like what you do. Here's another example of you being the connector. We will get our $1 million. We will get it soon, and we will get it with this $50,000 match that's ongoing. We're going to go ahead and do the $5,000 that JB is doing. You get a free chapter in a book. Unite Humanity, Ignite Your Wealth, Ignite Your Foundations of Health with Melanie Summers and I, that you heard, my spiritual sister, a while back. Now, we're also going to be going ahead and doing the $500 Forbes, the $200 Chris. Just be a part. abundance. And when you give abundance, you get back in abundance. And Janice Coleman is that abundance maker. Her professionalism, her poise. Well, you always say that the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Well, now you're hearing from the apple. We heard from Nella a while back, and now we're hearing from Janice Coleman. She's a corporate and career coach, a thought leader, motivational speaker. And I'm so grateful that she raised her hand when I said in our clubhouse room, I need speakers. She said yes. So, Janice, the next 10 minutes is yours. Welcome to our stage and welcome to our speakers posse.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Jody. This is an amazing opportunity. I wanted to know, am I visible and am I audible?
I'm going to say visible and audio. You're good to go.
Yes. Okay.
I am mission control. After 9.5 hours, I'm so mission control. We got this.
Look, I was going to say, one of the things I was going to say to you is this, and I know that you're not doing this to receive accolades, but I know that it is a Herculean feat to do what you have done and what you are doing now, to hold down the fort for these many hours, to manage a stellar team. I mean, your team is like this. And I just want to give you your roses now because I know it's not easy. And to hold your poise and to be absolutely beautiful through this whole thing. And you have just really shown a heart of love and of giving. I am telling you, this is going to continue to thrive even after this day is over. It's just going to continue to bear abundance because that's what you're showing. So I just wanted to share that with you because heart to heart, I've been where you are and I know. And to just have a smile that has been consistent, because even though I have been in and out, because I was, speaking somewhere else earlier today, I've been watching, and I've been watching you, and I've been watching everybody, and you have just done just an amazing job. So you and your team, thank you so much. And, for those who are going to be recipients of what it is that you're providing, they have got to know that this is a labor of love, literally. I can feel the love. And, so I just wanted to let you know that you are greatly appreciated. And it has been an amazing thing to watch.
Thank you. And as we say, you're coming in loud and clear. And guess what? After that wonderful compliment, you've still got 10 minutes. Go for it, girl. Much love.
Thank you. Thank you so much. This has been such an amazing thing for me to watch and to experience. Several years ago, well, I would say a lot of years ago, my family, and at that time it was my eldest son, my husband, and myself, we were on our way to my son's trumpet lesson. And what I remember of that day, and it was in 1990, what I remember of that day was getting dressed, being ready, and going out the door. And the next thing I remember is waking up in a hospital with my son's teacher sitting on this other side of my room, just watching me. It was 2 days that had been erased from my memory forever. And even to this day, anything that I'm able to recall of that time is only because of what other people shared with me about what happened and who did what. But my husband was in one hospital, my son was in another hospital, and I was unconscious for 2 days in the third hospital. And when I woke up, I found that I had a concussion, 5 broken ribs, a broken arm, contusions down the side of my body because we had been in a car accident. And that memory was totally erased from my mind. But what what made me want to share this experience is because I know what it's like to experience the unexpected and then have to recover. And as Dr. Jody said, have to be a rebuilder, or another friend of mine called it a thriver. So I submit to you that when I found myself in a situation where I could not coordinate my eyes with what I wanted to say, I would look at a window and call it a door. And yet I knew that part of my life was to instruct people and was to be able to help people to grow and to live out loud, playful out, and be invincible in their space. I knew that. And I was living a life of incongruency and cognitive dissonance. And I couldn't put two words together to make sense of it. And I was dumbfounded as to how I was going to live out my life purpose, now not being able to use the very thing that would be the instrument to help me to talk and encourage people. So I am like, oh my God, how is this going to happen? And I received a word from God, as Camille was talking about God just a moment ago. I received a word from God that said, I will restore you. And he took me to Psalm 23. Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for thou art with me. Thy rod and thy staff, they comfort me. And you prepare a table before me in the presence of my enemy. My cup runneth over. Surely goodness and mercy shall follow me all the days of my life, and I will dwell in the house of the Lord forever. And he promised me in that psalm that he would restore me. He restores my soul. And he brought me from that place to 30 years later, being able to have this conversation with everybody here and all around the world. So he is definitely a promise keeper. But the thing that I had to do in order to move from where it was that I found myself 6 months after the accident, 9 months after the accident, a year after the accident, was to stop anchoring my life according to the accident, if that makes sense. Everything that I said 2 days before the accident, 5 days before the accident, 7 months after the accident, I had begun to anchor my life to that accident. And it was my inability to not be tethered to the accident that held me back from moving forward. And so I want to encourage everybody who has experienced the loss, and my family and my heart go out to you. And that's why we are participating in full force, my daughter and myself. That's why we're participating, because we want to encourage you and we want to be there to support. But the thing that I want to say is, as you rebuild and as you find yourself as a thriver, do seek to disengage the anchor that can hold you back. And it's going to take something that will come from deep inside your soul, which is courage. You're going to have courage to rebuild. It is going to take a monumental effort to say, yes, here is where we are. And you're going to have support. You're going to have tools. You're going to have resources that may move you faster than you had expected, or it may move you a little bit slower than you want. But at the end of the day, you're going to need to muster up the courage to let go of the anchor that I know you're going to experience, because anytime you have a devastating situation happen, there is that mark. There is that anchor that says, here is where the pivot happened. Here is where everything changed. And even though mentally, emotionally, we know that it's happened, we have to free ourselves so that we can move forward. So courage is going to be one of those things that you're going to have to cultivate in the midst of all of this. And I know for anyone who's watching who has been impacted personally, you're watching, you may be saying, all of these things sound great and they sound good, but I just don't have it in me because I may have lost everything or so much that is just overwhelming. I heard a quote yesterday from Senator Cory Booker, and it just impacted me, and I feel that it would be encouraging to you. It was from Theodore Roosevelt. I wrote it down so that I would totally remember it. And he said, courage is not the strength to go on. Courage is going on when you have no strength. Courage is going on when you have no strength. And I know for me, when I would rush and stand up from the bed and, my head would be swirling and I could barely keep my balance, I had no strength. When, everybody had to do everything for me because one arm was in a sling and, I felt like I had been tagged in the head by Mike Tyson and my ribs were broken and I couldn't laugh and I couldn't cough and I couldn't do anything. I had no strength. But I had to have the courage to move forward, not knowing how I would be restored, but having all the hope that I would be restored because that's what I was promised. And we are in such an amazing country that is so full of loving and giving people. And I don't care what anybody says about America. We've got the best deal on the planet. I'm just saying, I would not want to be anywhere else. Folks that are rallying right now are putting in their all to make this transition that you have to experience as easy as humanly possible. And for those who are watching who may not have been impacted, those who are watching who may not be a part of this, what we're doing right now, those of us who are giving of our time and putting in words of encouragement and rallying our friends, those who are not a part of this, we're asking you to take courage that this will soon pass. And we need your help. We need your help. We need you to log in. We need you to go to hurricaneian.world/GoFundMe and help. And to dig deep and to help and to reach out far and to help and to pull from resources and sources and help, because that's what's going to help or encourage the rebuilders, the thrivers to move and take courage to go to the next space where they have the next chapter of their life. I just finished a book this year with a group of collaborators. It's an anthology and it's entitled Thriving in Times of Change. And if no other time, this is going to be a time when that pivot has happened. And now you and everyone has to have the courage to thrive and move forward, because the change is here. And the only thing dependable on planet Earth is change. So again, I just want to encourage you to know that there's nothing but love, nothing but compassion, nothing but concern, nothing but emotional, psychological, and physical and financial support coming your way, because we are doing what Americans do, which is rally around the situations that need to be mitigated, rally around the people who are hurting, rally around the people who may not understand and may be discouraged, to say, we can do this because we are with each other. We are in that collaborative zone. And I love this platform with all of these speakers because we can be a little bit competitive.
Oh,
We
yeah.
can be a little competitive, right?
Yeah.
But we can be in our creative zone. When we're talking about the science of getting rich, he talks about competitive zone and the creative zone. But now we're feeling the collaborative zone. So everybody give, and have courage. Courage is keep on going when you don't have any more strength. And I just want to say God bless you to everyone. Jody, thank you so much for this platform.
Thank you, Janice. And I will say, remember, we'll have more of Nella and Janice Coleman because we're doing it, as they say down south, one more again. We're going to be doing it on the 17th and 18th. We are rallying the money. We're going to do it and forward thinking because we have a list of people on the waiting list to do it one more time. This is just the beginning. I want you to be a part. Thank you. Thank you for your professionalism. Thank you for your heart. Thank you for your new word, surf thriver. I love it. I love it. Blessings. Blessings.
All right.
Blessings.
Thank you so much, my dear. God bless you. Strength, peace, health, and love to you. And God bless everybody.
So we'll be back with another legend after this commercial break from Vibra. So Dr. Jody approved. And I'm telling you, somebody asked me, what have you been sipping on during the deal? Well, I've got my Epicurean detox tea because of my liver quivers. I'm good. And yes, I did take some Balaflex to make sure that my ankles didn't turn into cankles sitting here for 12 hours. So just remember, you make it happen. You do the deal. This is a mushroom blend. The absolute ingredients in these supplements are Dr. Jody approved. And I approve very little. And what I approve of, my clients, my patient clients know is amazing. But I figured that word would be really good to come into somebody who's amazing. His email address is amazing. It's rex@amazingrex.com. He is amazing. He is a legend in his own right. He always comes through. He's an NLP expert. He is absolutely, as Dame Doria Cordova said a while ago, he's an OG, but he's an OG being a part of the Screen Actors Guild. I would go on when he was on my Mindset Mondays that I do Monday at noon on Traverse TV. My goodness gracious, it was 5 minutes if I read his entire bio. But people like that always want to give back. Like I said, he's an actor. He's a magician. He's lovingly written this book. You see, when you see a book that has turned up corners, must mean something, because that's what his book has done. It's a life manual. It's always on my desk unless my husband moves it.
Get the book, Life on Your Terms. He has created courses. As I said, he's an NLP expert, but I love what he does with the ends. And I think there are more to go with it. Make each day magnificent, magical, and marvelous. I can say he is going to do this even in the midst of hurricaneian.world/GoFundMe. You can be a part of Rex's mindset. Give so that you can go ahead and have these people that are surf thrivers or reset people can give more as well. So it is with great honor and joy and love that I bring to the stage the amazing Rex Sykes. Oh, you are muted, Rex. Go ahead and unmute yourself.
Dr. Jody, it is such an honor and a pleasure to be included in this very important fundraising endeavor effort that you have spearheaded. And I think it's just really important that people look at the website there right below me and click on that and go and give generously. I've been very lucky and blessed to have spent my life mostly studying mind and attitude and what you can do when you put your mind to it. You know, Napoleon Hill, if you've read Think and Grow Rich, said if you can believe it and if you can conceive it and believe it, then you can achieve it. And I'd like to talk a little bit about that because not everything I say may somebody be ready or willing to hear. But consider this for a moment, that before humans were on the planet, there were great upheavals. There were floods and earthquakes and hurricanes and tornadoes and fires and lightning strikes and hailstorms and you name it. But there was no one to call it good or bad. You know, animals lost their lives, there was no property, but, you know, forests were burned up and things like that, but nobody to judge it as this was not good. With the rise of human consciousness in society, we became property owners and had territory, and we got things. And then if those things got lost or stolen or damaged or destroyed, that was a bad day. But maybe not, because it might be just a matter of how you look at it. And the reason I say that is because Travis Air Force Base did a study many years ago when I was starting out in the 70s with 157 cancer patients, and they determined then that the attitude toward the treatment was the greatest predictor of success of the treatment. What does that mean? That means if you believed it was going to help you, then it was likely that it would help you. And if you believed it wouldn't help you, then it was likely it wouldn't help you. In those days, there were a handful of these kinds of studies. Now there's over 45,000 of them. 45,000 studies that tell us that our attitude is the number one predictor for success in all areas of your life. That's in your health, your happiness, your relationships, your pocketbook, or whatever you want to do. So it's also really, truly important when facing crises, you know, and debilitating events or things that come along that we would judge as bad. Truly, they just are. The universe doesn't know the difference. The tornado doesn't know the difference, but we do, and we live at the effect of that. And if we're at an effect of something, it means that something else is causing us to feel a certain way or to think a certain way or to be a certain way. And I'm going to talk a little bit more about that in just a moment, but I want to point out that attitude is the number one predictor for success in all areas of your life. It's why I developed something called the Attitude Activator, because I want to help people. I want to help you to develop this attitude that you're unstoppable, and no matter what comes your way, you're resilient enough to find a way around it or through it, above it or below it, but you are capable and more than capable of making a difference. Now, I want to talk very particularly about two people that Napoleon Hill wrote about before I get into some other things. Edwin C. Barnes is introduced in the very first chapter of Think and Grow Rich, written by Napoleon Hill. And Edwin C. Barnes had this passion, this desire, this drive to become the partner of Thomas Edison, so much so that dressed as a hobo without any money, he hopped a freight train, went to New Jersey to put Thomas Edison on notice that I am going to be your partner. In fact, I am your partner. I want to be in partnership with you. And Edison looked at him and said, He's got a fire in his eye. There's something about this guy, but he gave him a job as a janitor in his warehouse. And for 5 years, Barnes was a janitor in the warehouse. And as you read the book, it says, with no outward evidence that any of his circumstances or people or anyone believed he would ever be a partner of Edison, Barnes kept the passion alive inside himself, knowing that someday he would be the partner of Edison, that he was in his own mind already the partner of Edison. And then after 5 years, with no evidence, an opportunity happened, and Barnes seized the opportunity, and Edison said, well, if you're successful with this, I'll make you a partner. And he did, and he became the partner of Edison. Now, contrast that with another story you might have heard of. It's called 3 Feet from Gold, and it's about R.U. Darby and his uncle, who bought some mining equipment because they had heard that there was gold on this property, and they staked a claim, and they started to mine, and they did. They hit gold, and they were very successful for a while. And they kept bringing the money out and kept investing the money back into the equipment to bring more out. And then all of a sudden, the gold dig went dry. There was no more gold, and they dug and they dug and they dug, and they kept digging, and they couldn't find anything. And after a while, they went, there's no gold here. Screw it. Let's cut our losses. Let's sell our equipment. And they did, to the landowner. And they left. And the landowner was smart enough to hire a consultant, a geologist, who said, whoa, these people stopped. Darby stopped 3 feet from the richest vein of gold on that property. So what's that point out? Well, Barnes didn't let circumstances or other people or even his own thoughts defeat him. He didn't pay attention to those, but he paid attention to what he could do inside himself, his own desire and his own passion and his resourcefulness to keep going in spite of no evidence that he would ever get what he wanted. And Darby, on the other hand, who was successful at first, when the vein seemed to have disappeared, tried and then finally gave up, going, yeah, better to cover losses. He let circumstances dictate. He was at the effect of no gold, when in fact there was lots of gold beneath the surface. He just didn't know it, couldn't see it, wasn't aware of it. So inside you harbor so many resources, infinite possibilities, and great resilience. There are quadriplegics who can't move anything, and yet they get up and walk. I write about one of them in my book, Life on Your Terms. My friend, he's a 2-time Olympic high jumper, Jamie Nieto. He was paralyzed in an accident. He could only flex his left pectoral muscle while he was on a ventilator, and they gave him the doctors held out, the prognosis was he would never walk again. And now he walks, he moves, he's an actor, he's a writer, he's a producer, he's in a TV series on Stars right now, which I think today is premiering the season finale. Anyway, he's fathered 2 children with his lovely Olympic champion bride, who was on America's Got Talent singing, because he decided he wanted to be able to walk his bride down the aisle at their wedding unassisted, using the power of his mind that he learned as an athlete and his faith. He did it. There's a gentleman I know named Dan Clark. He's in the Hall of Fame for public speakers. He overcame 14 months as a teenager in college, an athlete. 14 months he was paralyzed, so that 16 different doctors told him he would never be the same. And yet he overcame that and decided he would live and be different. And today, he walks, he talks, he's in the Hall of Fame of speakers. There are countless stories of cancer survivors and others facing death and death sentences and horrible, prognoses, who have proved everything and everyone wrong and are living and thriving because they decided they would, no matter what the odds and no matter what the experts told them or what the circumstances were or are. A friend of mine is named Amber Lee, and she tells her story. Doctors have given her a 1% chance. She had a disorder in her leg, and they said, we want to amputate it. You have a 1% chance that it would ever recover. She said, a 1% chance? That's more than enough. And she decided she would have a different outcome. And today she does. She walks, her health is healthy, she is healthy, and she talks about this all over the place. Your attitude determines what you will and will not do. Your attitudes and your beliefs are the best investment area you can make in yourself. By activating your attitude and by developing a positive, powerful attitude, you can experience having incredible success and happiness, physical health, wealth, and spiritual well-being. But more importantly, when times are troublesome, you can rise to the occasion. Because as Henry Ford said, if you think you can or you think you can't, you're correct. So it's important that you understand that when you face a challenge, and I always put it this way, it's going to sound strange, and some people won't appreciate this, but if you hit your hand with your thumb with a hammer, it hurts. And our attention goes to the hurt thumb, and it does that. The brain does that so that we don't continue to re-injure it. Okay, our attention goes there. But here's the truth: all the rest of the body may be working perfectly well. Everything else is going fine. So here's what you need to know: is that when there's terrible things going on around you, there's also really, really, really a lot of good going around you that you might not ever understand or tap into unless you look for it. Mother Teresa is an important figure. Mother Teresa dedicated her life to service. She actually had nothing, right? And yet she was very powerful because world leaders from around the world invited her to her office. She was a sought after guest. I mean, carte blanche, wherever she went, she could go, and yet she had nothing. But what she had was an attitude of service and a dedication to other people to help them succeed. Viktor Frankl and Nelson Mandela were both prisoners in concentration camps or held hostage within the walls. And Frankl said, "You can take away everything from me, but you can't take away my spirit." But what he noticed while he was there was that he could predict when someone was going to die because they stopped helping the other people around them. Typically, some of the people would serve each other. They would help get food, or they would give food or their blanket or something to someone. And when that practice stopped, he knew from experience being there that it wouldn't be long after that person passed away. And so it's the ability to give, and the ability to pay attention to other people, the ability to have empathy is a really important quality to have, because it means when you help other people, you're actually helping yourself. When you give to another person, you're actually giving to yourself. The universe kind of responds in a particular way. If you go first, think of it this way: if you go first, you want somebody to pay attention to you or respect you. How do you get their attention or respect? You pay attention to them. You respect them. You listen to them. And then they, in turn, might listen to you. It's what we call the law of reciprocity. If I take you out to dinner and I buy you a dinner, what do you feel like doing? Probably reciprocating. You either want to take me to dinner, or you want to leave the tip, or you want to pay the bill, or I'll get you next time. Giving is an important part of who we are, because when we give, it means we open ourselves up to be able to receive so much more. And when there are people in need, and if you can give, like right there, Hurricanian.world GoFundMe, when you give and give generously to that, you're helping other people who might not have what you have. They may have lost everything. They may have an attitude of defeat instead of an attitude of, I can do anything. The opportunity is mine. What you do is you can help enable them, one, to have a place to sleep or food to eat or shelter, but also that by giving, you also are letting other people know that you care. And when people know that you care, that can uplift and edify and inspire them. It can open them up to begin to understand, hey, you know what? There's good in the world. My son, when he was 16 years old, said, "Dad, you think the world's ending?" I said, "Why do you ask that?" He goes, "Well, the political climate and the stuff around the world and all these catastrophes." And I said, "Son, when 9/11 happened, a lot of people lost their life." I said, but people rushed to the towers that had collapsed or were collapsing in order to help other people. And a lot of those people lost their life. Whenever there's calamity, whenever there's trouble, whenever you see an accident on the road or someone's house is on fire, people rush. They come together in order to help, to save, because they can and they want to. So if you can give and you want to give, know that if the person doesn't know you, if you give anonymously or you give with credit, it doesn't matter, because what's happening is your energy, your being, your goodness is shining through for other people. And guess what? It also provides hope because they go, oh my God, there are good people in the world. There's a lot of good going on. You hit your thumb and all your focus is on the thumb. The people who've lost their homes, they've lost their jobs, they've lost their family, they've lost their animals or their pets. I mean, they've lost a lot of stuff. That may be where their focus is. And it may take time for them to shift their focus and to pay attention to the other goodness in the world and to recuperate. I mean, you'd see it, on the news. Somebody says, oh my God, I've lost everything. I'll never be able to face the rest of my life. Everything is gone. And another person will say, well, we'll just rebuild. So how people respond is how they respond. You can't fault them. That's how they are. But you can help them. I mean, you can really help them. And you can help them by helping them understand that there's still good in the world, that there are people who care right there. And if you're one of those people who care enough to give enough to help someone, to help many people. I think this GoFundMe right now is so important and so, it's necessary. And it's so wonderful that Dr. Jody and the team of people who have gathered together to speak with you and to put this on are here and who are doing this. So I know it says raise $1 million, but what if they could raise $1.5 million? How about that? How about $2 million? How about more? How about they blow the socks off this place and go for all the gusto you can? If you can give, I encourage you to give. I'm thrilled. I mean, this really means a lot. I heard them say 100% of the proceeds go to the people who need it. That, is truly cool.
Yes.
That's really amazing.
Yes. 100% guaranteed.
Not every place does that. And if they do that here, this is where you want to put your money because that money goes to the people who need it. And if you can help someone who needs it, you know what? You can sleep better at night. You can get better. You move better through your day. You're healthier, happier, and wealthier when you make another person's dream come true. And that dream might be just finding a place to curl up and to forget about the woes of the world and to be kept warm or to be able to hug their children again or something. So please give because you can.
Rex,
yes.
Uplift, edify, and inspire us with your M alliteration. Please end with that because it means so much. But it's hurricaneian.world/GoFundMe. Give us that, please, because it makes me smile every time.
So I always say, if you consider something a problem, it is a problem. But if you consider something a blessing, then it will be a blessing. So you might as well celebrate everything. So make all of your moments magical, marvelous, miraculous, and memorable because you can.
And you have taught us we can. And I'm going to say, those of you that are on Traverse TV, because this is live, go check out that Mindset Monday that Rex and I did about a month ago. It was marvelous, memorable, magical, and it will be in my life absolutely a mountain-making, magnificent Mindset Monday. Rex, as always, namaste.
Namaste. I love seeing you here. This is an important event. I so appreciate you doing this for everybody. I was thrilled to be a guest on your show. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. So, but as they say with the Ginsu knife commercial, but wait, there's more. There's more because Dr. Peggy Woods is in the house. Dr. Peggy Woods is in the house. We just connected. You know, when you connect with that person, you say, I like them. I like them. She was one of those people that I met through Manny Lopez. You heard Manny Lopez a while ago, right before JB Owens at the 8 p.m. Eastern hour. Okay. We had a breakout room. Some people you don't know that long and you say, I like that person. That was Peggy Woods. I absolutely have enjoyed meeting her. We've had so much in common. She absolutely is a part of the Manifestation Network. She and I spoke on a summit together. She spoke from the heart because that's where she comes from. I know she has a women's ministry. She is a spiritual leader, but what she does, she has a publishing company rightnow.com. Peggy Woods is going to bring inspiration and just hope. I can feel it in my bones. I can feel it in my soul because she's just that kind of a Dr. Peggy Woods
as I just got a message from Stack the Pack from 1 o'clock hour. He goes, "What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up?" I could just hear him say, so I'm going to say, Peggy, you are on Pacific time. I am on Eastern time. No, we're not going to make you wait there for an hour. I'm going to say, "What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up?" Take it away. Give us your best 10 minutes because everything you give us is your best right now, CEO Publisher.
Thank you so much, Dr. Jody. And I just want to say that I really appreciate what you're doing for the community, what you're doing for Florida, and what you're doing for us every day as a whole. I appreciate you sharing your heartfelt vision with us. And so I remember, Dr. Jody, that when we first met as well, and I love you too. I remember the day of the hurricane when you text me and you said, a hurricane is coming. And I thought, okay, sometimes we say, well, okay, I'm going to pray for you. And we say a little prayer and we keep going. But then I got another text and I said, well, Dr. Jody, she usually doesn't text me like this. What is going on? So needless to say, I'm one of those type of people who really doesn't watch the news. I stopped what I was doing, turned on the news, and what I saw was that a hurricane was coming. Hurricanes category 4, and the National Guard was being deployed, and it was going to be something. And so I immediately rallied my prayer warriors, and I said, we have to pray now. Please pray for the people in Florida. Please cover Dr. Jody. Please pray for that the Lord would just have mercy, which in Hebrew is raham. I'm not Hebrew, but I know that mercy is so very different in English than in Hebrew, because in Hebrew, God sees a baby in the mother's womb when he gives us mercy. So I ask for that mercy and that grace and protection for the people. And so all of my prayer warrior friends begin to text me back and says, we're praying right now. And we set out the troops and begin to pray. So, but that's not the end of the story. The hurricane hit and it was catastrophic. It left an indelible print in our minds that we will never forget. We saw on television, and because I'm in California, but we saw debris flying in through the air. Roofs went 2 blocks over. Water wasn't just 3 feet, 4 feet, 5 feet, but 14 feet in the high. And so I could only imagine, not being someone who could swim that well, but I could only imagine the fear and the terror that the people had when they saw this water rising, way above what was expected, and the wind whipping through the air at over 180 mile gust. I don't even drive 100 miles, and to imagine 180 miles with such a force that trees were uprooted, people's homes were uprooted. And so when I saw this, I knew that everything needed to stop. So my name is Dr. Peggy Woods, and yes, I have a women's ministry that I started during COVID. Well, it's not a women's ministry, it's a ministry, and it's called Hope is Rising Ministry, because during COVID, we need hope, and we need hope today. We need hope for Florida like we never needed before, and other countries around the world that are experiencing such devastation. I also am a writer. I have a company called Write Now Publishing Company, and that's WRITE. And what I do is a mission. God commissioned me to stop all the other writing and to help people tell their stories. because the stories that you have to tell, and everybody has one, can save a life, can save a business, and save a soul. But more importantly, the stories that you write are very therapeutic. So I help you to go through traumatic situations and to tell your story and to get it to be published in a book. And so, again, I'm from California, so I don't really know what it's like to be in a hurricane, but I do know what it's like to be homeless. I do know what it's like to tell my children, we're leaving this place now, and we're going somewhere that we barely know the people. And to sacrifice, my children sleep on the couch while my ex-husband and I sleep on a table. So I know what it feels like to be displaced. So my heart goes out to those who are displaced, and I want to help do something about that. And I'm asking everyone else to do the same, to go right into www.hurricane.world/GoFundMe and pledge today. I pledged, my husband came in and said, honey, we got to up the pledge. And I said, okay, we'll up the pledge, because we don't know what experiences that we might go through at any point in time. I mean, being on the East Coast, West Coast, it doesn't really matter. We're all on one world knit together. And as you can see during COVID, it affects the whole world. And I can only imagine people in shelters, displaced, no food. I heard the governor say this morning, there are places that still don't have electricity. There are people who were homeless and they had to hide from those winds whipping through the air like that. So I just want to say that it is not the government's responsibility totally, but it's our responsibility. I remember my daughter and I, we took a trip to Jamaica, and we we stayed in this beautiful hotel, 5-star hotel, all expenses paid, all inclusive, I'll say, put it like that. But when we had the opportunity to go into the city and we saw the people and we saw the poverty, and a hurricane threatened Jamaica, and they had to go home and board up their houses, board up their windows and doors. And a lot of them lived in shacks, and they had to leave the comfort of where they worked, which was the hotel, and go home and board up their homes. And so I thought about it, I said, well, wow, what would it take to build a home in Jamaica? And I realized that what we paid for our trip would have built 2 homes. So sometimes when to give, it's not about what we have, it's a sacrifice. But I want to leave this acronym with you: HELP. H for hope. Give hope to someone who doesn't have hope. E for encouragement. Encourage others. L for love. Love. What greater love is there to give your own life for another? And that sacrifice, or that surrender, can come in all forms and fashion. We surrender our finances. We surrender our lives. We surrender forgiveness. We surrender and give hope. But surrender is the key to being able to help someone that you love. and the L in love and the P in prosperity and purpose. For I know the plans that I have for you, plans to prosper you, plans to give you hope, not to harm you, but to give you an expected end. And so today I want to help you and give you an expected end. Because God was so gracious and so merciful to not take as many lives as what could have been lost in this catastrophe. So I want to invite you to give. I want to invite you to go to www.hurricaneiam.world/GoFundMe. As I said, I'm giving, and I also want to put my money where my mouth is. And so I have, with Right Now Publishing Company, I would like to offer to anyone who gives at least $200 a $700 fee, a business, $700 gift. I'll put it like that. And so that gift means that I will help you to write your outline for your story. I will help you to identify your target market. I will help you to identify your audience and help you with the outline for your story. If you give to this worthy cause at least $200 or more, all you have to do is get in touch with Dr. Jody. My name is Dr. Peggy. I'm with Right Now Publishing Company, and she will let me know all of the people, all of the beautiful people who sacrifice to give, all of the people who give out of not only out of need but out of sacrifice. I will be able to give you this gift. And so my memorable statement is, just be sure to give a life by living your life to the fullest. And I thank you so much for the opportunity, Dr. Jody. I love you, and I'm looking forward to seeing those millions roll in. Thank you so much.
And it begins because you upped your pledge, Peggy. It begins because you've offered all these stories that need an outline so they can go ahead and put it in for just a $200 donation. Dr. Peggy, you have saved a life and you have saved a soul. Thank you. Give generously. Thank you for coming and being a part of our telethon, and come back on the 17th and 18th. Okay.
Yeah. Thank you.
So now we move in to the final stretch. We move in to being with Pauline, Victoria, and Maynard Neal. They are a dynamic duo. They're going to be doing something together. Pauline is going to speak, and then Maynard as well. So I'll get the privilege of introducing them actually together. I think that would be the best. They're going to speak differently at a different time, but I'm going to introduce them. They are both Les Brown speakers. Pauline, I met in New York City when we had our live event. She is a platinum speaker with Les Brown. She lives in Hawaii. Well, Maynard is like my other brother. By the way, I have two of them, Robert. I have you and Maynard, okay? And we just connected kind of like Peggy and I did, Dr. Peggy and I did. And we met in New York. And he was ripping and roaring and everywhere around. Well, didn't know that Maynard lived in Detroit. That's where my grandchildren are. And of course, their parents, who I go ahead and I'm part of their lives as well. But my grandchildren are there. So I get up and back and forth in Ann Arbor. We have connected. We have collaborated. We're part of Les Brown's inner circle. And I can say he's one of these people that if I don't talk to him for 3 months, I'll be sad. But if I don't talk to him in 3 months, you pick up right where you left off.
So when I picked up the phone, I said, Maynard, I want you to speak. He said, well, I'll be out in Hawaii. I'll put you at the end of the telethon. No big deal. So we got a 2-for-1, not only with Pauline, but Maynard being together. So I present to you a platinum speaker with that. I say that is quite a feat with Les Brown's organization. Pauline, welcome to our Hurricane Ian .world GoFundMe telethon. Just give us your best, which is always the best.
Thank you, Jody. I have no idea how you're doing it hours later, and you still look amazing and fresh, and the energy is up. So I am honored to be here with all of you today and all the amazing speakers that have come before and who are coming after. So when Jody asked me to come and speak with you all about Hurricane Ian and what has happened that has devastated so many people's lives, I was thinking about what could I share with you about hope to help ignite that flame of hope, because I get that it might not be visible right now. So I don't know who's out there watching. If you are someone who is there and has been a victim of Hurricane Ian, I don't know if you're watching and you're looking at donating. But hopefully the story of mine will inspire you in some way and let you know that you're not alone. So I know you might not be able to tell. I'm actually in my car and it's chest up. So I'm just going to give you a little background on who I am. My name is Pauline Victoria. I do live in Hawaii. I'm a mom and a wife. But more significantly, the backdrop, not my identity, but the backdrop of my story is that I was born without arms and legs. And so you can imagine that there were challenges, or there are challenges that come without having arms and legs. But the challenges that I had to deal with most were not the physical challenges. The physical challenges can get worked out. It is the challenges of the mind, of the heart, and of the spirit that I had to grapple with to become the person who I was today. And I feel like I'm a really happy person. I feel like I'm living the life of my dreams. And I'm sure you're wondering, how could someone without arms and legs say that? Well, I'm not going to say that it wasn't, always this way. There were difficult times, and stories really ground us. They help relate to each other. So my story is not one of a hurricane in the physical world, but it was a hurricane on the internal side of who I was as a person. And that hurricane, the eye of that hurricane, came to the apex when I was around 15 years old. I dealt with feelings of loneliness. I felt like no one understood what I was going through. I felt the feelings of feeling outcasted, like I didn't belong anywhere. I felt the feelings of anger and frustration and uncertainty of what my future held as someone without arms and legs. And so you can imagine I had a little bit of anger, especially at 15. I feel like that's an age where a lot of us have some anger going on as we hit puberty and try to find who we are as a person, separate from our family and friends. And so I remember sitting in church one day and I had a coming to Jesus moment. And it wasn't like Jesus came to me. I came to him with my full anger and frustration and hopelessness. And Desmond Tutu says, hope is being able to see the light in the midst of the darkness. And I didn't see any light. And I remember inside just screaming. I'm not out loud because obviously I was in church, but I was screaming inside, why me? Of the billions of people on this planet, why me? Why did I have to go through this? And I was, the answer for that question came later. And perhaps if you have experienced some of this devastation in the Hurricane Ian, or maybe you can relate to it in past devastations in your life, you ask the question, why me? Why did I have to go through this hurricane and the devastation that it brought with it? And so after I was emotionally spent, you know, that feeling when you're just giving your like the biggest ugly cry and you just have nothing else to give. I sat there empty and I said, fine, I trust you, God. I'll trust you. And in that moment of stillness and quiet, of meditation, the answer came through of why me. And the message I got was, why not you? Your pain is not in vain. And when we have hope, there's power and purpose in our pain. It is when we do not have hope, then we stay in the darkness and we can't see the light at the end of the tunnel. But that hope is like a hand reaching down into the darkness and saying, grab on and follow me because I'll show you to the light. And I did that. I understood in that moment at 15 years old, sitting in that church, that there was purpose for my pain. You know, and I could say, have hope. This all too shall pass. I could share my story, but my story is not the story that matters. The story that matters is your story. And I can say that I understand because before that coming to Jesus moment, I did contemplate it ending. I felt like it would be easier for it to end. And perhaps maybe you can relate to this. And this feeling of, wouldn't it be easier if I just let it all go and not continue on another day? And I recently became more acquainted with this organization. It's a nonprofit organization called the Teen Suicide Prevention Society, founded by Jackie Simmons and her two daughters. And they have a talk there that I feel really grounds hope for not only for me, but for everybody. So if you're watching this, I'd like you to play with me for the next 5 minutes, but I want to demonstrate how this conversation will go, because in this short conversation for 5 minutes, maybe even less, maybe 3 minutes, I know we're under time constraint. I'd like to have Jody, if it's okay, to have Maynard come up. And I'd like to demonstrate. Oh, Maynard, you look like you're in Hawaii.
Yes,
Go figure.
I am.
He's sitting outside in the nice shade. I'm sitting in my car sweating bullets. But, you know, we're here and we want to be here together with you because it is important for us to bring hope to you in any way we can. And so, like I said, the conversation that I'm going to demonstrate with Maynard now is a conversation that will ground your hope. So if you've been through anything, if you've contemplated suicide, if you've contemplated whether or not you can go on another day, I'd like for you to play with me. Okay, so in this conversation, there's going to be four questions. That's it, 4 questions. And there's one rule. Okay, so as Maynard and I are doing this, take a piece of paper and write it down for yourself, your answers. So the one rule, Maynard, is to the first 3 questions, all you can answer is yes or no. Agreed?
Agreed.
Okay. Are you ready?
Yes.
Okay. That wasn't the question first, but okay. So question one. Question one is, have you heard that suicide is on the rise?
Yes.
Do you have a story or a friend who has tried or died?
Yes.
Have you ever thought about leaving that way?
I've thought about it, yes.
Tell me your reasons for staying.
You know, it's very interesting, Pauline, when you really understand and you look at the wholeness and not just the moment, however devastating that is, you understand that it's more than what meets the eye. It's absolutely more than what you may feel in that moment. I mean, to answer your question directly, even with what has happened in Florida, even what has happened in many of our lives, when we start talking about we've lost people with COVID, we've lost people with suicide, there's so many different calamities that come, but there is always a reason to hold on. And sometimes even in my life, when I felt I didn't have a reason, somebody else stepped in. someone else came and gave me a rope that they tied a knot. Somebody else came and held me up. And it is a beautiful thing, because that's what this is all about today, is life. There is no guarantees whatsoever. But the one beauty about life is life itself. So I always say, never, ever give up. And yes, it was a time that I may have felt that way. And somebody stepped forward. And I remember the story that my dad said to me. And he said, son, God puts an armor plate on the front of you. My dad's a retired pastor, not on the back of you. You are meant to keep moving forward no matter what. I was knocked to my knees. This isn't about me. I share that story in regards to what we're talking about today. So many people were hurt. So many people were devastated. Their lives were totally changed. But guys, when we look at something in this life, and before I even move forward, I hope I answered your question, Pauline.
Yeah. Yeah, no, thank you for answering the question of why stay. And I really appreciate your reason of that, things are temporary and things will continue moving forward. So I want to thank you for playing with me and demonstrating that conversation of hope, really is what it is. So I want you to have the stage all by yourself, but so just to close off, if you're watching this and you were able to follow along in those questions, what are your reasons to stay? What are your reasons to go on, to continue moving forward, as Maynard said, with that armor plate on the front of you? Write them down, hold on to them, because those are your evidence and glimmers of hope that you can hold on to keep you moving forward. So Jody, thank you so much for having me here. Thank you for letting me play with Maynard and with everybody who's watching. I'm going to go ahead and turn over the stage over to Maynard alone. He's an amazing speaker, and I'm so honored to be his partner. Oh, you're muted.
Because for some reason I started coughing for some reason. It might be because I've been doing a little bit of talking today. Do you think?
Probably.
Just a little bit. But Pauline, amazing story, amazing share, amazing life, amazing message, and woman. Thank you so much. Thank you for sharing. And yes, now we're going to hear from the Maynard Neal, the man, the message, the mentor. And Maynard, there's one thing that I want to give props to that I didn't mention in your introduction. If you see any of these graphics that are going around, if you see any of these website pictures that are going around, I can say it's all because Maynard has a business, Virtual Ideal Solutions. If you want VAs that do it right on time, right on the money, doesn't matter what we needed for this event. My VA through Maynard made it happen, because together it's like one of these things. It's teamwork. And I really wanted to give you props and a plug, because there are going to be people in Southwest Florida, as Janice Coleman said, that are surf thrivers, and they're going to restart their business. Maybe they're going to reach out to one of our sponsors, Peter Mingles, going to go ahead and go with business from home. It's going to run a humongous ad network. And then they're going to say, I need some help. That has been when we did our book anthology together with Les Brown and did Ignite the Hunger in You. The benefit that I've gotten working with Allison and the team has been amazing, but you're the man behind it. And I just wanted to give not only Allison props, but also you. So the next 10 minutes is yours. Give us what you got, because it's just always, the word comes to me, it's juicy, like that pineapple in Florida or that pineapple in Hawaii.
Well, thank you, Jody. And and I appreciate that. But and as you said, having a virtual ideal solutions company providing VAs, or the myriad of different things that we've done where we've met, this has brought us here today. And the devastation that has occurred, I don't want to be this business owner or this speaker or what have you, I want to be a human being here talking to you today, because this is needed. When we talk about helping individuals, guys, just real talk. We forget oftentimes because it's not news. It isn't something that's juicy to be able to be heart-centered, to live from our hearts. When I travel, and I'm here in Hawaii right now, and I hope you can hear me. I'm going to just speak loud because I'm sitting outside. But guys, everyone that can hear me, we all have a heart that pumps. We are connected. We are spiritual beings in a human body. And oftentimes we get off into our side, glitches or side pieces where, oh, these are my people, or these are my people. We are all people with the same red blood that's going through our veins. And it is time for us to come together like this event right here. People from all over the world are coming today to just talk very real to you. It isn't about me, it isn't about Jody, but it is about people that care, that have stepped up together to say, it is time for us to help. Let's stop for a second. Even here in Hawaii, I sat back and I'm looking and I hear these beautiful sounds with birds and the trees and the grass. And the reason I share this is because this world is designed to take care of each other, to take care of itself. It rains in the morning to feed the plants, and then the sun comes out, and what do? We enjoy that. And oftentimes, if I can just speak very real to you, I think sometimes we forget, some of us, that we're brothers and we're sisters and we care for one another. And when things happen, we open up our hearts. We need to keep this going. It really, truly is in abundance. This broadcast today is showing you how people can come together. Oftentimes we don't see it when we turn the TV on. It's about what happened in this and to bring in that fear. Guys, the biggest thing in this world is love. It is love, to help one another, to bring back humanity, to be there, to understand. If you're across the planet, it doesn't matter. Whatever you can do is enough. But we all can do something, whether it's just a phone call, whether it's just sending a message of hope to somebody, whether it's taking 10 minutes out your day to make a difference. There's a saying, we're all going to leave an impression in this world. Will yours be in sand or will it be in cement? How would anybody know that you were here? What did you do to affect life? What is your legacy? Is your legacy where you helped another individual? Maybe where Pauline was talking about committing suicide. The rates of suicide are up high. I want to focus on this hurricane that happened in Florida. Guys, if you wasn't there, you still heard about it. You know the devastation. Imagine if that was you. Am I my brother's keeper? Am I to do something in this world to step up and make a difference? Are you? Can we live on this planet by ourselves? We need one another. We need one another daily. We must understand that we are humans breathing the same air. That's energy. And when we realize that and start looking at that and understanding that energy flows and it grows when we are awakened to understand that we are here as species to help one another, to have each other's back, to care about each other. It is time to, if you can give $1, $10, $1,000, everybody's on different plateaus. But here's something it took some time to truly understand this. And it's so simple that it's hard, but you get to keep what you give away. And the biggest thing in this world is love. Guys, what happened in Florida? What happened with the devastation, I'm going to say there, with COVID and so many countless other things? Does it stop us? We are so resilient. We don't stop unless we allow ourselves to stop. And when a person is down on their knees, and when things happen that we cannot control, that's when we need that humanity to come together. That's when we have to come. I don't care where you're from, what's your race, what's your ethnicity, your nationality. it doesn't matter. You know, and I want to just speak for a moment. I have to speak about Pauline. Born with no arms and no legs. I've never one day heard her complain. Guys, if you are still here, if you can hear this, if you saw any portion of this broadcast, if you saw the countless individuals that gave of themselves, of their heart, that caring that goes to the soul, to say, hey, these are people that we don't know, but we're human. We are a human race. We have to start understanding that more on a collectiveness, to say we must band together. What does it hurt to give a smile to somebody? What does it hurt to stop and ask, how are you? No, how are you really? And actually listen. Guys, we're talking to you today. There's people that have come and they've talked about so many different topics, giving hope, talking about help, encouragement, just inspiring people that need it right now. Reach into your pocket, reach into your heart. Understand, guys, this air that we are breathing, God is not done with you. And I don't know what you believe. The spirit, a higher force, whatever you believe, we're breathing this air. It's keeping us alive. We share this. Guys, that energy that flows in and out of our heart to have us here today, we share that. We can't control hurricanes. We can't control an accident that happens. We can't control these things that may come. The only thing that we can control is the time that we are here and what do we do with this moment? Because that's what matters, is right now. Right now is what matters. Stop what you're doing right now. Take a deep breath, guys. Just feel that just coming inside your soul, pumping into our hearts. We must stand up for one another. We must care. We have to stop and say, no, it isn't about, oh, I'm Chinese, I'm black, I'm white. Guys, that's the beautiful colors of the rainbow. We are put on this earth not to all be the same, to be authentically who we are, but to be collectively healing the wounds, because every wound leaves a scar, whether it's seen or not. And there's people that's hurting. And for whatever plateau that we're on, you can make a difference, not just today, but every day. Every day that you have breath in you to be able to breathe, you can make a difference. And it doesn't hurt us to do so. Guys, the more we do that, the stronger we become. The more we do that, when things come our way and hit us one way or another way, sometimes somebody needs to just hear that you stood up and did something, whether it was a card, whether it's writing something on a sheet of paper and just sending it to the post office. We're just finding out what any little thing that you can do, because the little things matter. And then there's some of us that can do even greater things, but we must do something. We have to stop and think and say, guys, you know, I look at these mountains, I look at the different areas in this world that were built, the roads that were paved. What happened? People came together and made this world the way that we can comfortably live in this world. It is all a choice. And today I'm just asking you to stop and have some humanity. Everyone, all of us, you, me, stop for a moment and just think about how people are affected in this thing. The biggest thing in this world is love, light, life, and people. That's what really matters, is your brothers, your sisters. We can't exist in this world by ourselves. When we come together, things happen, and it starts attracting more of that positiveness. Oftentimes, we never stop for a moment to be able to really see things like this, for somebody to really talk to you heart to heart, soul to soul. We are looking for this juiciness. You know what the juiciness is? That we each was put onto this earth for a reason and for a season. It's not meant. It's true. As hard as this might sound, none of us are going to live on this earth forever. We all have a time. We don't know what it is. But you have right now. We have today. Just, I beg of you to stop. Care about your fellow woman and your fellow man. Put your place in somebody else's shoes and treat them the way that you would like to be treated. And watch the wonders and the abundance that comes to you. But do it from your heart, not expecting anything back in return. And the beauty is that you feel so whole. That humanness. We must care about one another, guys. We have to have that hope. We have to help each other. Sometimes just going to the store. If you're in Florida, guys, you can see what happened. You hear about this thing. And it's not going to be the last. No, it's not. But right now, we need to act. Right now, we need to come together. Stop the separation. Let's really love one another. Let's live from our heart. Let's just put out all the negative and think about the positive. It always overcomes the shadows. Let's start shining that light. Let's be the light. And it starts with you. I just wanted to take a moment, guys. Jody, I thank you so very much for even having me. And it is an honor. It is always an honor. And bless your heart, because you have really put this together. You've reached out. You worked so hard. And you know what? We need more individuals like you. And they're out here. It's in abundance. And I need people, I want to call it step up. Step up, step out, be authentically who you are. We're not meant to be the same. Speak up, care about each other, and let's make a difference, guys.
And Maynard, you know what I'm going to say? We need more people like you. Love, light people. You and Parlene were amazing. Once again, in the left coast, the chat is blowing up because I knew that you were the right man. And I tell you, you know that I love you with all my heart. Absolutely love, light people. Let's go. hurricaneian.world/GoFundMe. We all have databases. You've been doing your business plan and all of this. This is a working vacation for you, I know, with Pauline. And so let's just circle back. I know you were on my Mindset Monday, I believe on Tuesday, if I looked ahead of time. And let's circle back when we can to say that we're looking at our databases. Rex Sykes said he was going to do it. Manny Lopez, Baby Owen has already done this. Forbes said she would do this and take this movement in our databases for the subscriber list. And let's make that go viral. I got a text message from Stack the Pack, the 29-year-old, 3 million followers on Instagram. He's going to do this digital. This plane has taken off because of the love, light, and because of these people. You have a wonderful, wonderful dinner with Pauline. And I'm going to say to you, not go Pistons. I'm going to say aloha.
Aloha. Absolutely. It's been wonderful, guys. And, you know, Jody, you know, keep doing what you're doing. You truly are making a difference. And it takes one to reach one. Everybody step up, do your part.
Thank you, Maynard. Absolutely. And after the commercial break, we're going to have round 2 with my second brother being Robert Mailer. But thank you, Pauline. Thank you, Maynard. What a dynamic duo. And we're going to listen one more time to Ignite Your Foundations of Health and how you can get involved with this amazing health-changing book of Love, Light, because it's all about people.
And you know where to find me to get more details. Go to drjody.com. That's drjody.com. And you can get and know the details. So you can see, do I want to be a part of this? Do I want to be a part? But right now, we want you to be a part of Hurricane Ian. Hurricane Ian .world/GoFundMe. This is the $10 bill that we started out with Kim Jacobs. 100,000 people giving $10. I want to review before I bring my other brother, used to live in Florida, Southwest Florida for 18 years, Robert Mailer. We're going to have another conversation about some other people. We heard from wonderful Becky Mulca. We heard from Kevin Ruane. We heard from Camille Robb that absolutely went and drove from Ocoee in Central Florida and saw the devastation, is collecting things in Orlando to bring down. So Robert, now I've got one more in my posse to go down for the surf thrivers, as Janice Coleman called them, for Southwest Florida. And this is what I know, as I've said probably 20 times today, all proceeds go to the surf thrivers that are resetting their lives to give them absolute strength, hope, and hope for the future. And remember, any $50 gift right now, you get a corresponding medium read from Cynthia Fontaine. Any $200 gift, and if you have a story that it's your story to save, as Dr. Peggy Wood said, save a life, save a soul. She is giving complimentary a story outline so that you can go do your thing with a $200 donation. And then Christopher Rausch went ahead and said, any $200 donation, I am giving you my coaching. And he is an expert. He does much more than this, but he's a #1 podcaster, but he's an executive coach. You get through your stuff raw and real. For your $200 donation, he will actually gift you an hour session. And then we've got the Forbes Factor, Forbes It, the t-shirt, the spin gym, the bracelet, and more. And then the $5,000 level, we've got JB Owen going ahead and saying any $5,000 donation, you have automatically a chapter in one of her co-authored books. See, be very easy. You want to be a part of Ignite Your Foundations of Health, your $5,000 donation, you're in. And by the way, that's a discount. All of JB's fees, all of everything she's giving on her team is going for Hurricane Ian. And then you've got Dame Doria Cordova said, if a $5,000 donation will get you anytime free access to Money and You, which is a $2,500 value that you will get absolutely free. And all of this will go and match this $50,000 matching that we started out this afternoon with. So with knowing this and where we picked up with these stories, I'm going to bring, with all the heartfelt love and appreciation, I'm going to be bringing back on the stage Robert Mailer to continue our conversation. Hey, Robert.
Hey, sis, how are you?
I'm doing great. So I know that we had a couple of stories. I'm going to start out with one that we said that happened that Melanie and I said, oops, we forgot this one as we were talking about the different things. What we noticed, even upwards north of Clearwater, the no-see-ums, the little baby mosquitoes, frankly, I came home looking like I had measles. My husband said, once again, the marine archaeologist, he said, never has he ever seen a hurricane that changed the ecosystem, because the mosquitoes came out of Lake Okeechobee. They came out of the Everglades. And frankly, I think they all showed up at the KOA campground and were biting us. But it's going to take a while even for this ecosystem to get homeostasis again in Florida. I mean, a storm of that magnitude. So I know that you've got some other stories, some things that you wanted to share. So just go, Robert, please.
Yeah, thanks, man. First of all, great job today, Jody. I mean, hats off. I mean, kudos. You've gone above and beyond. I've never figured out how you do what you do for the 7-8 years we've known each other, but I keep watching it. So I should just expect it. I mean, that's how phenomenal you are. So thank you. And all the backstage crew, everybody that's made everything happen. I mean, you're all unbelievable as well.
I'm going to do it that
It's been a tremendous, tremendous event. It's been a tough day for me, just kind of reliving all this, because as some of you may know, I only moved from Fort Myers and the Sanibel area just 3 years ago. So it's all very fresh. And it's funny, just as you were doing the little segue and introducing, I finally heard back from the reporter who I have seen doing unbelievable stories. And I reached out to her 10 days ago, asking her to be part of this. And she's like, I'm so sorry. I just saw this. I have thousands of messages. People, I don't think they have any idea what is going on the ground there. I mean, how difficult it is. She's gainfully employed and obviously living not in the bomb area, but she's just overtaken by all this. And I can guarantee you she will be involved in those 2 days in November, and she'll have tremendous things to share. But it just shows you, and the gentleman that just spoke, and I said it hours and hours ago, the first thing is it's about shelter, then it's about food, then it's about clothes, and then it's about healthcare. I mean, it's that simplistic. And I'm going to share a couple stories in a second, but I think the biggest thing that all of us need to do, because we're only we, it's just us, and whoever's listening, okay, great. We now need to push this out to so many more people, because it's a little from a lot. Okay, we need more people to hear this than are actually listening today. Everybody needs to do their part. Okay, I had to go away for a couple hours today to a commitment I already had. And I spoke to everybody I saw there about this, and they all asked me for the link for the funding. Okay, that's as simple as it is, because they're like, holy hell, really? Wow. Okay, how can we help? All you have to do is just ask. Just ask. So I think that whoever's been affected by watching this today, and whoever's listening right now, this very moment, go out to, I'd love to say 5 people, but I'm asking, go out to 100 people. Go out to everybody on your contact list. Go out to 1,000 people. It's their choice what they want to do, but if they understood what was happening and the trauma that has occurred for these folks, I mean, I don't think any of us understand what it's like. I mean, if you heard Commissioner Ruane this morning, I mean, you wake up and all you have is what's on your body. You can't go to CVS and buy a toothbrush because you don't have any money. You're trying to figure out where your food's coming from. I mean, the restaurants in Fort Myers Beach, as an example, obviously overnight, the next morning, crash, power off. Somehow, nobody was supposed to go on the island, but, people find a way. And they got in there and they opened up their freezers and their refrigerators in the restaurants. And they got the food to places that could cook it for people who needed food. I mean, that was completely subsistence living. That was giving, because it was going to go bad. But somebody risked their life to go there to get it, to take it somewhere where somebody could actually live from it. I mean, that's what we're talking about here. And it's only been 3 weeks and 4 days. So they're still in that same situation. So as much as we can do to push this out as far as we can, to just ask people for just $1, $10, $20, $100. Hey, 3,000 is great, but if we could push this out to 1 million people, a couple of bucks, that's a couple $1 million. So I think that should be our job of what we're doing right now. And I had an old neighbor, because I only moved there from there 3 years ago, but the house I owned probably 7 or 8 years ago. My old neighbor did a video, and he spoke about new neighbors by him who were elderly, probably 80 plus. The gentleman was a veteran and in a wheelchair. And as we already discussed earlier today, nobody really knew this was going to take that hard right turn. It was going to come in. So, not to mention, I'm not really sure how they were going to get out anyway. So they stayed in their house, and his wife put him up on the kitchen counter. And then she got up on the kitchen counter and the water was coming in. And then she got back down off and got a chair and brought it onto the kitchen counter. And he was sitting on that. And they were both finally standing. I'm not sure how long he was standing because I'm not sure it could be too long. They were standing on their kitchen counter with the water up to their necks. And they were sure that that was the end. And somehow the storm subsided and the surge started to go back, and it started to slowly go back down. I mean, these people need our help. They need our help because not only are they left with nothing, but they've got some serious trauma issues as well. I mean, those are things that you would never want anybody you know to ever have to go through. And, you know, that's the reality of what's been occurring. You know, my friend is a pilot, and another friend of mine is signed on to be the liaison for Sanibel and Captiva Islands with a reconstruction company. So they're constantly flying. I mean, the pictures I'm seeing, and I know, I can actually see these places. I know these places, and I see what is gone. I mean, I see the devastation. You know, people that are just walking around, and they need hope. They will be fine. You know, in 2 months, 3 months, they will be resilient. They will bounce back. They will be tough, and they will build back strong. But they need our help right now in what seems to be a hopeless situation. They don't know where to turn. And we're all sitting wherever we're sitting. I'm sitting in a nice home right now in Paso Robles, California. Everybody else that's been speaking, you're all sitting in some pretty nice places too. And it's just not incumbent upon us to go do it. It's our responsibility to go out to 1,000 contacts each and let them know this incredible need. Because who's going to say no? And if they do, okay, that's all right too. But if you don't ask, you can't get. And we're not getting, these people are getting. And Jody, one of the most brilliant things you did was we are going direct. We are going direct to the people affected. You know, there won't be anybody getting money that we don't know who they are. So, you know, and think about it, $1 million. $1 million is $1,000 to 1,000 people, or it's $10,000 to 100 people. I mean, $1 million is still really not that much, but it will give them hope. If I can tell you, when I watch people that I know personally, when they all saw the electrical trucks lined up, 600 trucks lined up like a cavalry, getting ready to come across to help them. That was such a small glimmer of hope. They thought it was Christmas when they were 3 years old and there was a bicycle. You know, and that's how little. I mean, and nothing had been done yet, but they just knew people were there who cared. And that's who we need to be right now. They need to know that we're there and we care, and they need to hear it from everyone, because it has been rock bottom devastation for so many, and no one deserves to live like that. They don't deserve to go to sleep one night and wake up the next with nothing other than what they're wearing. And some lost their lives. So we just appreciate everything everybody's doing. Sorry, I went kind of a little crazy there.
I wanted you to go crazy. That's why I put me small and you big, because that's kind of how it is in life. But frankly, Robert, when you think about it, what Governor DeSantis said about the people in their 70s, 80s, and 90s, I know that because I'm 68 and a half years old. Bob is 81. It's not like 3 years when you're a senior citizen is a lot. 3 years when you're 18 is not that much because you're starting out. These people will be resilient. It will be Southwest Florida strong. As Janice Coleman said, we're surf thrivers. But the way you surf thrive is to have money for a toothbrush. It's just, as Camille Robb said, the government should do more, but it's bogged down. The insurance claim, I tried last week for our insurance claim. Finally, the queue was, you are number 400th in line. That's the thing. When the news dies down, the work begins. And so, do you have any other thing that you would like to share? This is going to be rebroadcasted on Traverse TV. It will be there for viewing. You can do anything on Amazon TV, Roku. You can go to my Facebook page and share this link. It's in two places because we had to restart and start. You can go to Flagler TV on Facebook, but I can tell you this. You absolutely are right about something, Robert. You're right about a lot of things with Mr. Wharton MBA, but one thing you're right about is there are 1,000 people. We know 1,000 people. We've been trained by our coach and mentor all these years ago, way long time ago, long time, 8 years ago when I experienced him, 27 for you, where you go ahead, go into your phone, get those contacts. You can call those people and everyone. I mean, Kim Jacobs started out and she said it was chaos. We can have courage. We can heal. This is an opportunity that we are acting now to get through this season. That's what chaos. It starts with that $10 bill. Everyone can do it. What are any other parting words that you want? The floor is yours.
Well, I appreciate that. I mean, you've just done such a tremendous job. I can't say enough. It's been a really difficult day for me, just because there's so many people that I love and I care about, and they're really, really hurting right now. And I think that we, with what we are doing, have the capability to help them. You know, we're not going to help them get back what they had, but we're going to help them believe that they can get back what they had. We're going to give them just that little oomph that they're not alone, because I know, I can tell you, I mean, fortunately, they're together. I know 20 people who get together, but they've all been slaughtered by this. So it's good they're together, but they're holding on. Becky Molka, if you heard her this morning, when I spoke to her yesterday, she said, it's so great to speak to somebody who has not just gone through this. I mean, because that's the place they're in. They're in a very, very small little spot that is very, very dark. And they're all strong enough. They're holding together and pulling themselves out as best they can. But they need some light. And that light is us and 1,000 people we all know. That, to me, is the most important thing. We just have to give them just a bootstrap, just a leg up to know that they can again prosper. They think they can, but it's just self-talk. Let's help them just a little bit so that they can do what they were meant to do. And you know what? My belief is anybody that comes out of this is going to be so much stronger a human being that will make this planet a better place. So I see it as a great investment from any one of us to help them become the best that they can ever be. And I just appreciate your time, Jody.
So that we can all be the best that we can be for the rest of that time. Thank you, Robert. I love you. I'm going to use what our mentor would say. I love you with all I got. Thank you. Thank you. Really, really, for real. And this is just the beginning. We got momentum started. Then we're going to gain momentum and maintain momentum. You know these 3 stages. Let's do it. And I want to just take a moment. I'm seeing our speaker portal that we have on our cell phones. Everyone, every single speaker, this is going to give you hope. Remember what I said at the very beginning, to heal. Only you can do what you can do, to look up to your true north and come in positivity so you can go and empower others. But we, right now, Hurricane Ian, Southwest Florida, strong surf thrivers, we are empowering you. And it has been absolutely unanimous. We've had 35 speakers today, and everyone said, I'm going into my database. I'm going to look for those 1,000 people, Robert. I want you to know that. There are the A-listers that are going to be getting, and you will have an opportunity to subscribe to their mailing list. You talk about a community of heart-centered, collaborative
professionals. Here it is. You think Rex Sykes has got a few people on his database? You think Forbes Riley does? Well, what if they shared these collaborative subscriber lists, and together we made that deal where they had to go ahead and subscribe to the list, give some money, subscribe to the list, give some money, subscribe to the list, give some money. That's what we'll be doing in this next week. And I plan on delivering the funds that we've gotten. We are now very, very close to that match with that 50,000. I know we can do it. I know we can do it. By the time I wake up in the morning, we can. Those of you that are just waking up over there in New Zealand, Sarah, you got a challenge. Why not? Let's go ahead and move it forward to Sunday. Let's match that. And let's have this vision that Robert is with me in spirit, giving these names, that then I can take our posse to video with absolutely fabulous Camille and that wonderful braided hair of hers, and anything that the speakers, I'm not offering y'all my home address, but the speakers are donating things. Corey Hughes said he would mobilize this part for us and give what we can. Give what we can and give those checks. It is my vision to hand, yes, 1,000 people, giving them $1,000 check that would at least do something for food, clothing, and shelter. And it's the speaker group that we had today. I want to just review, starting, and I'm going back to front. Maynard Neal, Pauline Victoria, Dr. Peggy Woods, the incomparable legend Rex Sykes, Janice Coleman, Surf Thriver, got that one. Camille Robb, my girlfriend now in Orlando, Sarah Cross in New Zealand, Ebony Chitora, that vibe, Maximilian, let's go do some yoga and breathe, Lady JB Owen, Manny Lopez, Manifestation Man, Cynthia Fontaine, Medium, Jared Albritton, the IT extraordinaire, and then we have got Michelle Wolfork, the content creator. Let's keep now, just because we get to this $50,000 mark, I'm just going to say time out. Guess what we're doing? We have just begun. That's not our ending point. Our ending point is past $1 million. Didn't Rex Sykes say that, to 1.5 million? That's where we're going. And then Dame Doria Cordova saying, wealth gives you access. Let's make some wealth. The connector himself, Tom Chesser, going ahead and writing that amazing article that you can find on businessinnovatorsmagazine.com. We are between, as I said, Damon John and Barbara Corcoran of Shark Tank. Then we came up with Forbes and McKenna Riley, the mother-daughter duo extraordinaire, the pitch queen. We are pitching it for sure. Kendall Myers. I know you're out there, Kendall. You're collecting donations from your church. Christopher Rauch, that, oh, by the way, this A-lister, when we had a little snag and a wrinkle in the agenda, came back to see if he could fill in. That's heart-centered. That's raw and real. Anita Adrian and Cheryl Visco telling us how to recreate that sacred space after loss. And then we had Keller Coleman, absolutely a TV show host extraordinaire. Governor Ron DeSantis, I want to thank his office. Senator Marco Rubio, I want to thank their office as well. Joy Allen, who just gave us joy and humor in the middle of us. And then Nella came in, the daughter herself, inspirational, prepared, and poised. Lee, coming off of vacation and giving us absolute incentive tips on how to really cook the affordable way. Because y'all, before you get your homes, Hurricane even Southwest Florida, you're going to get that burner, and now you'll know how to cook healthy. Jay Noland coming in with his message, John 15:13, that you give. And so giving comes from abundance. Coach Corey,
the man who did it in Houston, is mobilized. I got 2 texts from him right now, and he goes, I'm ready to go. I'm fired up. We're going to mobilize it and get ready to go, just like he did in Hurricane Harvey. You have my promise. Josh Payne became the fireman of faith and heart today for me. And Stack the Pack, with his 3 million Instagram followers, he kept texting me, and he goes, Dr. Mama Bear, are you still going? I said, Stack, we're going to go for almost 12 hours here tonight. Whatever you need, I'm going to get you that interview. We're going to make it go viral tomorrow. And I want to special give honor to Kevin Ruane and Becky Mulca on Ground Zero that they made it happen. But I'm going to kick it back to you, Dan. I want to thank our sponsors, Ignite Publishing, our sponsors, MYB Publishing. Their videos, as I'm going to say, were longer than others for the sake of time. I just want to give them double acknowledgement for Power of a Woman and Ignite. I guess this is kind of an Ignite thing too, but this is The Science of Getting Rich. Notice this is one of these books that's been like dog-eared as well. The MYB version of The Science of Getting Rich book. Go buy this. The proceeds go to Hurricane Ian. And then we have Business from Home and Business Humongous Classifieds and Business Classifieds and Humongous Ads and Business from Home. That's Peter Mingles. Just you know that I will be talking on my radio show with Peter at 8:30 Eastern tomorrow night. We're going to be ramping this up, and then he's going to be broadcasting this as well. I will be on Christopher Rausch's show, his #1 podcast, Tuesday, and I will be on Forbes Riley's syndicated radio show, 1.6 million subscribers. I will be there Wednesday. And the list keeps going on and on and on. This is how we're going to make it viral, speakers. That's what we're going to do because we're just getting started. And then we have Vibra 360, the nutrition products that, boy, don't we need immune system builders right now? Absolutely. Doesn't everybody drink coffee? I sure did today. And confidence tones. To give that, as Robert said, people are hurting emotionally, to give that homeostasis so they feel that everything is going to be all right, because it will, as Dame Doria Cordova said, it will be another all right, but you're here, you're breathing. Boy, Pauline made that point. And as both Christopher, Josh, and Maynard said, they said, but we just know we're not black, white, brown. We're just one, I'm going to use my words, human becoming. If you're breathing, if you cut, we all bleed red. And these people are bleeding red right now. And we can help, and you can help. HurricaneIan.world/GoFundMe. So Dan, take us out with our commercials, with our hurricane videos, back and front. Also, Ignite, Business from Home, Vibra 360, and then go ahead and do Confidence Tones, ending with our last hurricane video. But by the way, even those 2 videos were done and completed by Virtual Ideal Solutions and my VA through Maynard Neal. This part's yours, Dan.
Ignite possibilities. It's the idea that anything is possible. In fact, anything and everything is absolutely possible. We just need to start believing in that. There's a lot of conversations going on the planet, and one of them needs to be about possibilities. We need to inspire and ignite possibilities in all of our minds once again to believe that things are possible. We can change the planet when we step into the idea that what is possible is absolutely possible, and we can go after that. We can do that. We can dream more. We can aspire for more. We can have more. We can include more. We can create more. We just have to believe it. Start doing it. Working in that direction. Having that conversation. Understanding that what's possible is truly impossible in each of us. Igniting possibilities. That's the idea. That's what we need to start talking about. Ignite possibilities in me, in you, in everyone, in humanity. When we raise ourselves up, we raise each other up. And when we start going after what's possible in our own lives, we give permission for everyone, every single person on the planet to go after what's possible for them. Ignite possibilities. Ignite a possibility in you. Ignite possibilities in someone else. And we can change the world.
Inflation is going through the roof. Food prices, gas prices, housing prices, insurance, everything. The average family is feeling the pinch. So what can you do? Ask your boss for a 20% cost of living wage increase? That won't end well. Fall for a get-rich-quick scheme? There are people who you can rely on to show you how to make money in a home-based business. Give us a chance to walk you through how it works. It's not really that complicated. You just have to find the right opportunity and the right people. Visit www.humongous.com/TV and submit your information. Maybe we can help. Billions of families are wondering how to work from home and earn extra income.
Welcome to Confidence Tones, where we use a proprietary audio development formula called audio immersion to provide an experience that's designed to help quickly and effortlessly generate positive change in the subconscious mind when used correctly. This experience is achieved using 4 primary building blocks: brainwave modulation, invocation of positive emotions, immersive imagination stimuli, and developmental suggestion. We know of no other source in the world that provides the synergistic combination. With a good pair of headphones, you'll be able to immerse yourself into audio that's designed specifically to help you feel better, do better, and live better.
Thank you. Thank you to all. And I will say thank you to this incredible, it might be an overused word, but it really isn't when it comes to this incredible backstage crew. Absolutely made it look easy. I've always had a saying that says the person and the pro who takes on all the difficulties, hassles, and overcoming obstacles of everyone else, yet they make it look easy. You, backstage crew, made it look easy. Easy, easy, easy. I can say, Jerry Tucker, who you're going to hear from in a minute, I'm going to omit you for right now. Maximilian with your IT work. Allison Martin in the Philippines from Virtual Ideal Solutions for all of these graphics. For real, Courtney and Carlos Mendoza for your dual help and just going back and doing it as a relay. Melanie Summers as the production manager of this, but the director of production, the graphics you're seeing here, putting the videos all in backstage and making it look easy was none other than Dan Gilman, who has his own shows on Traverse TV, and he has 3 shows. So be looking also on Sunday for Dan's and my show on the Discovery Channel talking about this hurricane. So before I bring up Jerry Tucker, who is going to be giving us one of his incomparable poems, this is just like what we talked here tonight. I have done this speech many, many times with the 7 P's of persistence. Now, because we all had this together, guess what? The 7 has gone to 10. It has gone to 10. This is the P's, and these are the P's for our 12-hour event. Perseverance. You will unto. You get there. Just persevere. Persevere. Patience. Patience with yourself. Patience with coming back. And do it with passion, because we're here for you no matter what. Be proactive. Reach out. We're coming, just like those electrical trucks from Duke Energy and all the way up to the Northeast coast. As Robert talked about, the cavalry's coming. We're proactive to help you live in this present moment. As Sarah Cross said, she rode through a tsunami on a boat. Okay, that is being present and being thankful. We're so thankful that you're still here. You have power to get through this. People will need to hear your story, just like they heard Sarah's story, because as Maynard said, it's love and light and people. Remember, we have a plan. All proceeds, I can envision bringing those checks to you. I know it's going to be more than what we first set out. I just feel it in my bones. Those are the P's, because we have this absolute collaborative community of heart-centered, visionary people, turned leaders, turned support for the Southwest Florida Strong. And here, delivering as only Jerry Tucker, we fondly call him Crazy Jerry. He's a fabricator by trade, but he's soon to be an Ignite Forgiveness best-selling author. But he's a wordsmith with a gift that is truly amazing. Jerry, I can't wait to hear your words, my man. The stage is yours.
Hey, www.hurricane.world/GoFundMe, so people of Florida can see that our donations will set us free. Dame Doria Cordova blessed us with her time. Her words let us know Florida will shine. Let's give all we can, even if it's many, many, many dimes. Jay Nolan said, give from abundance. All of us work together to fund us. So take a big step and get on the bus. These are all the people that I trust. Christopher is offering free coaching sessions. His mastermind will eliminate your depression and keep your money out of the recessions. As a team, we will build up the compression and we will keep up the progression. J.B. Owen said, give in a way that will make a change in somebody's day and really help them elevate. We look back and we forgive. Our clear mind reminds us it's how we give will affect the way others will live. Close your eyes and put your hands on your heart. Look back at something you lost as a new start. Then look around to see everyone who plays a part. The people around you will carry you like a dart. Les Brown said brick and mortar is getting replaced by the click to order. We are dropping the border. We have all the donation sorters. It's not over when we're done. That is when the journey begun. It's not over till we won. Hurricane Ion tore Florida apart. Through the telethon, we played a part in a new start. We're giving Florida a brand new ambition, and we celebrate it. The new edition. Let's go. I'm Crazy Jer, and I approve this poem, and thanks for the support and the time.
Beautiful, Jerry. I always love what you do. And it comes straight from the heart, absolutely from the heart. And so I wish that those of you that are viewing this broadcast at a later time, and those of you viewing it now, that you join me to your creator of all, whoever you pray to, because prayer works. Prayer will change things. Prayer will bring in these remaining funds. So join me. I will be praying to the creator of all. His original name is Yahuwah. Yahuwah, I ask you to bless this vision forward. I ask you to bless this 11 and a half hours, all these speakers that are taking this mission forward and getting the rest of these funds, that are doing their part, and the viewership that will as well. That is where we are started. This is where we're going, so that we again do this on the 17th and 18th with momentum. I ask you, Father, that you give us that momentum. I ask that you will give the peace, the hope, and just the patience of knowing, just settling in with this Southwest Florida surf thrivers, that they will know that help is on the way, that they will know and have a confidence that we are doing something where we can. And this will go out and be a start, not only right here, but in each and every heart that hears this word, that it will go down into their souls so they can come up and give, so South Florida can receive. And we say, in your precious name above all names, amen. Let's do, as I said, the thing that Doc Bucksmiller Fuller said. Yes, he said, go ahead. How? Buckminster Fuller, how can we make a difference for 100% of humanity in the shortest amount of time? This is it. HurricaneIan.world. Go fund me. Do it now. Do it today. Tell your friends. Tell another. And as I always say at the end, I will make a difference. And this is Dr. Jody Bear. And I approved this telethon message. Until next time, ciao for now.